Chapter 229. When Yin Sanglong heard Yun Sheng's question, how could he not be shocked? He never thought that these brothers who had once risked their lives for the country would not even be able to receive the most basic relief. It was hard for him to reprimand them. Yin Sanglong only felt as if there was a heavy rock pressing down on his heart, and he could not say another word. The oppressive atmosphere quickly spread among the crowd. Yun Sheng's words also made Yun Sanglong realize something. The Yin family army currently had more than 1,000 soldiers. Their future, as well as how they were going to feed their families, were all problems. Second uncle, it is inevitable that the Yin family army will change jobs. I see that these brothers are all strong and healthy. If they become professional hunters, it would not be a bad idea. Yun Sheng had also seen the basic qualities of the soldiers in the Yun family army encampment. Other than the majority of them having a good foundation in martial arts, there were no less than 100 martial artists like Zhou Quan. There were also some who had some magic perception. These people were all soldiers in their early years and were strictly disciplined. As long as Yin Sanglong gave the order, charging and breaking through enemy lines would not be a problem. If such a large group of people were not properly settled, they would definitely become an unpredictable factor. They would even be used against the Yun family by other people within Zhou State. It would be a good idea to turn them into hunters and form a hunting corps. Hunters? Yin Sanglong could not help but frown. Changing a regular army into a hunting regiment. This idea was simply ridiculous. As long as we can eat, we don't have to go against our conscience, and we can continue to follow General Yun. Not to mention being hunters, we are even willing to be beggars. Zhou Quan and the others felt their minds clear up after being reminded by Yun Sheng. They had really been blinded by lard. If they did not want to be bandits, they could be hunters. A hunter's income would also be stable and enough to feed their families. Regarding this matter, I will discuss it with the generals in the encampment tomorrow and come to a conclusion. The few of you will receive your punishment yourselves. Each of you will receive 50 strokes of a cane. Yin Sanglong was still thinking about Yun Sheng's words. Although Yun Sheng was still a child, Yin Sanglong also realized that his niece was not simple. Perhaps she was right. Yun Sheng returned to the medicine hall. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Qi waiting there. What a rare guest. Why did you come to see me? Since she let Abandon taste the medicine, Abandon hadn't come to see Yun Sheng again. Abandoned was still wearing a green cloak. Under the dim yellow light, one could see that his emerald green eyes were emitting a faint glow. Could it be that you've thought it through and agreed to let me treat your poison? Yun Sheng poured herself a glass of water and drank it. When Yun Sheng saw that Qi Mo was silent, she knew that this twisted kid had finally figured it out. The poison in Qi's body was getting worse by the day. Although he didn't know where it came from, if he didn't treat it, it would definitely cause great damage to his body. If you can guarantee that you won't cripple my poison skills, I can let you treat me. Qi Mo glanced at Yun Sheng. Under the light, Yun Sheng was slim and elegant. She was completely different from the little girl he first met 2 years ago. Qi Mo felt his heart skip a beat. Thinking of Yi Baiming that day, that man who was like the king of the night, Qi Mo's decision in his heart became even firmer. I can't guarantee it. Tell me first, what's the deal with the poison and magic in your body? Yin Sheng had long realized that the Dharma soul in Qi Mo's body was different from any Dharma soul she knew. There were a few common Dharma souls in the boundless land: earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, and many other secondary Dharma souls. Qi Mo's Dharma soul was obviously different from any of them. Even Teacher Mary couldn't tell what the magic attribute of Qi Mo's Dharma soul was. The magic that Qi Mo cultivated didn't belong to any element of magic. His magic was more of his own creation. The most powerful thing about it was the various poisons. I don't have a Dharma soul. The reason why I can use magic is because of little Qing. Qi Mo found it difficult to tell a secret. As he spoke, a green snake slithered out from the bottom of his wide magic cloak. That was Qi Mo's magic scepter, a living snake. Maybe you've realized that my magic cultivation speed is especially fast. Actually, it's not because my magic cultivation speed is fast, but because of the poison that little Qing swallowed. Yunxing only found out from Chimo's mouth that Imo actually had such a unique way of cultivating magic. That was to use the toxicity of poison to improve his magic cultivation. Imo was an abandoned baby from the moment he was born. When he still had memories, he was already living with this green snake called Little Qing. I accidentally discovered that Little Qing was a magical beast, and I could use its Dharma soul to cultivate. Little Qing's method of cultivation was to use poison. From the initial poisonous grass to the poisonous magical beast, and then to the refined poison. It was also because of Little Qing's special cultivation method that Imo came to the Royal Magic Academy. Other people came to the Royal Magic Academy to cultivate magic, but Imo's only purpose in coming to the Royal Magic Academy was to find various kinds of highly toxic poisons. And in the Magic Academy, he met Teacher Mary, who was also an oddball from the potions department. Teacher Mary was the first person to know about my special situation. She was very kind. Not only did she accept me as her student, she also provided me with some herbs that could cure the poison. Like you, she also advised me to give up on cultivating poison, but I had to maintain my magic power. Imo gently stroked Little Qing, who was coiled up on his arm and spitting out its tongue comfortably. Because Little Qing was a magical beast, it had been hunted down by a few summoners with ulterior motives. Imo also almost lost his life at the hands of those summoners. In order to protect Little Qing, his poison cultivation became the only way for him to protect Little Qing and himself. I see. Let me take a look. How's the spread of the poison? Yunxing only understood Imo's difficulties after hearing this. A magical beast that could increase its magic power by consuming poison was definitely very rare on the continent. It would easily attract the covetous of some summoners with ill intentions. No wonder Imo had insisted on rejecting her request the last time. But why did he change his mind after a few months? Yunxing was puzzled. Yunxing naturally didn't know that Imo's current actions were because he had developed feelings for her. And Yi Baiming's appearance gave Imo a pressure that he had never felt before. She carefully checked Imo's pulse and took some of Imo's blood samples, deciding to do a thorough examination. Yunxing and Imo didn't notice that when Imo was explaining his situation, a strange expression flashed across the green jade-like eyes of the little green snake coiled around his arm. I still need to do a thorough examination of your blood. You go back first. I'll inform you when I think of a solution. After Yunxing sent Imo off, the deputy curator coincidentally walked in with a smile. Chapter 230. As Chi was leaving, he coincidentally bumped into Battle Force. Even though he was the deputy curator, Chi did not even greet him. He looked straight ahead and left. In reality, other than his companions in Group 13 and his mentor, Mei Li, Chi had never looked at anyone. This could be related to the fact that he was an orphan since young and was not very close to others. That kid is your companion? I remember that he is also from the Royal Magic Academy. He looks quite evil. Battle Force took a few more glances at Chi. Even if he met this youth, he would feel a chill run down his spine. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by an extremely powerful demonic beast. There were very few people who could make Battle Force, a Wu Zong, feel this way, so Battle Force had some impression of Chi. He is my companion, Deputy Curator Chi. It is not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. Yunxing did not like to hear other people criticize her friends. Pretend I didn't say anything. Miracle Dr. Yun, the inventory of the medicine hall has been completed. Here are some ledgers. Please check them first. Battle Force knew Yunxing's temper. He had already found out from Yun Songhai that Yunxing was Yun Songhai's daughter. It had to be said that this girl's temper was typical of the Yun family. Once she set her mind on someone or something, even 10 carriages would not be able to pull her back. Also, here are 2 sect tokens. One is to thank you for becoming an elder of the medicine hall, and the other is to thank you for curing Songlong's illness. Battle Force was a man who kept his promises. He had promised Yun Sheng that he would give her a sect token, but the second one was an extra gift. I will accept the first sect token, but I cannot accept the second one. Second uncle is my family. It is my duty to treat him. Yun Sheng rejected Battle Force's good intentions. Second uncle Yun was Battle Force's good friend, but also her own family. If her father knew that she had to accept a reward for treating her second uncle, he would be so angry that he would crawl out of bed. Zhonli couldn't help but smile. The longer he knew Yun Sheng, the more he liked her. Sometimes she was calculative and wouldn't even let go of a small advantage, but sometimes she was very generous. However, this was also Yun Sheng's greatest charm. Such a person could easily attract a group of close friends. Yun Sheng ponders for a while. But if Deputy Director Zhan wants to repay me, why don't you do me a favor? I may not be able to stay in the pharmacy for a while. You must have heard about what happened to the Yun family army. I'm also a hunter myself, so I'm thinking of helping second uncle reorganize the Yun family army after I'm done with the medicinal hall. Part of the reason why combat strength came today was because of the Yun family army. Combat strength knew about the Yun family army. It was just that he had estimated Yun Songlong's illness, so he had not revealed his combat strength. That's fine too. Songlong and I have already given up on the Imperial Court after the last battle. It's impossible for us to stay in the army. Combat strength pondered for a moment. Unexpectedly, he didn't oppose changing the Yun family army into a hunter corps. Combat strength was originally from the grassroots. After he became the deputy director of Wu Xianwuji Library, he had some contact with hunters. If it wasn't for Yun Ba's persuasion, his most likely path would have been to become a hunter. When Yun Sheng heard combat strength's tone, she also knew that something was wrong. She had also heard people say that combat strength was a fierce general of Zhou State in his early years. He and Yun Songlong were once known as the twin heroes of Zhou State. Both of them were martial artists. When they were less than 30 years old, they had already broken through to martial marquee. However, in a battle, one of them retired and the other was crippled. However, in front of others, combat strength had never mentioned the defeat that year. What exactly happened? Deputy Director, I've always wanted to ask why my second uncle was defeated that year. I've always been thinking, how did his hand get injured? Yun Sheng saw that combat strength had sunk into deep thought, so she took the opportunity to ask. Your second uncle, he was deceived by a woman. I don't know the specifics of the matter. I only know that at that time, we were attacked by the allied forces of Later Qin and Tang Yuan. Breaking out of the encirclement is imperative. Combat strength's expression was agitated. He had been the deputy director of Wu Xianwuji Library for many years and had cultivated himself well. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. His words were filled with resentment. That year, Zhou State and the allied forces of Tang and Qin were at war at the southern border of Zhou State. Yun Songlong in combat strength led the army into battle. When the two of them worked together, they were like a hot knife through butter, killing countless enemies along the way. However, Later Qin was sinister. One night, the army's medical personnel actually poisoned the water supply. Zhou State's army wasn't poisoned. When Yun Songlong saw this, he ordered a group of soldiers to break out of the encirclement. At that time, according to the army's map, Yun Songlong and combat strength believed that if they broke out from the north, there would be fewer defenders and it would be safer. However, when the Yun family army was about to break out of the encirclement, they suddenly heard that the allied forces of Tang and Qin had gone up north to Zhou State's border cities and massacred them. When Yun Songlong heard this, he knew that the other side might have a large number of troops lying in ambush. However, he still decided to lead 1,000 people to the border cities to break out of the encirclement. No matter how combat strength tried to dissuade him, Yun Songlong still insisted on going. Yun Songlong was a calm person and his army had always been well organized. However, that time, he seemed to have lost his composure. What was even more hateful was that when we received news that the Yun family army was deep in the south and sent a letter to the court asking for help, the Marquis of Jun didn't move, allowing your second uncle and the Yun family army to fight a bloody battle in the south for 3 days and 3 nights. When your grandfather received the news and sent reinforcements, the Yun family army was almost completely wiped out. When Combat Strength said this, his tiger eyes were already filled with tears. After Yun Ba rushed over, he was alone. At the age of 60, he killed his way into the southern cities with a giant axe. He broke through the heavy encirclement and killed more than 1,000 soldiers of the allied forces of Tang and Qin. At that time, the southern cities were filled with mountains of corpses and seas of bones. When the martial saint appeared, even the allied forces of Tang and Qin had to retreat. When Yun Ba rushed out with Yun Songlong, whose right arm had been chopped off and his left arm crippled, Combat Strength and a group of old subordinates, thousands of 7-foot-tall men, wept bitterly. My second uncle is a true man. Even though it had been many years, Yun Sheng still felt her blood boil when she heard Combat Strength talk about the past. Yun Songlong might have been rash, but he had inherited the Yun family army's motto. If he didn't serve the people, how could he be a soldier? Since then, many of the Zhou state soldiers led by Combat Strength were extremely disappointed with the Zhou state's imperial army. They chose to retire early and leave the army camp. When Yun Ba found out that Combat Strength wanted to leave the army camp, he went to persuade him. He knew that Combat Strength no longer had the heart to bathe in blood on the battlefield for the country. In the end, he could only persuade Combat Strength. Your army's morale is already dead, but your martial spirit is still there. Zhou State's army camp is weak, but Zhou State's thousands of martial artists are still standing strong. The future of Zhou State does not rely on the army camp, but on the thousands of martial artists. After Combat Strength received some guidance, he was recommended to enter Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Institute and became the deputy head of Wuxuan Wuji Martial Arts Institute. As for Yun Songlong, after that battle, his body was crippled and his will was dispirited. He was trapped by his battle trauma and had been hiding in the Yun residence. It was only when Yun Sheng appeared that the situation took a turn for the better. Chapter 231. Deputy Curator Sheng still doesn't understand one thing. Back then, Second Uncle didn't listen to our advice and led the army to defend the city. However, the Yun family army only had a little more than 1,000 people, while the Tang and Qin allied forces numbered in the tens of thousands. How did Second Uncle survive those 3 days and 3 nights before old General Yun arrived? Yinsheng was also somewhat puzzled. Later Qin and Tang Yuan were both tigers and wolves. They were fully prepared. So how could they not take down the city for so long? Not only me, but even your grandfather. Old General Yun is also puzzled about this. Yun Ba and Zhang Li both thought that Yun Songlong had died in battle. Now that you mention it, I remember that when I led my former subordinates to break out of the encirclement from the north, I heard a faintly discernible sound of a zither in the south. That sound was faintly discernible and lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Many years had passed, so Zhang Li's memory was not that clear. As for whether that sound was real or fake, Zhang Li wasn't sure either. The Dihong song. Yin Sheng was certain that someone must have been playing the Dihong song at that time. Look at me. Why am I telling you all these old stories? I'm here today, mainly for the medicinal hall. Zhang Li coughed. Half a month had passed since Elder Zhang's fall from power. The medicinal hall had also completed the most preliminary inventory. Zhang Li had come to give Yun Sheng an inventory list, which listed most of the medicinal hall's assets, medicinal herbs, and some of Elder Zhang's personal wealth. Although Elder Zhang's character wasn't very good, it had to be said that as a person, he definitely had his good points. The old man's ability to accumulate wealth was unparalleled. When he fled that day, he was in a hurry and left the huge amount of wealth that he had accumulated over the years in the medicinal hall's secret chamber. After Zhang Li led people to search, they took away the gold coins and some of the more expensive medicinal herbs. However, they also found 10 storage rings in the secret chamber. There was a personal seal placed on the storage ring. Looking at Combat Strength, other than Elder Zhang, no one else could break it. If he forcefully broke the seal, the things inside the ring would be destroyed. Thus, combat strength, casually threw the storage ring to the side. After exchanging a few more words with Yun Sheng, Zhang suddenly remembered something. Since we're going to establish a hunter corps, we definitely need manpower. How about this? I'll assign Yi Baiming and Chengbai to you. If you need anything, just let me know. There's no need to inform me. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. When Yun Sheng heard this, she did not refuse. After all, Yi Baiming and Chengbai were two great generals. She had to make good use of them. Seeing that Zhang had left, Yun Sheng immediately took back the few storage rings that he had casually thrown away. To other people, the seals on the storage rings could not be broken. However, this was not the case for Yun Sheng. She had the puffed egg in her hands. The puffed egg could break all magical seals and restrictions. Yun Sheng summoned the puffed egg and very smoothly broke the seals on the 10 storage rings. She then looted a lot of things from the rings. Looking at the pair of items, Yun Sheng instantly felt a sense of ecstasy, as if she had become rich overnight. Among the 10 storage rings, there were 10 anonymous limitless gold cards. Each card had 50,000 limitless gold coins. These were all obtained by Elder Zhang when he accepted bribes from the students or embezzled money from the medicinal herb suppliers. In addition, there were 2 limitless purple gold cards. There were 200,000 limitless purple gold cards each. If converted to the continent's gold coins, that would be 2 million gold coins. However, the gold coins were not the most important thing. Yun Sheng also found a large amount of precious medicinal herbs. Among them, there were even saint-grade medicinal herbs. It could be seen that Elder Zhang had put in a lot of effort to get these things. Yun Sheng was not polite. She stuffed all the limitless gold cards and medicinal herbs into her beast language ring. After the establishment of the enchanting, they needed to purchase a large number of medicinal herbs. As a result, the wealth in the 10 storage rings was particularly precious. After carefully examining the 10 storage rings, Yun Sheng found a prescription in the last storage ring. That prescription was placed together with the limitless purple gold card. It looked like a very ordinary prescription. However, if it was placed together with a limitless purple gold card, then it must not be an ordinary prescription. Yun Sheng carefully looked at it. The word sage 10,000 golden pill entered her eyes. 10,000 golden pill? The implication was that a 10,000 golden pill was worth 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, it was very likely that it was worth 10,000 purple gold coins. Yun Sheng's eyelids jumped. On the continent, even high-grade and finished products were only worth 1,000 gold coins. This prescription, was it possible that it was a top-grade or even a saint-grade medicinal pill? Yun Sheng continued to look at the ingredients of the prescription. Sage 10,000 leaves and yellow lotus jade. Prescription effect: repair magic soul, regrow severed limbs. When she saw the words, Yun Sheng's eyes lit up. Regrow severed limbs? Yun Sheng immediately thought of her second uncle Yun Songlong. She didn't expect that she would find such a magical prescription in Elder Zhang's storage ring. But why didn't Elder Zhang refine this kind of medicine? Yun Sheng looked at the ingredients one by one. After looking at them, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. It was no wonder that a single sage herb myriad gold pill was worth 10,000 purple gold coins. Just the 6-leaf sage herb alone was already a huge problem. The medicinal herbs on the continent were divided into mortal grade, treasure grade, top grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The corresponding medicinal pills refined from them were primary grade, middle grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. Treasure grade medicinal herbs weren't hard to find in Jade Capital. The medicinal hall of Wushuan limitless building that Yun Sheng was in also had the corresponding medicinal herbs. However, medicinal herbs above saint grade, or even saint grade, were rarely seen. Sage 10,000 leaves was a saint grade medicinal herb. Legend had it that sage 10,000 leaves gathered moonlight and water elements in a cold place to form a magical medicine. It took 100 years to germinate, and after that, it would grow a leaf every 100 years. A sage 10,000 leaves that was used to refine sage 10,000 leaves would have at least 6 leaves. That meant that only sage 10,000 leaves that were 600 years old and above could refine sage 10,000 leaves. Yin Sheng had also inquired about it before. In the past few years, sage 10,000 leaves that were above 6th grade had appeared in the vicinity of later Qin's Sunset City. Furthermore, it was already over 100 years ago. Elder Zhang had also obtained this prescription by chance. It was also because he didn't have the ingredients that he didn't refine this kind of medicinal pill. Looks like I still have to look around and get Dr. Fan and Wan Long Gambling House to help. Yin Sheng could only put the prescription aside for the time being. In the next few days, Yin Sheng began to tidy up the medicinal hall. She stored the beast blood solvent once again, and the female martial artist from outside the hall started to fuse the beast blood together with acupuncture. Including the Oriole, the new batch of female martial artists who had entered the hall all obtained pretty good results after fusing the beast blood for the first time. Most of them had their bones and marrow cleansed, greatly increasing their physique. However, there was still a small group of people, especially the Oriole, who surprised Yin Sheng the most. The Oriole was originally just an ordinary person who had roughly cultivated battle chi, but after fusing with the beast blood, the Oriole actually broke through the most basic martial student and advanced to the peak of martial warrior. Seeing that the effects of the beast blood solvent were so good, Yin Sheng also decided to use this method on the Yun family army. After considering it for a few days, Yin Songlong finally felt that Yin Sheng's suggestion was good. Reorganizing the Yun family army into hunting troops was the most reliable method. After Yin Sheng heard this, she decided to cooperate with Yin Songlong to tidy up the Yun family army. Chapter 232. After knowing that Yun Sheng was going to start reorganizing the Yun army, Oriole also volunteered to head to the Yun army. Hearing that young General Yun had returned, the soldiers of the Yun army were all excited. They all swarmed to the entrance of the encampment. Everyone long time no see. I'm back. Yin Songlong looked at the faces of his old subordinates, his heart filled with emotion. General Yun, it's good that you're back. As long as you're still here, we will follow you to death. Everyone spoke one after another, looking very excited. Yin Sheng carefully sized them up and quickly saw the basic structure of the Yun family army. Most of these people had followed Yin Songlong in the past, so most of them were in their 30s or 40s. There were also some who had just joined the army and were in their 20s. In the entire camp, there were about 200 to 300 soldiers in their 20s, 400 to 500 soldiers in their 30s or 40s, and the rest were veterans in their 40s who were about the same age as Oriole's father. Because they had not been paid for many years, other than people like Zhou, Quan who knew how to be flexible, the rest were all thin and looked very frail. Everyone quiet down. I'm here today to announce a piece of news. I'm sure you all know that I've left the Yun residence. For everyone's future livelihood, I've thought about it and decided to disband the Yun army. Yin Songlong's voice fell. The group of soldiers who were originally cheering were instantly dumbfounded. From the initial joy, it turned into fury. We don't want to disband. How can the Yun residents disband us? There were even more furious soldiers who wanted to step forward and question Yin Songlong. It was no wonder that the soldiers were so agitated. Most of them had been soldiers for 3 generations and were all part of the Yun army. Back then, when they were defeated, many of their brothers and fathers had died on the battlefield. The reason why they never abandoned the Yun family army was because of the concept that had been formed over the years. They were born as members of the Yun family army, and they would die as ghosts of the Yun family army. These people came wave after wave, making it impossible for Yin Songlong to finish his words. When Yin Sheng saw this, she waved the magic scepter in her hand. In an instant, a fiery explosion smashed into the camp like thunder from the 9th heaven. Everyone was silent. Only then did they notice that there were 2 girls who came with General Yun. One of them looked unfamiliar, while the other was Huang Xiaowei's daughter, Oriole. Oriole, why are you with them? And what's the matter with that female magician? The soldiers were shocked by Yin Sheng, but what surprised them even more was the Oriole. Most of the children who grew up in the military camp were very familiar with it. It could be said that many people here had watched the Oriole grow up. Previously, she was a sallow and emaciated girl from a poor family who had to go out to sing. However, after not seeing her for half a month, she had completely changed. She was taller and more muscular. The most surprising thing was that she was wearing a white warrior's robe. That was the martial arts robe of Wuxuan Limitless School. Uncles, brothers, please calm down and listen to what General Yun has to say. Oriole was now a warrior. She was no longer the shy singer she used to be. She puffed out her chest and persuaded loudly. Brothers, I'm sorry. It's been hard on you all these years. Yin Songlong bowed deeply to the crowd. General Yun, General, don't be like this. Brothers. The soldiers also choked with tears in their eyes. The Yin family army was once glorious, but they did not expect the Yin family army to fall to such a state. Everyone, there's no need to be sad. Second uncle said that he wants to disband the Yun family army, but it's not a true disbandment. We plan to change the Yun family army into a hunting corps. Yun Sheng said. She suddenly opened her mouth. Everyone was stunned. Then they heard her call Yun Songlong, second uncle, changed to a hunting corps. From soldiers to hunters, most of the people in the Yun family army were unable to accept this result. We don't want to be hunters. Hunters are bandits and hooligans. We are regular soldiers. How can we be compared to those hooligans? Someone muttered in dissatisfaction. Hunters earn money by doing missions. They were used to eating the food of the country. For a moment, they were unable to accept this change. Who said that hunters are bandits and hooligans? Do you know how much a normal deer hunter in Zhou State earns in a year? 50 gold coins. If you reach C rank, you'll earn at least 100 gold coins. If you join the hunting corps, you can even get bonus. Yin Sheng had been with Huang Tong and the other two for a while. She was very familiar with the market for hunters. Hearing that hunters earned such a high salary, some people hesitated. They had suffered in the Yun family army for many years. Which family wasn't poor? So what if the salary is high? Hunters can't get promoted. Being a soldier is different. It's something that brings honor to the family. Some people still disagreed. In the end, these soldiers were still not enlightened. Yin Songlong frowned. This was a little tricky. If everyone disagreed, the plan to change the Yin family army into a hunting corps would have to be aborted. Brothers, Yin Songlong said in a low voice. So what if I get promoted? You're all good brothers who have gone through fire and water with me. You've seen what happened to me. I, Yin Songlong, was born in Zhou State's Marshal St. General's mansion. For the first 10 years, my career was smooth, but I've never felt that it was an honor. Because I know that the higher my rank, the more brothers' blood will be spilled on the battlefield. Yin Songlong let out a long sigh. Everyone in the Yun residence and your brothers and uncles defended the city to the death. In the end, we didn't manage to wait for the reinforcements from Zhou State. My second uncle has been recuperating in the residence for many years. The Emperor of Zhou State has never visited him. The military has also never given any subsidies to the veterans. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Don't tell me that your sons and daughters will also be spilled on the battlefield for Zhou State in the future. Batch after batch, they shed their blood for Zhou State, only to end up with nothing in the end. Yin Sheng's words became the last straw that crushed the hearts of the Yun family army. Uncles, brothers, Oriole's father was injured on the battlefield and hasn't recovered. Oriole knows that many of my aunts and sisters can't go out to sing or even sell their bodies because of this. Oriole wiped the corners of her eyes. Yun Sheng, who was watching from the side, gave her a thumbs up. In modern times, Oriole's acting skills were definitely Oscar material for the Best Supporting Actress. Stop talking. Zhou Quan was the first to jump out. They say that a real man has to have a country first and a family second. Tui, F *** K off. If you have a country and a family, if you can't even protect a small family, how can you talk about a country? Leave these pompous words to those dog-like officials and nobles who live in a drunken stupor. We're going to be hunters. General Yun is the commander. Everyone, don't you think so? Zhou Quan and the others shouted in unison. ***, thank you for Lanlin's tip, ***. Chapter 233. As Yun Sheng watched, No matter how she looked at it, it felt like she was forcing a good girl into prostitution and becoming an outlaw. But at least she had achieved her goal. Wait a moment. The Yin family army has changed into the hunting corps. My second uncle is the regiment commander, that's right. But not everyone can become a hunter. We need to eliminate the weak. Among all of you, only those who can meet the basic requirements can join the newly established hunting corps. When Yun Sheng said this, the hunters who had already calmed down immediately became agitated again. Where did this little girl come from? She's making a racket in our Yun family army. When we were risking our lives on the battlefield, you were still playing in the mud. The soldiers cursed. Zhou Quan, who was at the side, anxiously scratched his head. If not for the fact that Yun Sheng called Yin Songlong's second uncle, who knew what dirty jokes would have come out of this group of boorish men's mouths. When Zhou Quan heard this, his hair stood on end. Oh no, this group of people who didn't fear death, they still didn't know the power of this little fiend from the Yun family. I know you guys are not convinced. I forgot to tell you guys, second uncle is your regiment commander, and I will be your vice regiment commander from now on. Whoever is not convinced, come out and compete. The opponent is the Oriole. I forgot to mention, she is the first female hunter that our regiment has just recruited. Yun Sheng placed the Oriole in front of everyone. Oriole? Wasn't that the daughter of Huang Xiaowei's family? How could such a lass who couldn't even carry a weapon be a hunter? The soldiers instantly regained their strength. If even the Oriole could become a hunter, what were they worried about? They were the Yin family army after all, and had killed people in their early years and gone on to the battlefield. Let's compete. As long as we win, we'll be considered victorious, right? A few tall and burly middle-aged soldiers with dark faces walked out. I'll give you two choices. The first is called the weighted horse riding stance. Anyone who could defeat the Oriole can stay and become a hunter. The second one is called bone marrow cleansing. I have a special beast blood solvent here that can improve one's physique. If you can successfully pass the bone marrow cleansing, you can still stay. Yun Sheng explained the recruitment rules of the hunting corps in a few words. The hunting corps did not raise useless people. The Yun family army had more than 1,000 people, so it was inevitable that only the fittest would survive. The hunters were stimulated by Yun Sheng. Thinking that they still had 2 more chances, they all became excited. Among all the choices, the easiest one was undoubtedly the first one, which was to compete with the Oriole in the horse riding stance. How difficult could it be to stand in the horse stance? Back when they were new recruits, which one of them didn't stand out? Little girl Oriole, let's have a match. A group of Yun family soldiers surrounded Oriole. The Oriole smiled and calmly took out the 50-kilogram iron sandbag that he had brought from the Wushuan Limitless School. In less than an hour, there were already over 100 people lying on the floor of the Yun family's military base. The Oriole neatly stopped and exhaled. His face was full of energy. The Yin family soldiers all sucked in a breath of cold air. Strange, too strange. It seemed that the first choice was not feasible. That little girl Oriole actually had a cultivation level higher than that of a martial scholar. They had really misjudged him this time. Deputy Commander, let's choose bone marrow cleansing. Another group of people quickly surrounded Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng smiled and took out a bottle of red beast blood solution. Seeing the red liquid, the Oriole's face flashed with a trace of reluctance. Poor uncles and big brothers. Should she tell them that bone marrow cleansing was the worst thing of all? The beast blood solution that Yun Sheng had improved was undoubtedly much more effective and successful. However, the improvement of the medicine also brought about a considerable side effect. The process of bone marrow cleansing was incomparably painful. It was as if there were 10,000 needles piercing the body. Only those with a will as strong as iron could endure it. Another hour passed. Within the Yin family army, there was a burst of wailing and howling. In just one day, the Yin family army that had originally numbered more than 1,000 was reduced to just over 200 people. These people had either persevered through the horse riding stance or had gone through the painful bone marrow cleansing, opening up all the meridians and do qi in their bodies and breaking through to martial scholars. Seeing that they had passed the test, everyone's brows were raised in joy. You all thought that what you did just now was already very good, right? Wrong, very wrong. Everything that you went through just now, Oriole and I have already gone through several months ago. Those who could not persevere through it are the real, sickly men who are even worse than women. Yun Sheng's expression was serious, and her words were full of dignity. His joy and relief immediately vanished into thin air. They had been busy for half a day, but they could not even compare to two little girls. Among all of you, we will choose another 50 people to be official members. The remaining 150 people will be reserve members. As for how to choose, the process is very simple. Each of you will bring a bottle of hemostatic medicine and a weapon to enter the Lamar Hills in the northwest. Anyone who can kill a 4th-level magical beast can become an official member. Official members will have the opportunity to obtain a set of Wuxuan Limitless School's battle techniques. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, she prepared a set of weapons and hemostatic medicine and gave them to everyone. Without rations or water, they would enter the Lamar Hills in the western part of Zhou State, which was known as the Death Hill. Even Yin Songlong did not know about Yun Sheng's decision. He originally thought that there would be someone among the soldiers who would stand out to refute her, but to Yin Songlong's surprise, no one stood out. They silently took the weapons and hemostatic medicine. 10 people in a row, a total of 20 rows, and headed towards the northwest. They were not idiots. Although the horse riding stance and bone marrow cleansing was extremely difficult, they all discovered that during this process, the dou-qi in their bodies had increased by a large amount in a short period of time. They wanted to survive. They wanted to become the hunting corps that would shock Zhou State and even the entire continent. Everything that happened today was just the beginning. A month later, when the 200 Yun family soldiers, who looked like beggars, returned to their encampment, their clothes were ragged and their bodies were covered with all kinds of wounds. However, their eyes were as bright as snow, emitting a radiance that was not inferior to that of wild beasts. The soldiers who were still guarding the encampment almost could not recognize them. In an orderly manner, the 200 people, without exception, brought the 4th-level magical beasts they brought back to Yun Sheng and Yun Songlong. None of the 200 people died. All of them completed their mission. They knelt down in unison. Their movements were orderly and uniform. Their voices pierced through the sea of clouds. General Yun, young Master Yun, we are back. In an instant, the Yun family encampment was filled with thunderous cheers from top to bottom. After 8 years, the Yun family army that had been silent for a long time was disbanded. A new hunting corps named Sky Attack was quietly registered and established in Zhou State's hunting corps. Chapter 234. Not long after the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was established, Yun Songlong changed the way everyone addressed him in order to avoid suspicion. Everyone called him Regiment Leader Yun. Yun Sheng also had another nickname in the hunting corps. It wasn't some vice regiment leader. Behind their backs, all the hunters called Yun Sheng Young Master Yun. Yun Sheng's previous training made the entire hunting corps fearful of her. The regiment leader was the Lord, so the vice regiment leader was naturally Young Master Yun. If the regiment leader was angry, they would be punished according to military law. But if Young Master Yun was angry, the consequences would be severe. Not long after the hunting corps was established, everyone couldn't wait to register their names in the Hunters Guild to accept missions. But after a long time, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps still hadn't received a single mission. This made the hunters who originally thought that they would be able to start work very quickly feel a little depressed. Yin Sheng was used to it. Huang Teng and the other two were on a mission in another country. But when Wenrinxiu found out that Yun Sheng wanted to establish a hunting corps, she had already reminded Yun Sheng. Before a hunting corps became famous, it would take about 1 to 2 years. This was because the hunting corps also had a process of accumulating fame. Yun Sheng mentally prepared herself and secretly gave some money to second uncle. She had already prepared herself to endure for the next 1 to 2 years. Who knew that not long after, there would be an unexpected piece of news. The Sky Expedition Hunting Corps had received a mission, and it was a team mission. After Yun Sheng heard this news from the Oriole, She immediately rushed back to the encampment. At the encampment, she even met someone unexpected. "Why are the two of you here?" Yun Sheng discovered Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai in the encampment. "Hey, young Master Yun, these two brothers said that they are your men and are here to support us in completing this mission." Zhou Quan and the rest of the brothers heard Yun Sheng's voice, and all of them excitedly came out. Zhou Quan's face was filled with excitement. He was the one who had discovered the first mission of the Sky Hunting Corps. If he hadn't been quick enough, such a good mission would have been snatched away by someone else. "We're here to help. Don't you know who issued the mission your hunters just accepted?" Yi Baiming smiled. Combat Strength said that she could send Yi Baiming and Cheng Bai to serve Yin Sheng, but Yin Sheng admitted that she couldn't move these two big shots, so she didn't invite them over. Who knew that the two of them were also well informed? They had rushed over the moment the hunting squad received their first mission. "Zhou Quan, tell me, what's going on with this mission?" Yin Sheng also felt that something was amiss. "This is an international mission, and the reward is 500 gold coins. The client is a girl, a delicate girl." Zhou Quan chuckled. As usual, he went to the Hunters Guild to see if there were any suitable missions for the hunting squad. Coincidentally, he met a delicate girl who was accompanied by a maid. From her dressing, he could tell that she was a young miss from a wealthy family. That young miss obviously didn't frequent places like the Hunters Guild. She paced back and forth at the entrance for a while but didn't enter. Zhou Quan went forward to ask and found out that the young miss was planning to go to Later Chin to collect a type of medicinal herb. She needed some hunters to escort her. Did the young miss say what type of herb it was? Yin Sheng felt that something was amiss. If it was just a normal herb, why would she need to go to Later Chin to collect it? Zhou Quan was most likely tricked by someone. "What's it called again?" "Something leaf, something ginseng. I heard that it's a type of herb that grows beside Luo Xia City in Later Chin." Zhou Quan was a boor and didn't know many words. He remembered that the young miss took out a picture. "Isn't the herb on the picture purple in color? Does it have many leaves and look similar to ginseng?" Yin Sheng's heart thumped as she felt that something was wrong. "Yes, young Master Yun, you're really amazing. It's as if you saw it with your own eyes. It's purple like ginseng." Zhou Quan laughed foolishly. Multi-leafed sage ginseng, this idiot. He actually agreed to help someone find a holy herb. "Don't tell me that you took the initiative to accept the mission?" Yin Sheng rubbed her eyebrows. She shouldn't have chosen Zhou Quan to be the liaison for the hunting squad. That young miss gave me 100 gold coins as a deposit and asked me to choose 20 hunters to set off with them. 3 days later, we will meet at the East City Gate. After collecting the herb, I will pay the remaining 400 gold coins. Zhou Quan saw that the other party was straightforward and thought about the 20 hunters. After deducting the 100 gold coins, there would still be 400 gold coins left. 20 gold coins per person was quite worth it. After all, Zhou State and Latter Chin were neighbors. That young miss also agreed to cover all the expenses along the way. In Zhou Quan's eyes, this kind of mission was a good deal that fell from the sky. Yun Sheng was depressed when she heard this. Only newcomers like the Heaven Expedition hunting squad wouldn't know what a 6-leaf sage ginseng was. Moreover, 6-leaf sage ginseng might not even appear in Luoxia City. How could a holy herb be collected just because they wanted to? This time, Brother Zhou is going to make a big mistake. 20 hunters are far from enough. Do you know the true identity of that young miss? And this time, who exactly is the client behind the scenes? Yi Baiming's face was full of emotions when he heard the whole story. "It's that idiot crown prince, Yi Balian. As for the person who gave the mission, it's Chun Lian Er." Cheng Bai interrupted. "What?" "It was actually that arrogant and idiotic crown prince who gave the mission." After Yun Sheng heard about the person who gave the mission, she understood that they couldn't escape from this mission. Moreover, Zhou Quan had already accepted the other party's deposit. According to the Hunters Guild's rules, new hunting squads weren't allowed to break the contract after receiving the deposit. If they broke the contract, all the members of the hunting squad would be added to the Hunters Guild's blacklist. In the next 12 months, they wouldn't be allowed to accept any missions. However, while Yun Sheng was vexed, she immediately came up with an idea. If the news about the six-leaf sage ginseng was really released by Yi Bilian and Chunlian then the news about the purple ginseng in Laterchine's Luoxia city might be true. Previously, she didn't have any news about the six-leaf sage ginseng. If they could really find the six-leaf sage ginseng, then there might be hope for the sage ginseng 10,000 kilogram pill that could cure Second Uncle's arm. Night Fox, what exactly is going on? If the crown prince wanted to find the herb, why didn't he directly send the army to search for it? Instead, why did he hide it and hire a civilian hunting squad? Yin Sheng was very suspicious. We have to start from the blood cloud beast to explain the ins and outs of the matter. We also accidentally found out that the crown prince was injured and urgently needed the holy herb sage ginseng that had 6-leafed and above to treat his injury. Yi Biming finally told Yin Sheng the news that he had heard earlier. Chapter 235. It all started with the Blood Cloud Beast's soul stone from a few months ago. After Crown Prince Yi Bilian obtained the Blood Cloud Beast's soul stone, he kept it carefully. He spent the next 2 months trying to become a master sorcerer. Finally, he reached the bottleneck of the master sorcerer level a few days ago. Yi Bilian couldn't wait to find the soul stone as he prepared to advance to the time rank. He was going to use it for fusion. The Blood Cloud Beast was extremely rare on the mainland. It was comparable to a level 7 or 8 magic beast. Yi Bilian had heard people say that once the soul stone of the Blood Cloud Beast was fused into the magic scepter, it would definitely have a mysterious effect. Moreover, the Blood Cloud Beast's soul stone might also contain the long-lost 8 desolation spell. Fusing with the soul stone immediately after the breakthrough was undoubtedly the best result. This time, the Blood Cloud Beast's soul stone came at the right time. When he thought of how he asked Yi Biming to hand over the soul stone in front of everyone from Wuxuan Everlasting House, Yi Bilian felt a sense of pride. Yi Biming, so what if you're brave and warlike? Father thinks that you're an ominous person. You'll be like that damn mother of yours. Once you've lost your value, you can go to hell. Yi Bilian was 1 year older than Yi Biming. He had seen Yi Biming's mother before. She was also the most beautiful woman in Zhou State, Empress Li. He still remembered that the first time he saw Empress Li was in the palace. His mother brought him to pay respects to Empress Li. Empress Li, the legendary woman who single-handedly supported the Emperor of Zhou State, appeared accompanied by a group of palace maids. When Yi Bilian saw her, he felt dizzy. He only felt that in front of Empress Li, his mother became insignificant. Her skin was as white as snow, her lips were full, and her eyes were captivating. Her long hair was tied up high like a pile of dark clouds. In front of Empress Li, all the women in the harem were just decorations. That kind of beauty could only be found in the sky. It was just that Yi Bilian didn't understand why his imperial father didn't like the beautiful Empress Li and instead doted on his seemingly weak mother, Empress Qi. It was only when Yi Bilian grew older that he found out about this from some of the old palace servants. The Emperor of Zhou State did not like Empress Li because she was too perfect. The current Empress of Zhou State was Yi Bilian's mother. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Zhou State's mentor. The Emperor of Zhou State and Yi Biming's mother could be considered as childhood sweethearts. They grew up together. When the Emperor of Zhou State was still a prince, he married the eldest daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou State, Madame Li. She later became Yi Biming's mother. Relying on the money and aid from Yi Biming's mother's family, the Emperor of Zhou State finally ascended to the throne of Crown Prince. However, half a year after he was made the Crown Prince and married the Crown Princess, he used the excuse that the Crown Princess had no children to invite the secondary consort Qi to his home. At that time, Madame Qi was already pregnant with the current Crown Prince, Yi Bilian, who was 6 months old. Outsiders felt that it was unfair for Empress Li. As the daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou State, Empress Li wasn't just famous for her beauty. She was proficient in the 4 arts, poetry, and even the art of war and magic. She even relied on her wealth and ability to establish a frightening secret force in the great Zhou Empire. From assassination to support, she had trusted Empress Li's subordinates, including the Hunters and the Temple of Dharma. The Emperor of Zhou State was able to rise above the other princes because of Empress Li. Logically speaking, after the Emperor of Zhou State ascended the throne, he would definitely dote on Empress Li. However, outsiders always said that the Emperor of Zhou State relied on a woman to ascend the throne. For the Emperor of Zhou State, who cared a lot about his reputation, he naturally couldn't allow his woman to be more outstanding than him. He was even more worried that with Empress Li's ability, she would one day surpass him. However, Yi Balian's mother, Madame Qi, was the exact opposite. She had always been weak and gentle, accompanying the Emperor of Zhou State. When she saw Empress Li, she was also respectful and swallowed her anger. In the end, Empress Li died and Madame Qi took over. Yi Balian couldn't help but feel proud. He thought to himself that Empress Li was very similar to Yi Biming. Both mother and son had unparalleled beauty and were equally cold. They always kept a distance from others. His innate air of nobility made him unconsciously feel ashamed of himself. But so what? Victory still belonged to him and his mother in the end. Looking at the soul stone in his hand, Yi Balian laughed heartily. Yi Balian didn't expect that he would make such a huge mistake because of this soul stone this time. Yi Balian's ability was far from enough to fuse with that soul stone. Hence, he even hired 2 assistant sorcerers from the Crown Prince's residence to protect him. After all, he had already fused with magic soul stones several times. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The violent Earth Bear's soul stone, which was filled with vitality and magic elements, kept spinning in the magic array. Yi Balian kept absorbing the magic power in the magic array. Just as he was at the last step of the fusion and the soul stone was about to be embedded in the magic scepter. In the middle of the soul stone, there was a trace of dark magical element that could not be seen clearly. It quietly entered Yi Balian's body through his magic scepter. There was a sudden sharp pain in his blood vessels. Yi Balian let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. The violent Earth Bear's soul stone instantly cracked open. After the soul stone cracked, the magic elements hidden inside shot out like arrows. The magic elements collided with Yi Balian's magic scepter, causing it to shatter. When the 2 sorcerers who were protecting him saw this, they were shocked. They immediately cast spells to block the magic elements that were shooting everywhere like bullets. Soul Stone, my Soul Stone. Yi Balian roared furiously. He couldn't take it lying down as he watched the blood cloud beast's soul stone crack before his eyes. The magic elements in his body were in a mess. At the last moment, he actually failed to fuse with the soul stone. What he didn't know was that the reason for his failure at the last moment was the almost negligible dark magic element in the soul stone. Yi Balian was so angry that he choked on a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Before he fainted, he only had time to instruct his servants to summon Chunlian immediately. When Chunlian arrived, the Crown Prince was already unconscious. "Crown Prince, what happened to you?" Chunlian hurriedly asked Song Song from the Royal Magic Academy to check on the Crown Prince's condition. The Crown Prince failed to fuse with the Soul Stone. The magic elements in his body backfired and injured his body and Dharma soul. Song Song shook his head after checking. Injured his Dharma soul? Is there a way to heal the Crown Prince? Chunlian was also very worried. If anything happened to the Crown Prince, she wouldn't be able to keep her position as the Crown Princess. It's easier said than done to heal the Dharma soul. Not only did the Crown Prince hurt his Dharma soul, his body was also severely injured. Let's get the Imperial physician to check on him first before making a decision, Song Song suggested. Chapter 236. The news of the Crown Prince's injury was not publicized. The North Underworld King's reputation had risen greatly in the past 2 years. At this time, if news of the Crown Prince's soul being destroyed and that he was unconscious were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire court. Chunlian secretly asked the Grand Elder's physician to take the Crown Prince's pulse, but the latter remained silent, replying to Miss, "The Crown Prince's injury is very serious. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to recover." After the physician took a look, he was also unable to treat the Crown Prince. "There's no way to treat him? Is there no way at all?" Seeing that the Crown Prince had been unconscious for a night, Chun-Lien was also uncertain. She was afraid that when Empress Qi found out, she would be held responsible for not reporting the matter. "Perhaps we can find the Grand Elder of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to treat him. Perhaps there is still some hope." That physician was originally from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Helpless, he could only go to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to seek help. The Grand Elder of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had been in seclusion for many years. Who would have thought that de Guichot would reject his invitation? "Old man, I gave him face, but he didn't want it. See if I don't get the Crown Prince to close down the Medicine Emperor Pavilion." Chun-Lien flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Young miss, please calm down." Although the great national hand did not come, he sent one of his own medicine men to bring it over. That medicine man, called Chi Fangfei, is currently waiting outside the palace to pass on the message, the doctor hurriedly reported. The Crown Prince was narrow-minded. Everyone in the palace knew that. If they offended him, they might not be able to leave alive tomorrow. Chi Fangfei was brought in. She looked at the Crown Prince's pale face from afar and ignored Chun-Lien, who was standing at the side. Seeing this, Chun-Lien's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. But thinking of the Crown Prince's condition, she suppressed the anger in her heart. "You are the medicine man? The Grand Elder's #1 medicine man?" "Yes, I am. The Grand Elder is currently refining a new batch of pills and is unable to meet guests. But he heard about the Crown Prince's injury and ordered me to bring the pills over." Chi Fangfei was neither servile nor overbearing. She did not have a good impression of the Grand Elder's residence. If it did not involve a physician recommended by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she would not have bothered to come. Chi Fangfei took out a bottle of pills and ordered a maid to feed the Crown Prince. After eating it, the Crown Prince quickly woke up. "Crown Prince, are you all right?" Chun-Lien was overjoyed. "My body is still weak and I don't have much energy." Yi Balian tried to circulate his qi after waking up, but he quickly realized that he couldn't feel any Dharma power in his Dharma soul. "Crown Prince, there's no need to try. Your body hasn't recovered yet. It's just that I've used the Great Nation Hand to refine a pill to temporarily protect your heart. There's only one way to treat the Crown Prince's injuries, and that's to find the sacred herb, 6-leaf sage herb." Even in front of the Empress and the Crown Prince, Chi Fangfei neither bowed nor paid her respects. After she brought the message, she was too lazy to explain and went back to the Great National Hand to report. 6-leaf sage? The Crown Prince and Chun-Lien, who didn't know much about medicine, immediately asked the doctors in the Fu. After asking, they learned that the 6-leaf purple ginseng was an extremely valuable sacred medicine herb. Saint-grade medicinal herbs were not ordinary medicinal herbs. They could only be found by chance and were rarely seen in 100 years. Especially the 6-leaf sage ginseng. Its rarity was one of the best among the saint-grade herbs. Sage ginseng only had a single purple leaf every 100 years. To grow 6 leaves, it would take a total of 600 years. Zhou State didn't have a medicinal herb like the 6-leaf sage herb. Legend had it that in Later Qin, this sacred herb had once appeared. Later Qin? Why did it have to be Later Qin? If it was any other country, they could secretly send envoys to other countries to borrow the herb. But it just had to be Later Qin. The relationship between Zhou State and Later Qin was very complicated. The two countries' borders were connected to the north and south, and they were both countries that ruled by martial arts. A few years ago, they had been constantly fighting. Later, under the agreement of the martial saint experts of the two countries, they signed a ceasefire agreement. On the surface, there hadn't been any real conflicts, but in reality, there had been small skirmishes at the border. No matter what, this Crown Prince's soul cannot be destroyed. No matter what method we use, we must find the 6-leaf sage herb. The crown prince had obtained a bottle of medicinal pills from the great national hand of the medicine emperor's pavilion that could temporarily stop his injuries. Then let's report this to the emperor and ask him to send an army to Later Qin to ask for the six-leaf sage herb, Chun Lianer suggested. No, we can't let Zhou State do it, and we can't let father know about this. When I asked for the soul stone, I patted my chest and promised that this time my cultivation would definitely break through to become a master sorcerer. Now, not only did I fail to advance, almost became a cripple. Yi Balian couldn't hold back his anger. Then what should we do? If we don't use an army, how are we going to travel such a long distance to Later Qin? Crossing the country's borders requires a pass. Chun Lianer was also a little angry, complaining that the crown prince was being unreasonable. The pass isn't only available to the army. The hunters that roam around the country all year round, especially the hunting squad, also have a pass. Immediately go to the Hunters Guild in Yujing and issue a normal mission to find medicinal herbs. Find a hunting squad of about 20 people, and we will set off for Later Qin today. This time, Yi Balian made his decision very quickly. After hearing this, Chun Lianer thought about it. It seemed that the crown prince's words were feasible. Since the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's disciple said so, then the six-leaf purple ginseng would definitely be able to cure the crown prince's injury. Chun Lianer reported this matter to Qingge. Qingge used some methods and finally found out that the six-leaf purple ginseng had appeared in the Luo Xiao wetlands. In order to hide it from others, they secretly entered Later Qin. In the end, the crown prince decided to let Chun Lianer go to the Hunters Guild and find a hunting squad to escort them to Later Qin. The hunting squad couldn't be too weak, but it also couldn't be a well-known hunting squad in the country. Chun Lianer went to the Hunters Guild and asked around. She found that there were almost no hunting squads that fit the above criteria. Coincidentally, Zhou Quan and a few others passed by at this time. Seeing such a young and beautiful girl like Chun Lianer distressed, Zhou Quan recklessly went up to strike a conversation with her. Chun Lianer saw that their cultivation wasn't bad. After asking around, she found out that they were a hunting squad that had just been established. Chun Lianer took the opportunity to hire this hunting squad. Only then did Yun Sheng know the whole story of the matter. Young Master Yun, did we get into big trouble? Zhou Quan finally understood. They had actually accepted a mission from the Crown Prince of Zhou State. Although they had never met the Crown Prince of Zhou State, they had all heard that the Crown Prince of Zhou State wasn't someone who was easy to get along with. Not only did we get into big trouble, we got into big trouble. We've already accepted this mission. You guys go pick 20 brothers first. I'll go to the dojo to arrange the matters at hand. We'll set off on the next day, Yun Sheng said gloomily. Hey, I say, godly Dr. Yin, why are you still picking people? Aren't there two already standing here? Chung Bai's pretty face immediately came up. Asterisk, asterisk, thank you. Asterisk, asterisk, Chung Shang and Alanzi's tips. A certain Fu Zi, who is in a weak state, thanks everyone for their encouragement and votes. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 237. When Yun Sheng heard Chung Bai's voice, she glanced at Yi Baiming, who was standing leisurely at the side. Her face reddened slightly as she lectured Zhou Quan. Why would a stranger appear in our encampment? Zhou Quan muttered. That person said he's your retainer. I think he looks decent and doesn't look like a swindler. The hunters at the side all shouted loudly. Zhou Quan, you're not being honest with your words. Little brother Jun clearly said that he's young Master Yun's man. He said that he's worried that young Master Yun would encounter danger while on a mission, so he wants to go with everyone. The people in the military camp were all men. Usually, they would speak without thinking. But now that they were calling him a man, Yun Sheng, who was very thick-skinned, blushed. Who said that he's my man? This great aunt has nothing to do with him at all. Yinxing didn't know what kind of messy thoughts Night Fox had instilled in this group of men while she wasn't around. Hey, come on, young Master Yin. You women just love to do this. My wife said that you women, the more you say no, the more you say no, the more you say yes. The men roared with laughter. Yin Sheng almost choked on her breath. She glared at Yi Baiming and pulled him to the side. "What are you doing here?" Yin Sheng said irritably. "Naturally, I'm here to help you. I'm your retainer. If you're in danger, I naturally have to be your human shield." Yi Baiming smiled flirtatiously. His words all fell into the ears of the hunters who were eavesdropping at the side. Everyone jeered together. "Young Master Yin, just give in. Such a good man. There won't be anyone like him after this village." "Do you know who he is?" "He's Zhou State's Baiming Wang," Yin Sheng said irritably. The hunters were all shocked and stared at Yi Baiming nonstop. "Young Master Yin, your husband is actually a prince. That's amazing." The hunters admired Yin Sheng even more now. They couldn't tell that not only did their deputy commander know medicine, she could also make friends with a big shot like the Northern Underworld prince. "Everyone, there is no need to panic. It doesn't matter if I'm a prince or Miss Yin's retainer. The moment I stand here, everyone can just treat me as a member of the hunting corps. Cheng Bai, distribute the meat and wine we brought to our brothers." Yi Baiming smiled and asked Cheng Bai to take out the meat and wine that they had prepared earlier. This dazzled everyone's eyes. The way everyone looked at Yi and Cheng instantly changed. To this group of hunters, anyone who had meat and wine was a good brother. After weighing the pros and cons, Yin Sheng still decided to take on this mission. Personal grudges aside, the six-leaf sage herb was very important to her. In order to prevent Yin Songlong from objecting, Yin Sheng ordered everyone not to tell Yin Songlong about going to Later Qin. As for Cheng Bai and Yi Baiming, Yin Sheng only chose Yi Baiming to accompany her. As for Cheng Bai, she decided to leave him in the hunting corps in case the hunting corps received other missions when she wasn't around. In addition, Yin Sheng also chose many hunters with Zhou Quan as their leader. Considering that the places where sage herbs had appeared in Luoxia City were mostly wetlands and swamps, this kind of terrain had a lot of miasma. Yin Sheng didn't know much about poisons, so she brought Qi with her. For this trip to Later Qin, the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was well prepared. However, on the day of departure, Yin Sheng encountered something that made her very unhappy. "Where is everyone? We agreed to wait at the East City Gate at noon, but there isn't even a shadow." After waiting for more than an hour, they saw a few palanquins stop in front of the East City Gate. After seeing those palanquins, Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming raised their eyebrows. In Zhou State, only Crown Prince Yi Bailian dared to use a golden palanquin. As expected, the first to get off the sedan chair was the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Yi Bailian. Following the Crown Prince's sedan chair was the enchanting beauty, Chun Lianer. In the last sedan chair sat an unfamiliar man. "What are you doing here?" Chun Lianer alighted from the palanquin like a peacock spreading its tail. When she saw the handsome Yi Baiming, she couldn't help but be delighted. However, she immediately saw Yun Sheng, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was dressed in black, Rumo was dressed in black, and Yun Sheng was dressed in a blue magic master's robe. When the two of them stood together, there was an indescribable harmony. The surrounding people couldn't help but look at the two of them. When they saw Yun Sheng, Crown Prince Yi Bailian revealed a stunned expression, while Chun Lian revealed a look of hatred. She had always thought that she was the most outstanding woman in Yujing City. However, Yun Sheng, who was standing beside Yi Baiming, destroyed her thoughts. Yin Sheng wasn't a woman who would shock people at first glance. However, the moonlight radiating from her body, as well as her indifferent expression, no matter who or what she faced, unconsciously attracted people's attention. At first, Chen Lian couldn't recognize Yin Sheng. After all, Yin Sheng's appearance and figure had changed a lot after her advancement. However, when she saw the magic scepter on Yun Sheng's waist, she immediately understood Yun Sheng's identity. She didn't expect that the little girl who was still wet behind the ears a few months ago would transform into a delicate beauty in just a few months. "I'm the vice captain of the hunting corps that you hired. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. However, you made the entire hunting corps wait for an hour. Shouldn't you apologize?" Yin Sheng didn't care whether Chen Lian was the employer or not. "Impudent. Where did this reckless brat come from? How dare you insult the future crown princess? A man with a hooked nose walked out from the crown prince's entourage. The man's name was Wu Xiong. When he spoke, he even deliberately touched the summoner ring on his finger with a condescending expression. In Zhou State, there are very few summoners. Wu Xiong himself was a scepter summoner. He wasn't originally from Zhou State. He was a collateral descendant of a small family in Penglai. In Penglai, where summoners gathered, he was only a third-rate person. Because of this, he wasn't valued in his family and was depressed. Therefore, he came to Zhou State. Coincidentally, the Crown Prince's mansion was recruiting aides. As a summoner, Wu Xiong was treated very well. It turned out that although Wu Xiong came to the Crown Prince's mansion, he didn't have a chance to show his talent. When he accidentally learned that the Crown Prince was going to go to Later Qin incognito, he volunteered and claimed that he had been to Luoxia City. He wanted to use this opportunity to show his talent in front of the Crown Prince. Yi Balian's trip was a secret operation. He didn't dare to bring too many people. Except for a few secret guards, he only brought 2 magicians and the summoner Wu Xiong. As soon as Wu Xiong finished speaking, he was slapped in the face and his whole body flew out. Everyone only felt a gust of cold wind on their faces. A black shadow flashed by. In the next moment, Wu Xiong disappeared with a whoosh. Who? How dare you hit me? Wu Xiong didn't see clearly who did it. In fact, except for Yin Sheng, no one saw clearly who did it. It was me who hit you. Why? Do you want to hit me back? The cold voice instantly made the surrounding temperature drop to 0. Chapter 238. Lord Biming was the one who hit him. Chun Lianer's face was so dark that water could be wrung out of it. What was his relationship with Yin Sheng? You, Lord Biming, why are you with this low, female sorcerer? Wu Xiong's face was slapped by Yi Biming. His mouth hurt. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and found that it was a mouthful of blood. There were also a few broken teeth mixed in the blood. As a summoner, how could he be a match for Lord Biming, who was a warrior without a summoned beast? Wu Xiong finally remembered that he had a master. He hurriedly looked at the Crown Prince for help. Crown Prince Yi Balian secretly sized up Yin Sheng. He could tell that her relationship with Yi Biming was not shallow. He had been attracted by Yun Sheng's special aura. Chun Lianer also said that Yun Sheng was also a student of the Royal Magic Academy. How could he not have noticed such an otherworldly beauty? Second brother, Wu Xiong is my aide. You should at least give a reason for hurting him. Yi Biming was displeased. Yi Biming was not giving him face by teaching his aide a lesson in public. This was the second time that Yi Biming had humiliated him in public. I am her retainer. If someone humiliates her, I naturally have to retaliate. I only gave him a slap because of the Crown Prince. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as a slap. Yi Biming had a cool smile on his face. Retainer? Nonsense. You're a prince of Zhou State. How can you be a retainer for a commoner? Yi Balian was shocked. Chun Lianer clenched her fists. Her red nails almost broke in her palms. Could it be that Yi Biming had fallen in love with that bitch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back then, when she had no choice but to switch to the Crown Prince for the sake of her family's interests, he had been depressed for a long time. He must have known about the hostile relationship between him and that wretched girl. That was why he offered to be her retainer. Big brother, who said that retainers are inferior. Have you forgotten that our great-grandfather, Emperor Chongning of Zhou State, was once someone's retainer? Yi Biming still had an elegant smile on his face. Great-grandfather was once a retainer, but his retainer later became the esteemed law overlord, Empress March. On the other hand, she's just an ordinary sorceress. How can the two of them be mentioned in the same breath? Yi Balian looked down on Yin Sheng. At most, this young girl was just good-looking. The relationship between Empress Mar and Zhou State's Emperor Chongning had always been a legend on the mainland. The two had met in the mainland's elite camp. They had met when they were 16, and they had remained good friends until the end of their lifespans. During this time, Emperor Chongning served as Empress Mar's martial retainer for 10 years, accompanying her through the bloodshed and power struggles of the Law Temple. all the way until Empress Mar ascended to the position of law overlord. The relationship between the two was like that of lovers, but also like that of close friends. No one knew the truth. However, before Empress Mar died, she had said that her ashes would be buried with Emperor Chongning. No one expected that Yi Baiming would compare his relationship with Yun Sheng to Emperor Chongning and Empress Mar. In my eyes, she's not an ordinary person. She's not even 8 years old, but she's already an archmage. Who can guarantee that she won't become the second Empress Mar in the future? An archmage under the age of 8 was rare in Zhou State. Chun Lianer was an archmage, but she was already 11 years old. As for the Crown Prince, he was 13 years old and was only a peak archmage. A 7-year-old archmage might be rare in Zhou State, but it's nothing in the Law Temple. Why does she have to be compared to Empress Mar? Chun Lianer saw that Yi Baiming was protecting Yun Sheng and felt even more indignant. She couldn't help but reprimand him. Then what if she wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old? Chun Lianer was speechless. She wasn't even an apprentice magician before she was 6 years old? Looking at Yun Sheng's magic scepter, there were indeed 2 soul stones embedded in it. This meant that she had broken through to become an archmage in the past year. With such talent, she would be considered a monster even in the Law Temple. Her surname is Yun? Could she be the daughter of sky magician Yin Songlong? Wu Xiong muttered. In the great Zhou dynasty, to have such talent and coincidentally have the surname Yun. And looking at her age, Yun Sheng's identity was self-evident. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Yun Sheng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. However, thinking about it carefully, it didn't feel bad to have someone protecting her like this. Perhaps having a retainer would be pretty good too. But thinking about Yi Baiming's identity, Yun Sheng immediately suppressed this thought. Now that they knew Yun Sheng's identity, the Crown Prince's group was more courteous to her. After setting off, apart from the Crown Prince's own horse carriage, the hunting corps also gave Yun Sheng a ride in the carriage to take care of Yun Sheng. This made Wu Xiong very unhappy. She was just an archmage. What was there to be proud of? He originally thought that since he had come to the great Zhou Empire, based on the principle that rare things were precious, he would definitely be able to become the focus of this trip to the later Qin Empire. Who would have thought that Yun Sheng would appear out of nowhere? And that damn North Nether King. He was just a dethroned crown prince, but he dared to humiliate him in public. The more Wu Xiong thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Chun Lianer, who was full of smiles, put away a pot of fruit and lifted the curtain. Lord Wu, you must have worked hard. These are the fruits that the Crown Prince gave Lianer. I have already chilled them with ice. They are very delicious. If Lord Wu doesn't mind, why don't you eat some? Chun Lianer winked at Wu Xiong. She was already beautiful. With the fruits in her hands were as white as jade. Wu Xiong's heart itched. If he didn't know that Chun Lianer was the Crown Princess, he really wanted to pull her into his arms and pamper her for a while. Crown Princess is too polite. Wu Xiong doesn't deserve it. Wu Xiong hurriedly took the fruits from Chun Lianer's hands. The comfort in his heart was like drinking a big mouthful of honey water. I really feel bad for Lord Wu. That little girl was famous for being domineering when she was in the Imperial Magic Academy. She actually dared to order the North Nether King to humiliate Lord Wu in public. Chun Lianer sighed, looking as if she felt bad for Wu Xiong. Hearing this, Wu Xiong felt even more depressed. He didn't want to lose face in front of Chun Lianer. I didn't bicker with that little girl because I was giving face to the North Nether King. If she really angers me, I only need to summon a magical beast to kill her. Wu Xiong wanted to show off his summoning skills. I'm afraid it's not good to kill her, but it's fine to teach her a small lesson. I just need to scare her. A trace of viciousness flashed through Chun Lianer's eyes. Crown Princess is right. It's just dealing with a lowly girl. There's no need for me to do it personally. If Crown Princess doesn't like that female sorcerer, I can give you a medicine. As Wu Xiong spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine. This medicine was specially used to attract magical beasts. As long as it was sprinkled on a person's clothes or skin, They would become a piece of fatty meat that the magical beasts would drool over once they reached an area where magical beasts gathered. Wu Xiong maliciously gave Chun Lianer the bottle of medicine. Chun Lianer immediately thanked Wu Xiong. In her heart, she was secretly plotting how to scheme against Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for provoking the man that I like. Chapter 239. Chun Lianer wholeheartedly schemed against Yin Sheng, but what happened in the next few days made Chun Lianer grit her teeth. Yi Baiming's retainer was truly a retainer. He really did not leave her side for 12-hour a day. Even if Chun Lianer wanted to do something, she did not have the opportunity to do so. However, not everyone liked this kind of treatment. At least, Yin Sheng was very repulsed. Why are you sharing a carriage with me? Don't all men ride alone? Yin Sheng was annoyed. She looked at a certain man who was sitting in the carriage and leisurely flipping through a book. The Heaven Extermination hunting course trip this time had many carriages and few horses. Apart from a few women, the Crown Prince, Wu Xiong, and the others, most of the people rode horses. Even she, who Yin Sheng had pulled along, was no exception. However, when Yin Sheng squeezed into the carriage allocated to her, she discovered that Yi Baiming was already sitting in the carriage. Yi Baiming was fully prepared for this trip. There was a table, tea, fruits, snacks, and some books in the carriage. At this moment, Yi Baiming was leisurely reading a book. The carriage was considered spacious, but with a man who was no less than 8 meters tall, it immediately became much cramped. Yin Sheng was sitting far away, but she could smell the rosin and mint fragrance coming from Yi Baiming's body. With Yi Baiming around, it was like carrying a portable incense burner with her. I am your retainer. A retainer is a personal bodyguard. That's why I can be at your beck and call, Yi Baiming said with a matter-of-fact expression. Personal bodyguard? Do you mean that you have to follow me wherever I eat or drink? Yin Sheng's face darkened. She did not think that anything would happen to her in a group of dozens of people. Besides, that stupid Crown Prince of Zhou State was also in the team. If something really happened, it would be him. If you need it, this prince will spare no effort to protect you. Yi Baiming glanced at Yin Sheng as the corners of his mouth curled up in a malicious smile. At this moment, the carriage jolted. Yin Sheng wasn't paying attention, so her body tilted and she bumped into Yi Baiming's arms. Yin Sheng's heart skipped a beat when she felt the warmth of his body. Yin Sheng had the urge to vomit blood. This fox was born to be her nemesis. Don't misunderstand. I have never really agreed to let you be my retainer. The reason why I asked you to come with me is because of the dual cultivation you mentioned earlier. I want to see if the effects of magic will be doubled if we cultivate together. Yin Sheng sat down and began to meditate. Under Yin Sheng's sleeping state, the redness on her face quickly faded and a pure light similar to moonlight appeared on her body. Yi Baiming chanted and quickly formed an independent magic barrier around the carriage. This way, even if the two of them did anything in the carriage, the outside world would not be able to hear it. After preparing everything, Yi Baiming also sat cross-legged and began to meditate. This carriage seemed to form an independent space. The light emitted by Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming's magic souls enveloped each other. The two of them felt that the magic elements in their bodies were unprecedentedly abundant. This was especially so for Yin Sheng. Although she did not know what level Yi Baiming's magic realm had reached, just by relying on the senses of her Dharma soul, Yin Sheng could feel that there was a scorching heat around him that was like the sun. If her magic soul was the moon, then Yi Baiming's magic soul was the sun. Under the effect of his magic soul, Yin Sheng's magic soul was slowly filling up. Yi Baiming also felt very subtle. Originally, he said that he wanted to cultivate both magic and magic in order to find an opportunity to be more intimate with Yin Sheng. Who would have thought that after meditating together today, he would also discover something special? In the past year, he had been killing blood cloud beasts everywhere. Firstly, it was to improve his cultivation and fuse with the beast's blood. However, because he was in too much of a hurry, there was a large amount of hostility and dark magic elements left in his body. Although these hostility and dark magic elements were suppressed by Yi Baiming's fighting aura, they would still flare up from time to time. Combat Strength had once said that if he couldn't find a way to channel them, it was very likely that he would one day explode like Shangwan Ta. But today, after meditating together with Yin Sheng, he felt that the dark magic elements and hostility in his body were gradually calming down. It was as if he was bathing under the moonlight, and his mood was at ease. This feeling would only appear when he was with Yin Sheng. The two of them influenced each other until half a day later, the convoy stopped in the wilderness. "Your Highness, Lord Baiming, we set off a little late today and can't reach the next town in time. Let's set up camp in the wilderness today and sleep for the night." Zhou Quan's voice sounded. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming also woke up from their respective meditations. Zhou Quan looked at the sky and saw that it would be dark soon. It was difficult to travel at night. There were many forests and shrubs in this area. Bandits and the like were secondary. If they encountered a group of flying magical beasts, it would be the most difficult to deal with. After traveling for half a day, everyone looked tired. However, when Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming alighted, both of them were in high spirits, especially Yun Sheng. Her face was flushed, and her skin looked as if it was covered by a layer of moonlight, sparkling and translucent. However, Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming were at odds with each other when it came to the allocation of tents. There are only a few dozen tents in the entire convoy. The Crown Prince brought more people over, so there aren't enough tents. I'm your retainer, so I naturally have to sleep in the same tent. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes with a cunning expression. Although men and women should not touch each other, Yin Sheng was only 7 or 8 years old, and Yi Baiming was only 11 or 12 years old. In the Boundless Continent, both of them could only be considered children, so it wouldn't be a source of gossip. Moreover, there weren't many rules when it came to camping in the wilderness. Miss Yun, Lien, has already ordered people to prepare a tent near the bonfire. There are only a few of us women in the convoy, so why don't we sleep together? Chun Lien, took the initiative to express her goodwill. Chun Lien, had mixed feelings about Yi Baiming. Due to her background, she had been groomed by her family as a candidate for the Crown Prince's consort since young. Everything she ate, wore, used, and spoke were all like this. Even when she got close to Yi Baiming, who was the Crown Prince at that time, it was also carefully planned. The unexpected appearance of Yi Baiming being crippled forced her to slightly change the trajectory of her life. Relying on her looks and family background, she quickly gained Yi Bailian's favor. She would still be the Crown Prince's consort of Zhou State. If she hadn't seen Yi Baiming the last time, her feelings probably wouldn't have changed much. However, Yi Baiming appeared again. Not only did he appear again, but he also changed his image from before. This man was like a fragrant poppy flower, unknowingly making people sink into him. "Thank you very much. You can sleep in the same tent as me." Yin Sheng had never felt that Chun Lien was so pleasing to the eye as she was today. Chun Lien politely led Yin Sheng outside the tent and pointed to a mattress that had already been laid out on the ground. Yin Sheng didn't stand on ceremony. After the sun set and everyone had a simple meal, Yin Sheng closed her eyes and rested. She heard a rustling sound beside her, and a fragrance of cosmetics drifted over. When she heard the fragrance of cosmetics, Yin Sheng immediately became alert. This fragrance wasn't right. Chapter 240. When Yun Sheng smelled the fragrance of the rouge, she immediately became alert. This was not an ordinary rouge fragrance, but a kind of knockout powder with a knockout effect. As expected, this Chun Liener was up to no good. Not long after the knockout powder drifted over, Chun Liener probed. "Miss Yin, you seem to be very close to Duke Baiming. How'd you two meet?" Yin Sheng snorted vaguely. "Lord Baiming, the Crown Prince, and I were childhood sweethearts. He was very good to me back then." Chun Lien rambled on. It was nothing more than what had happened in the Great Zhou Palace when they were young. Chun Lien only stopped when she heard a series of even breathing from Yin Sheng's side. "Miss, she's asleep. Chun Lieners' maidservant asked. It can't be wrong. If there's no antidote, a normal person only needs to smell a little of this knockout powder to faint. Lowly woman, how dare she try to steal my man? Chun Liener glared fiercely at Yun Sheng, the gentleness from the day long gone. The master and maidservant took advantage of the time when Yun Sheng was asleep to rummage through Yun Sheng's clothes. Miss, the powder that Master Wu said can attract magical beasts. As long as we sprinkle it on this woman, she definitely won't be able to escape tomorrow. There's the sound of clothes rustling. Yawn. Chun Liener felt a gust of cold wind and couldn't help but sneeze. Put down the tent flap properly. Where did the cold wind come from? Chun Liener was puzzled. The maidservant was also confused. She had checked all the doors and windows of the tent. Where did the cold wind come from? The two of them looked in the direction of Yun Sheng. She was still lying down. The two of them didn't notice that the magic scepter under Yun Sheng's body had strangely lit up when the cold wind blew. At dawn, Yun Sheng stretched herself comfortably. I slept so well last night. I didn't even know when you came in. Chun Liener smiled guiltily. She watched as Yun Sheng changed into the clothes on the side, and a sinister smile flashed across her eyes. After exiting the tent, Yun Sheng saw Yi Baiming standing outside with dark circles under his eyes. She didn't look too good either. After Zhou Quan reorganized the troops, he dismantled the tents, reorganized the formation, and continued forward. After passing through the relatively flat plains, the hunting corps quickly entered Zhou State, the rather famous Huangdang waterfall area. There were many rivers in the Huangdang waterfall area, and there was an amazing waterfall at the mouth of the river. Zhou Quan had already explained to everyone on the way that if they wanted to head to the Sunset Wetlands, they had to first cross the yellow Dang waterfall area. The water in this area was turbulent, and there were many water arrowfin fish at the bottom of the river. The water arrowfin fish was a 4th grade magic beast, and their king had even reached the 5th or 6th grade. Even though they weren't high-level magic beasts, they liked to move in groups. They also had wings and could jump out of the water at any time. The teeth of the fish were highly poisonous. Once it touched a wound, it would cause the skin and flesh to fester. The water arrowfin fish also liked to move in groups, and there could be thousands or even hundreds of them when they moved. But Zhou Quan also reminded everyone that there was no need to panic. The water arrowfin fish usually wouldn't attack people of their own accord. Zhou Quan's hometown was near the Huangdang waterfall. He hadn't arrived yet, but he had already ordered people to prepare a raft in the Huangdang waterfall area for everyone to cross the river. Everyone, don't panic. When you're on the boat, don't make a racket. 5 people to a bamboo raft. Zhou Quan arranged for everyone to cross the river one by one. Miss Yin, that boat still has 3 empty spots. Why don't we share a boat with him? Chun Liener smiled as she pulled Yun Sheng's hand. Those who didn't know would think that they were very close. Seeing this, Yi Baiming had just taken a step forward when he heard Yun Sheng say, 5 people to a boat. Wang Yi, you should move to another boat? Yi Baiming glanced at Yun Sheng, seeing her bright smile, and then looking at Chun Liener and her servants on the same boat. He thought that something wasn't right. He didn't ask any more questions and boarded another bamboo raft. But from the corner of his eye, he kept looking at the bamboo raft that Yun Sheng was on. The boat entered the center of the river. Due to the rapid current, the bamboo raft kept spinning in place. Even though this area wasn't very scenic, there were many mountains on both sides of the river. It was a good place to enjoy the scenery. A gentle river breeze blew. Everyone was attracted by the spectacular scenery of the river. Ever since Chun Liener boarded the bamboo raft, she had been calculating how to start her plan for today. She paid attention to the bamboo rafts around her. Yi Baiming and the others were clearly attracted by the scenery of the river. No one paid attention to her bamboo raft. The people on the bamboo raft were all her trusted aides. Looking at Yun Sheng, she also had an intoxicated expression on her face as she admired the riverside scenery. I'll let you be at ease for a while longer. Later, you'll lose your life to the beasts. Miss Yin, look at the center of the river. There seems to be something there. Chun Liener suddenly spoke and pointed at a whirlpool in the center of the river. What? Why can't I see it clearly? Yin Sheng followed Chun Lianer's finger and looked. Chun Lianer gave her maid a look, and the maid immediately understood. She raised her hand and pushed Yun Sheng's back with all her might. But just as her hand was about to touch Yun Sheng's back, the Yun Sheng in front of her suddenly disappeared. The servant's hand missed, and she staggered towards the surface of the river. Someone fell into the water. Yun Sheng, who had used the earth escape technique to dodge, shouted strangely. Chun Lianer was shocked. A splash of water appeared on the surface of the river. Chun Lianer's servant sank into the water. Hearing the shout, the other people on the bamboo raft all looked over. Don't panic. The water arrowfin fish won't attack people. Use the rope and think of a way to save her. Zhou Quan furrowed his brows and secretly blamed Chun Lianer for not keeping a good eye on her servants. But not long after Zhou Quan spoke, circular ripples appeared on the surface of the river. Not good. It's the water arrowfin fish. Zhou Quan recognized the backs of the fish. Hundreds of water arrowfin fish suddenly appeared on the surface of the river where there was no school of fish. Each fish was half a meter long, and they tore the servant to shreds in an instant. On the surface of the river, there were only bloody bubbles left. Chun Lianer had never seen such a scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale. What was worse was that the smell of blood might have stimulated the school of fish. The school of water arrowfin fish turned around and swam towards the bamboo raft where Yun Sheng and the others were. How can this be? Don't come over. Chun Lianer was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly took out her magic scepter and launched a series of water magic at the water arrowfin fish. Miss Chun, it's so scary. There's so many fish. Yin Sheng seemed to be scared out of her wits. She grabbed Chun Lianer's hand. Chun Lianer felt a sudden numbness on her wrist, as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. The magic scepter in her hand fell into the water with a plop. Asterisk thanks to you Luo, Lon Lon, and Feng Nan for their tips. Asterisk. Chapter 241. Chun Lianer almost fainted from anger as she watched her magic scepter fall into the water. The situation was urgent. Not only did this useless person not use magic to repel the enemy, she was even holding her back. Chun Lianer really regretted boarding the same boat as Yun Sheng. She had long forgotten about her previous plan. Throw her in. Chun Lianer was furious as she ordered the two subordinates beside her. My hand slipped. Yun Sheng raised her fist and stomped her foot. In a fluster, she had already kicked the two people beside her into the river. If you want to use her to feed the fish, get in first. In a short while, Yun Sheng and Chun Lianer were the only ones left on the bamboo raft. Although Yun Sheng and Chun Lianer were both magicians, Yun Sheng's body was much better than Chun Lianer's. Just as the two of them were fighting, hundreds of water arrowing fish gathered on their backs and formed a dense swarm. Quick, go and help. When Crown Prince Yi Billion saw this, he felt pity for the fairer sex and hurriedly ordered his men to rescue her. He ordered a few soldiers beside him to attack the water surface. This attack caused the already turbulent water surface to become even more chaotic. Your Highness, you must not. You cannot attack the school of fish directly. Otherwise, you will attract more fish. By the time Zhou Quan realized this, it was already too late. Under the provocation of the attack, the school of fish was agitated. The water arrowfin fish continuously shot out water arrows from the surface of the water like arrowheads. Chun Lianer was dragged along by Yun Sheng and was hit by the water arrows a few times. Her face and body were covered in wounds. On the other hand, Yun Sheng appeared to be flustered, but in reality, she was very nimble. As she dodged and dodged, her entire body was not even wet, let alone injured. Compared to the other bamboo rafts that were in a mess, Yi Biming stood on the bamboo raft with a calm expression. Why don't you go and save her? Abandon and Yi Biming were on the same bamboo raft. Don't you think that she is having a good time? Yi Biming smiled and looked at Yun Sheng on the bamboo raft, who was hiding here and there while messing with Chun Lianer. In his heart, He sincerely felt that his eyesight was really good. If he had such a princess consort, his future would be much more interesting. Abandon was slightly stunned and looked at Yun Sheng on the bamboo raft. He suddenly felt that there was a special tacit understanding between Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. This tacit understanding could not be broken by outsiders. Abandon's heart was filled with bitterness. A pitiful cry. Having lost her magic scepter, Chun Lien'er's magic incantation was much slower. Her face had been pierced by a water arrowfin fish. She felt a heart-wrenching pain. She could feel a wound on her face as it rotted away. Water arrowing fish's venom. Chun Lien'er was in despair. Her face was stained with poison. Save me. Someone save me. Chun Lien'er was on the verge of breaking down. Chun Lien'er, you won't die if you don't ask for it. Next time, if you dare to do anything to me, it won't just be your face that'll be ruined. Chun Lien'er felt a chilly wind blow behind her ear. She suddenly realized what was going on. Yin Sheng had already discovered her actions last night. The next moment, she felt a strong force pushing her away. Yun Sheng cast a wind magic behind her back, and the two of them fell into the water at the same time. Snow and ice fall, 10,000 miles of ice seal. At this critical moment, an ice magic master in the Crown Prince's team chanted. Many snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky. When the hexagonal snowflakes touched the water, the originally turbulent water surface instantly froze. The schools of fish were all sealed under the water. After some effort, Yun Sheng and Chun Lien'er were also rescued. After experiencing life and death, not only did she lose her magic scepter, but she also almost died under the fish's mouths. Chun Lien'er started bawling as soon as she was rescued. She was originally a proud daughter of the heavens. In her family, everyone cared for her, and she was also pursued by admirers. She had never been like today. However, her face was disfigured and her body was covered in bruises from the cold. She didn't look like her usual beauty at all. Seeing this, the Crown Prince frowned. It's her. It's all her doing. She knocked my magic scepter out of my hand and pushed me off the bamboo raft. Chun Lien'er cried for a while. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she looked at the culprit, Yun Sheng. She was still wearing Yi Baiming's coat. Miss Chun, how can you say that? You both fell into the water at the same time. Moreover, I saw Miss Yin trying to swim over to save you after you fell into the water. Do you have any evidence? Yi Baiming pretended to have a headache and asked Chun Lien'er for evidence. Hearing this, Chun Lien'er became even sadder. Evidence? Where'd she get evidence? Everyone on the bamboo raft was dead. Could it be that she could catch a few water, arrow-winged fish and interrogate them? Chun Lien'er was very depressed. She realized that she had underestimated Yun Sheng. After this farce, Chun Lien'er was still very unhappy with the Crown Prince because of her face. She kept insisting that there shouldn't be any scars on her face. She also asked the Crown Prince to give her a pill after he found the 6-leaf purple ginseng and refined it into a pill. The Crown Prince was so upset that he could only agree in the end. Chun Lien'er could only wear a gauze hat and follow the group to the border of Later Qin. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the border between Later Qin and Zhou State, Luoxia City. 5 kilometers outside of Luoxia City was the place where the 6-leaf purple ginseng was rumored to have been found, Luoxia Swamp. Luoxia City, even 100 years ago, was only a small, unknown city. It wasn't famous among the border cities of Zhou State. However, more than 90 years ago, an old hunter accidentally found a sacred herb, the 6-leaf purple ginseng, in the wetlands outside of Luoxia City. In the end, the Saint Great Sage herb was sold for a sky-high price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Since then, Luoxia City's name was like a storm that swept across the entire continent. The hunters and merchants of various countries who were hoping to make a fortune all flocked to Luoxia City, hoping to be lucky enough to find the sacred herb. It was also because of this trend that Luoxia City prospered. It was originally a small city, but it quickly grew into a medium-sized city between Zhou State and Later Qin. Every year, no less than 100,000 people went in and out of Luoxia City. This place unintentionally became the busiest commercial area between later Qin and Zhou state. All the famous merchants of the boundless continent would appear here. However, other than that old hunter, no one else found the purple ginseng outside of Luoxia City. It wasn't until half a month ago that there was a rumor that a 7-leaf purple ginseng was found near Luoxia City, that Luoxia City once again became the focus of the world's attention. Yun Sheng and the others came this time for the 7-leaf purple ginseng. Chapter 242. The herbs in the boundless continent range from common grade to rare grade to sacred grade. The first two could be obtained through wild harvesting and artificial planting. But if the herbs reached sacred grade, it would be different. They grew in remote environments and were difficult to cultivate by artificial means. Once sacred grade herbs matured, they would emit a fragrance. This fragrance would attract high-level and even domain-level magical beasts. The discovery of 7-leaf sage ginseng in the Luoxia wetland was a great news. Naturally, the lord of Luoxia City was unwilling to divulge it. But because of the fragrance emitted by the sage ginseng before and after it matured, it attracted a large number of magical beasts. There were so many magical beasts. According to the city guards who went to keep a lookout, there was a group of magical beasts flying in the sky. They were so dark that they covered the sky. There was a group of magical beasts swimming in the nearby waters. They were so densely packed that even a ship could not sail in, not to mention those magical beasts that lived in the vicinity. With a rough count, there were as many as 1,000 magical beasts that were level 3 and above. This number of magical beasts was comparable to the scale of the previous magical beast tide. Luoxia City was just a medium-sized city. Naturally, it was impossible to exterminate so many magical beasts in one go. If the later Qin army was deployed, not to mention the heavy losses, the army would have to crawl a long distance. By the time they rushed over, the 7-leaf sage ginseng would have matured and fallen into the magical beasts' mouths. Fortunately, after the lord of Luoxia City pondered for a night, he released a hunting mission to hunt magical beasts the next day. There were a number of magical beasts outside the city. Hunters from all over were welcome to kill them. Every time they killed a magical beast, they could go to the resident residence to receive a certain amount of gold coins. But after the hunters entered and exited the Luoxia wetland, they discovered that the magical beasts in the area were too dense. Then, there were rumors that the 7-leaf sage ginseng was unearthed there, which attracted so many magical beasts. So when Yun Sheng and the rest arrived at Luoxia City, the city was already filled with hunters and adventurers. After Zhou Quan submitted the clearance pass, he was allowed to enter the city after a round of inspection. Just as Yun Sheng and the rest dismounted and entered Luoxia City, on the city's more than 10 meters high city walls, a middle-aged man with a beautiful beard was sizing up the few people who entered the city from afar. This person was the city lord of Sunset City, Yi Qingsheng. He was about 40 years old. Although he was the city lord of the city, he looked very amiable. His eyes were like torches. He noticed the crown prince of Zhou state at first glance, but then his gaze stopped on Yi Baiming. In the past year or so, the news of Dark North King killing blood cloud beasts had spread to other countries. Even his appearance was drawn in all kinds of pictures and transmitted to the political leaders and city lords of various countries. At first glance, Yi Qingsheng couldn't help but praise him in his heart. It was said that the crown prince of Zhou state was an idiot. The former crown prince, Yi Baiming, was a famous figure. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. The emperor of Zhou state actually gave up on such an heir and appointed the boastful Yi Belian as the crown prince. With such a move, Zhou state was not far from being destroyed. The news from Zhou state was accurate. The crown prince of Zhou state was indeed lured to later Qin by the rumor of sage herb. It seemed like he had to inform the crown prince. It was time to carry out the plan. City Lord Yi thought to himself, "Below the city, Crown Prince, don't worry. I've already prepared a place to stay. Everyone can rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the city to ask around." Zhou Quan finally arrived at Luoxia City smoothly after rushing all the way. He was also relieved. He suggested that after everyone settled down, they could have a good meal together. Before Yin Sheng set off, she handed over the matters of the hunting squad to Zhou Quan. She wasn't interested in drinking and eating, so she simply left alone with the excuse that she wasn't feeling well. Not long after nightfall, Yin Sheng avoided the guards on the city wall and climbed up the city wall alone. She looked at the Luoxiao wetland in front of her. Although the night was dark, Yin Sheng could still vaguely see the Luoxiao wetland in front of her with Shenong eyes. She felt that this trip to the later Qin wasn't as simple as it seemed. The so-called wetland was an area similar to a swamp. Luoxia City was located in a tropical area. There was plenty of rain in this area, and over the years, it formed a swamp area. Looking from the highest point of the city wall, the sky above the swamp area was dark. It looked like a black cloud, but if one looked closely, they would realize that the black cloud was moving from time to time. A powerful demonic beast's aura came from afar. Obviously, the information that Zhou Quan gathered earlier was not complete. According to the demonic beast's aura, there are more than 10,000 demonic beasts residing in that area. With her summoner's intuition, Yin Sheng could roughly sense that the number of demonic beasts residing in that area was definitely not less than 10,000. And even from afar, she could feel that there was a very strong force among them. It was even similar to the centipede ant king's aura that she felt earlier. Could it be that the 9-leaf purple ginseng attracted a domain-level demonic beast? Yin Sheng didn't dare to be careless. She had to enter the Luoxiao wetland with the main group tomorrow morning. If there was a mistake in the military intelligence, the Heaven Expedition hunting squad might be wiped out. Yin Sheng didn't want to see unnecessary casualties, so she immediately summoned the puffed egg. Combination Combat Technique 1 Flight. With a flash of light, Yin Sheng quickly merged with the puffed egg. But this time, Yin Sheng didn't transform into her human form. Instead, she chose to maintain the egg-shaped appearance of the puffed egg. She was going to enter the Luoxiao wetland alone under the cover of the night to check out the situation. Because she sensed the aura of a domain-level demonic beast, she suspected that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary 7-leaf purple ginseng in the depths of the wetland. Soon, the puffed egg flapped its wings and flew towards the Luoxiao wetland. Once she got close to the Luoxiao wetland, Yin Sheng felt a dizzying miasma. There was also a bloody smell in the miasma. Obviously, a large number of demonic beasts had gathered here, causing a small-scale fight for territory nearby. Seeing an egg flying over, a bull-shaped demonic beast residing at the periphery of the Luoxiao wetland was the first to discover this sneaky egg. It roared. "How dare you roar at this egg?" The puffed egg was enraged. With a heavy blow, a rank 5 demonic beast the size of a bull was smashed into a meat patty by the puffed egg. So savage. The demonic beast's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The world of demonic beasts was very simple. The one with the biggest fist was the boss. Although the puffed egg was small, it didn't affect its savage nature. The demonic beasts were frightened and didn't dare to stop the puffed egg. The puffed egg and Yin Sheng smoothly entered the depths of the Luoxiao wetland. "Dear Master, there seems to be a rank 9 peak demonic beast in front. Also, I smell a very fragrant and delicious smell." After passing through a densely packed demonic beast gathering area, the puffed egg stopped in an area. Chapter 243. In the Luoxiao wetland, Yin Sheng also smelled a fragrance. She looked in the direction that puffed egg said. In front of them was a marshland that looked like a field. Compared to the large number of magical beasts gathered in the periphery, the number of magical beasts in this marshland was greatly reduced. Yin Sheng and puffed egg carefully flew another 1 mile. Yin Sheng immediately realized why there were so few magical beasts in this area. There was a 9th-grade magical beast in front of them. It was an eagle-claw bat king. At this time, it was close to night. The eagle-claw bat king was constantly circling around, letting out waves of hissing sounds. When the nearby magical beasts heard these sounds, they all stayed far away. With the experience of the centipede ant king, Yun Sheng could be sure that this bat king was a genuine ninth-grade magical beast. If they really fought, it would be really difficult to deal with. Before Yun Sheng entered the wetland, she found that most of the magical beasts nearby had wounds on their bodies. It seemed that these magical beasts had tried to break into this area earlier, but because of the eagle-clawed bat king, they didn't dare to get close. At this time, they were resting in the periphery, preparing to launch the last round of attack. "Dear Master, where is the fragrance coming from?" Puffed Egg found that in the center of the marshland, there was a plant that emitted a faint purple light and was releasing a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling this fragrance, it could make people feel relaxed and happy. The head that was a little dizzy because of the miasma also became much clearer in an instant. 7 leaves? Yun Sheng looked carefully and found that there were 9 leaves on the slender stem of the plant. It's not a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but a 9-leaf purple ginseng. Yun Sheng was shocked when she saw it. Earlier, Steward 1 clearly said that it was a 6-leaf purple ginseng, but now it was a 9-leaf purple ginseng. Could it be that the people of Luoxia City deliberately hid it? Yun Sheng had wronged the city lord of Luoxia City this time. His spy only found traces of the purple ginseng near the Luoxia wetland. When he wanted to go and confirm the specific grade of the purple ginseng, the magical beasts who smelled the sacred grade medicinal herb had already heard the news and rushed over. That scout had no choice but to return to the city to report. His original words were that it was at least a 7-leaf sage herb. After more than a year of nurturing in the Boundless Continent's medical system, especially after taking over the Wushuan Limitless Hall's medicine hall, Yun Sheng's understanding of saint-grade medicinal herbs had also increased by a lot. 9 was a very special number in the Boundless Continent. From a 9 halves to the flood dragon's 9 claws to the 9 leaves, 9 flowers, or 9 fruits, a saint-tier medicinal herb would experience a qualitative leap in strength. If this 9-leaf sage ginseng didn't have any accidents and successfully matured, then the moment it matured, it would become a divine-grade medicinal herb. The effect of a divine-grade herb was definitely not as simple as reviving the dead. At this moment, a corolla that resembled agate beads had already bloomed on the 9 leaves of the sage ginseng that were like violet jade. That was the purple ginseng flower. Its current color was still light yellow. When the purple ginseng had absorbed enough spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the agate beads on its corolla would turn vermilion red. This meant that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to mature. After these battles, the demonic beasts that suffered injuries on both sides were also very smart. Although the purple ginseng was not completely mature yet, the fragrance it emitted was also a very dense spiritual chi. Under the envelopment of the spiritual chi, the wounds and cultivation of the demonic beasts could be improved to a certain extent. Puffed Egg, look at the situation clearly. Let's retreat first. Yun Sheng calculated the time. She and the Puffed Egg had only merged for a short period of time. She could not stay any longer, lest she was smacked flat by the demonic beast that was close to the domain realm. After leaving the sunset wetland, Yun Sheng immediately returned to her residence. The current situation was worse than she had expected. If she was not in a merged state, not to mention getting close to the area where the purple ginseng was located, even breaking through the group of mid-level demonic beasts at the periphery would be very difficult. However, it was not completely impossible for her to snatch the purple ginseng. She still had the Ant King and the summoning demon hand in her hands. If she really fought head-on, she would at least have no problem protecting herself. Right now, the only thing she could do was to wait. On the morning of the second day, Yun Sheng heard from Zhou Quan, who was inquiring in the city, that there would be an auction in the city. Yun Sheng decided to go to the auction to take a look. She still had a few bottles of the newly refined praise of the moon god in her hand. She was preparing to use it to promote the name of little C.I. Anton. Therefore, Yun Sheng inquired about the location of the auction in Sunset City in detail. Yun Sheng went out. After last night, Yi Baiming seemed to have disappeared. At the same time, Yunsheng felt a burst of discomfort for no reason. During this period of time, that guy was beside her every day. When he was not around, she always felt that something was missing. She shook her head and inquired about the location of the auction from passers-by. She smoothly found the location of the Limitless Auction House. The Limitless Continent's largest auction house, the Limitless Auction House, was located in Sunset City. The Jade capital also had this auction house, but Yunsheng did not have the opportunity to participate in the auction before. She did not expect that this time she would participate in the local auction in the later Qin city. The Limitless Auction House belonged to the Limitless Continent's largest chamber of commerce, the Limitless Chamber of Commerce. The scale of the auction house was not small. When Yunsheng entered the door, the inside was already bustling with people. The entrance was divided into two channels. One was the seller's entrance, and the other was the buyer's entrance. The buyer's entrance was not open on weekdays. It was only open on the day of the auction. The 15th and the first day of every month was the day of the auction. Yunsheng had just entered the door when an auction house staff immediately came forward and politely asked, "Welcome to the Limitless Auction House. May I ask this magician, do you want to buy or sell something?" "I want to sell some magic potions." Yunsheng looked around. There were many people who came to participate in the auction. They each held a different colored card in their hands. Presumably, those were the special membership cards of the auction house. So, it turned out to be a noble magician. "May I ask what the grade of your magic potion is and what effect does it have?" Although the staff was very respectful, after hearing that the other party was auctioning a magic potion, he could not help but look a little disappointed. After all, the later Qin city was a country of martial arts, and there were not many magicians. As a result, the corresponding magic potions did not sell very well. It's a high-grade magic potion. As for its effect, it can improve a person's magic constitution, the moon goddess praised. Yunsheng had only refined it twice. The first time was during the assessment day, and the second time was after she had refined it. Yunsheng had not had time to mass-produce this potion because she was treating her second uncle, Yun Songlong's hand. Does it make the magic elements in a person's body more abundant, or does it purify the magic soul? The staff continued to ask patiently. Its effect is to allow people who don't have a magical physique to directly change their physique and advance into a sorcerer, Yunsheng replied. What? Let a person who does not have a magic constitution directly have a magic constitution? The staff, who was originally indifferent, immediately changed his expression. He hurriedly went to the auction house's chief auctioneer, who was also the manager of the auction house, and told him this unbelievable news. Chapter 244. While waiting for the chief auctioneer to come, Yunsheng looked around the Everlasting Auction House. The Everlasting Auction House's customers were divided into different levels, and the same was true for the sellers. They were divided into black iron sellers, silver sellers, gold sellers, and diamond sellers. Don't underestimate the Everlasting Auction House's seller level, because in addition to representing the seller's auction price, it also corresponded to the buyer's level. In other words, once Yunsheng became a seller here, she would also enjoy the corresponding treatment of a buyer. Black iron sellers could enjoy a 10% discount, silver sellers could enjoy a 20% discount, gold sellers could enjoy a 30% discount, and diamond sellers could enjoy a 50% discount. In addition, once you become a silver seller of the Everlasting Auction House, you could enjoy the treatment of bulk purchases in the Everlasting Auction House. Bulk purchases could include weapons, magic tools, medicinal herbs, important mineral resources, and even some equipment that couldn't be purchased in the market. Yunsheng's praise of the moon god was originally not eye-catching, but after knowing that it could let magic waste be reborn, the value of the praise of the moon god was different. This bottle of potion can really change a person's magic physique. Soon, the Everlasting Auction House's chief auctioneer, Zhou Qingchuan, rushed over. Yunsheng originally thought that the chief auctioneer would at least be a middle-aged man, but she didn't expect that the one who came was a very young man, about 20 years old. He had a handsome appearance, well-dressed, light purple hair, and amber eyes. On his face, there was always a smile, but as for what was in the depths of that smile, it was unknown. The young man's name was Zhou Qingchuan. He was the auctioneer who was dispatched to Luo Xia City more than a year ago. When he heard that someone sent a rare magic potion, he hurried over. Who would have thought that the person he saw was a delicate and refined female magician? The girl in front of him had a white complexion, but it wasn't the kind of unhealthy white. Her eyes were very bright, and when she smiled, a pair of dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhou Qingchuan took a few more glances, and when he found that Yun Sheng was looking at him with a surprised expression, he couldn't help but blush. After a cough, he changed into a business-like tone. Yes, you can check it. Yun Sheng took out the potion. But you need to be careful because there's only one bottle of this potion. Yun Sheng understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. With her current abilities, it would not be difficult for her to refine the praise of the moon god. However, in front of these cunning auctioneers, she still held back. As the chief auctioneer of the Wuji auction, Zhou Qingchuan's eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He looked at the color and saw that it was a bottle of red potion. As soon as he opened the bottle, he could feel the abundant magical elements. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed. Under normal circumstances, the minimum price of a high-grade potion was around 10,000 gold coins. But if it was a new potion that had never appeared in the market before, then the value and significance would be different. The people who bought this bottle of potion might want to improve their magical physique, but it was also possible that the potion department of the major magic academies, as well as the competitors of the potion department, might want to buy this bottle of potion as a research object. Give this respected potion master a black iron membership card. Our auction house will buy your potion. The minimum price is 10,000 gold coins. According to the rules of the auction, black iron ranked members will receive 90% of the auction proceeds, and the remaining 10% will go to the auction house. Zhou Qingchuan ordered someone to deliver a black iron rank membership card to Yunsheng. After Yunsheng received the membership card, Zhou Qingchuan asked another question. I don't know which magic academy this master potion master belongs to. Or, is he a freelance potion master? If he came from a famous magic academy, then the minimum price of this potion could be higher. Yunsheng thought for a moment, little enchanting. In addition to obtaining a certain amount of gold coins, her other purpose of this auction was to promote the reputation of the enchanting. Listening to this name, it seems to be a traditional medical center, right? Zhou Qingchuan recalled several famous medical centers in the continent. Except for the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, he had never heard of a medical center called Smiling Enchanting. It's an old medical center headquartered in Mount Daoi's Hunter's Citadel. The medical center has recently been reorganized and changed its business to sell all kinds of medicine and magic potions. Yunsheng's lips curled as he smoothly introduced himself. Selling potions and finished medicines. Wasn't that just a nondescript medical center? Zhou Qingchuan was hesitating in his heart, but on the surface, he remained calm. He politely sent off Yunsheng and informed her that 3 days later, it would be the 15th, the day of the everlasting auction house's auction. Yunsheng could bring her black iron membership card to the auction site. Her card could carry 3 people at the same time. Watching Yunsheng's graceful figure disappear in the street, Zhou Qingchuan pondered for a moment. Send someone to investigate the medical center called Little Enchanting. Also, check the origin of that magician. Zhou Qingchuan was not an ordinary auctioneer. In fact, he was one of the direct descendants of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, which was a part of the Everlasting Auction House. The reason why he was sent to the Luoxia city was because of some special reasons in his family. Zhou Qingchuan was an extremely ambitious person. Originally, he could have fought to be exempted from this kind of trial, but he asked to start from the branch of the auction house. He had been here for more than a year, but the income of the auction house had increased by 10 times. This time, because of the appearance of the 7-leaf purple ginseng near the Luoxia city, Zhou Qingchuan, who was extremely business-minded, wanted to use this opportunity to raise the income of the auction house to a high point. At this time, if he could get a controversial new potion, then the effect would undoubtedly be very good. After sending his subordinates to investigate the origins of Little Ci Intong and Yun Sheng, Zhou Qingchuan immediately checked the order of the auction items in the auction booklet. After careful consideration, Zhou Qingchuan placed Yun Sheng's Praise of the Moon God in the middle position and wrote an introduction in his own handwriting. Then he ordered people to distribute the auction booklet to the major families of the Luoxia city, as well as the main restaurants and inns in the city. The Everlasting Chamber of Commerce's investigation of Yun Sheng was done quietly. But shortly after Yun Sheng entered the auction house, someone sent the news to a certain place. Yi Baiming and a certain man were sitting together, and the one sitting with Yi Baiming was the Wanlong gambling house's Longhua. Master, the people of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce are investigating Miss Yun's background. What do you think? If Yun Sheng heard the way Longhua addressed Yi Baiming, she would certainly be very surprised. Unexpectedly, the master behind the scenes of the Wanlong gambling house, who no one in the Jade Capital could guess, turned out to be Yi Baiming. If they want to investigate, then let them investigate. Just don't let them find out that little wildcat is a summoner. Yi Baiming looked at the auction booklet that he had just received. When he saw the bottle of praise of the moon god, the corners of his mouth showed a pampering smile. Chapter 245. The undercurrent in Luoxia City was turbulent, but Yun Sheng was completely unaware of it. It wasn't Yun Sheng's fault that she lacked vigilance. Although she had lived 2 lives, she had never experienced such a complicated situation in the Wuji continent. She had only just matured in the power struggle between countries and the power struggle between large and small forces. Not long after the brochure of the Wuji auction house was sent out, it was sent to a restaurant in the city. In the restaurant, a gorgeously dressed magician, who was about 40 years old, was distressed as he drank the wine on the table. His magus badge indicated that he was actually a sacred magus. This magician came from one of the 5 countries of the continent, Tang Yuan Kingdom. He was the 2nd-generation heir of a medium-sized family, Chun Luo He. Tang Yuan was the country with the most magicians on the continent. Sky-rank magicians were extremely rare in other places of the continent, but in Tang Yuan Kingdom, they were not completely absent. He happened to pass through Luoxia City because of his family's business. Compared to the hot topic of the 7-leaf sage ginseng, he had no interest in it. At this time, Chun Luo he was thinking about a problem that had troubled him for a long time. He himself was a magician. Different from Zhou State and later Qin, Tang Yuan's emphasis on magic had reached an unimaginable level. More than 40% of the people there were magicians. But Chun Luo, he's only son, was a waste of magic. He was about to turn 12 years old. If he still couldn't sense magic after turning 12, it would mean that he would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Chun Luo, he had no choice but to follow the family's rules and send his only son out to manage the family's external affairs. This matter also meant that Chun Luo, his status in the family would plummet. Chun Luo, he only had one son, so he naturally didn't want his only son to suffer. Over the years, he had been using wild moonlight grass to nourish his only son's body, but there was no improvement. Therefore, he had been inquiring about where there was a magic potion that could improve a magician's physique without any side effects. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable magic potion. Seeing that his son's age of 12 was getting closer and closer, Chun Luo, he was also very distressed. At this time, he happened to see an auction brochure that was being discussed at the next table. Wuji Auction House, the continent's largest auction house. Since it was an auction house, there should be some rare things. Perhaps there would be a suitable magic potion on it. Chun Luo wanted to give it a try and asked for a brochure. But to his disappointment, the items being auctioned were all ordinary items. Some magic spells, some combat skills, some protective gear, and some finished potions. Just as he was about to give up, he saw the 13th item on the brochure. It was a type of magic potion. Moon Goddess's Praise, a miraculous potion that can allow magic trash to directly advance into a mage. It has no side effects, a high-quality potion. When he saw this line, Chen Luoha's eyes suddenly widened. As a mage, he had never heard of such a magic potion. However, this red liquid was undoubtedly a shot in the arm, instantly waking him up from the effects of the alcohol. This was it. His son's trash physique could be saved. Chen Luoha was wild with joy. Looking at the base price of his potion, it was only 10,000 gold coins. The Chen family was a medium-sized magic family in Tangyuan. As the number one person under the patriarch, Chen Luoha was naturally quite wealthy. In his opinion, not to mention 10,000 gold coins, even if it was 10,000 purple gold coins, he would not hesitate to take it out. Chen Luoha hurriedly asked for the specific date of the auction, eagerly waiting for the auction to begin 3 days later. A few days later, the auction would be held as scheduled. Yi Baiming, who had not seen him for a few days, was like a cat that had smelled blood, immediately following him. As for Abandon, he also mentioned that he wanted to go to the auction house to broaden his horizons. After all, the auction here was different from the auction house of Wanlong Casino. The scale was much larger, and there were more things to be auctioned. As soon as Yun Sheng's group of 3 arrived at the entrance of the Wuji auction house, they saw a few eye-catching people. Yun Sheng, what are you doing at the auction? This is not a place where any random cat or dog can come. Chen Lian who was wearing a gauze hat, saw Yi Baiming behind Yun Sheng, and her eyes burned with anger. In her opinion, Yun Sheng was a public student who couldn't even afford the tuition fees. In an auction house that could easily cost thousands of gold coins, the appearance of someone like Yun Sheng was simply a stain. Miss Yin, you've come. Steward Zhou ordered me to wait for you here. All members of the auction house can go through this special passage. Before Yun Sheng could answer, she saw a staff member of the Wuji auction house walk over. It was the young man who had received Yun Sheng earlier. Yun Sheng smiled at him and showed her black iron membership card. On the day of the auction, the entrance of the Wuji auction house was almost full of people. There was a huge difference in the treatment of ordinary members and special members. When Chen Lianer heard this, she was very dissatisfied. What's wrong with you? The young master beside me has an illustrious background. He should go through the member passage. Also, immediately prepare a VIP room. We can't participate in the auction with commoners. Chen Lianer and the Crown Prince's expressions were not good. What was wrong with this staff member? Even a sorcerer like Yun Sheng could go through the special passage? That staff member glanced at the arrogant Yi Baiming and Chen Lianer. Haha, may I ask who the two of you are? Do you have any tokens to show? Chen Lian originally thought that after saying this, the other party would definitely be frightened and apologize. Who knew that the staff member acted as if nothing had happened? Tokens? Yi Baiming forgot one thing. He was stepping on the land of Later Qin. He wasn't the crown prince of Later Qin. He came to Later Qin incognito, so he couldn't directly expose his identity. Moreover, Yi Baiming was used to being unscrupulous in Zhou State. He had many bodyguards following him, so he didn't have the habit of carrying tokens. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. The two of you, I'm very sorry. Luoxia City's Wuji auction house is different from other auction houses in the mainland. Here, only those who have spent money at the local Wuji auction house can become a member. Zhou State's crown prince and this young lady, if you want to enter the auction house, please line up over there. The Wuji auction house was the largest auction house in the mainland. Its wealth was comparable to that of nations. The professional quality of its staff was top-notch. He completely ignored Zhou State's crown prince and pointed to the line. Yin Sheng couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Chen Lian, and Crown Prince Yi Baiming's constipated faces looked at her as she walked into the auction house. After entering the auction house, Yun Sheng received an auction sign. On it was marked Black Iron Buyer number 101. Different buyers had different seats. Yun Sheng's seat was Black Iron. It wasn't too far from the center of the auction house and had a good view. The auction house was already crowded with people. The entire auction house was in the shape of an egg. In the center was an empty space. Zhou State's Crown Prince Yi Baiming and Chen Lian also came in. However, because they didn't have tokens to prove their identity, they could only sit in the most ordinary seats. Chunlian, Er's face under her gauze hat, was obviously very sour. Thank you, Pomelo. Yulo, point you into the secular world and putting for your tips. Chapter 246. The entire auction house could accommodate almost 1,000 people. At about noon, the auction began as expected by the crowd. Zhou Qingchuan appeared on the auction stage. He was wearing the chief auctioneer's golden robe, and his light purple hair was tied neatly behind his ears. He was already handsome, but he looked even more different today. Many of the female guests screamed. It was obvious that these people were not just here for the auction, but were Zhou Qingchuan's admirers. The charm of this auction house's manager was not small. Little wild cat, where are you looking? That kid is not as handsome as me. Night Fox squinted his eyes, his face full of jealousy. Yin Sheng pursed her lips. This kid was so smug, but she had to admit that he was slightly better looking than Zhou Qingchuan. I believe everyone has been waiting for today's auction for a long time. I will now present the first auction item of the day. Zhou Qingchuan was all smiles. The first auction item was a special fire attribute magic weapon. This is a firework-colored grenade made by a folk magic craftsman. Its attack power is not great, so don't expect it to help you defeat a violent earth bear. However, I can guarantee that it will be enough to win the heart of a beautiful and gentle lady. Now, the magic craftsman who made this firework-colored grenade will demonstrate it to everyone. Zhou Qingchuan was very eloquent. He used a teasing tone to describe the use of this fire attribute magic weapon. A magic craftsman walked up and chanted a few words, then threw the firework-colored grenade into the air. With a boom, a fireball appeared in the sky. The moment the fireball came into contact with the air, it quickly exploded. The words, "I like you," appeared in the middle of the fireball. This was probably the improved version of modern fireworks. To a sorcerer like Yun Sheng, this firework-colored grenade was not a big deal. However, to a non-sorcerer, this firework-colored grenade was undoubtedly very ornamental. To a couple who had just experienced their first awakening of love, this firework-colored grenade had a special meaning. The starting bid for this firework-colored grenade was 100 gold coins, but it was sold for 500 gold coins in the end. The second auction item was a set of battle techniques. It was a battle skill that was suitable for martial revered realm cultivators. It was called Unbreakable Golden Shield. This set of Unbreakable Golden Aura is a set of superior defensive combat skills. As long as you have this set of combat skills, no matter where you are, your entire body will be tough. Zhou Qingchuan's words had a double meaning. This time, all the men present laughed out loud. The female guests all took a sip, their faces full of shyness. Sure enough, all businessmen were cunning. This so-called invincible golden dipper was probably the modern definition of a golden gun that never falls. After that, a few more items were auctioned off, all of which were sold for more than 5 times the starting price. It could be seen that Zhou Qingchuan was indeed talented in auctions. He was always able to grasp the itch in every customer's heart and raise the price to the highest. What Yun Sheng wanted to see was the final price of her bottle of praise of the moon god under Zhou Qingchuan's lotus tongue. The next item to be auctioned is a magical potion that has never appeared in the continent. It has an unusually beautiful name called Praise of the Moon God. Zhou Qingchuan deliberately paused for a moment. I believe that most of the people present have already seen the description of Praise of the Moon God in the brochure. I have been an auctioneer for 5 years, but I have never seen any potion that can directly promote a magic waste to a magician. As far as I know, this is something that the medicine of the Imperial Medicine Pavilion can't do, nor can the temple. When Zhou Qingchuan said this, he noticed that the eyes of at least 10 people in the audience had lit up. Next, let's proceed to the 13th auction item, the Gospel of the Magicians, the praise of the moon god refined by the newly risen Little Xiaoyantong. Zhou Qingchuan ordered people to deliver the praise of the moon god. Little Xiaoyantong? Which medical center was that? There was no well-known medical center on the continent called Little C.I. Entong. Almost all the people in the auction house were guessing the origin of Little C.I. Entong. Unfortunately, most of them had blank looks in their eyes. They had never heard of this name before. The color of the potion was as gorgeous as the morning glow. In the transparent crystal bottle, the liquid was constantly rolling like magma, just like the sea of clouds before the sun rose from the east. This was a beautiful bottle of magic potion, pleasing to the eye and had an effect that made people look forward to. It was as if telling everyone that as long as they drank this bottle of potion, magma-like magic elements would emerge in their body. The base price of Praise of the Moon God is 10,000 imperial gold coins. Every time you raise your paddle, the price will increase by 1,000. The auction begins. Zhou Qingchuan described the function of Praise of the Moon God vividly in just a few words. Even Yun Sheng herself couldn't guarantee that the effect of Praise of the Moon God could be described so appropriately. 10,000 imperial gold coins. When Shunloha saw the Praise of the Moon God, he almost immediately opened his mouth to bid. 11,000 gold coins. At this moment, a female mage student sitting in the commoner section suddenly called out a price. Beside her were two companions who were sitting in the same row. Her position was very close to Chun Lianer and the others. As soon as she called out, she attracted the attention of the surrounding people. With this look, Chun Lianer found that the appearance of the female student was very eye-catching. Her hair color was frosty white, and her face was delicate like an elf. She looked like she was only 11 or 12 years old, but her body was already very mature, especially her chest, which was bulging. Yi Balian looked at her and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. After looking at her for a while, Chun Lianer on the side was unhappy. Yun Sheng's Praise of the Moon God was a temptation for most magic academies. This female student was one of them. It was also the first time she heard that there was such a magic potion on the continent. They were traveling to this place and happened to see the brochure. The appearance of Praise of the Moon God made them surprised, so they came to the auction house to participate in the bidding. 13,000 imperial gold coins. Everyone looked back. With one look, someone exclaimed. It was a magic caster from Luoxia City's magic temple. Just as Zhou Qingchuan had said, the magic temple, as the leader of magic in the continent, was undoubtedly very embarrassing for them if they couldn't create a magic potion that even the magic seedlings couldn't create. Hence, this time, the magic temple sent a professional to bid. 20,000 imperial gold coins. Chunaha was determined to get the praise of the moon god. He was determined to get the potion this time. The female student didn't even frown and immediately said, 25,000 imperial gold coins. 30,000 imperial gold coins. Yi Baiming suddenly opened his mouth. When Yun Sheng heard this, she almost vomited blood. Why is this kid blindly making a fuss? He saw Yun Sheng in the audience seats and Yi Baiming standing beside Yun Sheng. Zhou Qingchuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 247. Zhou Qingchuan wasn't surprised by this kind of situation at the auction. It wasn't surprising that someone would do something like this. He thought that Yun Sheng wanted to raise the price of her potion, so she let Yi Baiming bid. Fortunately, Yi Baiming's bid was soon squeezed out by a new round of bidding. After a new round of bidding, the price of the praise of the moon god reached an astonishing 60,000 gold coins. And looking at the momentum, the increasing price will continue. This made Zhou Qingchuan, who originally thought that 50,000 gold coins would be the final price, very surprised. He must win that bottle of potion. Chunlua looked at the price and suddenly raised his bidding card. 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly increased by 40,000 gold coins? This price made the people who were still participating in the bidding can't help but shrink back. A bottle of high-grade potion, 100,000 gold coins. That was 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. Even if this bottle of potion was a unique product, it was too expensive. In the end, The bottle of Praise of the Moon God was sold for an astonishing price of 10,000 imperial purple gold coins. At the moment when the price was sold, various speculations about the little enchanting suddenly exploded in the audience. This was a new record for the transaction of high-grade potions in the continent. 100,000 gold coins. Yinsheng was also shocked by this price. She didn't expect that a bottle of high-grade potion could be sold for such a high price. After the Praise of the Moon God, the auction continued for half an hour. All the products were sold at a good price. After the auction was over, Yinsheng went to collect her auction proceeds. When she walked out of the door, she happened to see the several magicians who participated in the auction earlier. Along with the crowd, the Crown Prince of Zhou State, Yi Belian, Chunlian and others came out. Blue, what should we do? That bottle of potion was bought by someone. After walking out of the auction, the several magicians whispered. They looked like students of the Magic Academy, but the magic robes they wore were very different from ordinary magic robes. Even Yi Belian, who was born in the royal family, couldn't tell what material the magic robes were made of. The crowd was crowded. At this time, the frost-haired female student, who was thinking about something, was bumped into by someone and happened to bump into Yi Belian. Yi Belian hurriedly supported her. Looking at the female student closely, Yi Belian's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. When Chunlian saw this, she glared at the female student and scolded, dressed in a flirtatious manner. You look like a slut. The female student didn't get the praise of the moon god, so she was in a bad mood. Seeing Chunlian's arrogant appearance, she coldly snorted and pulled out her magic certificate. Chunlian had lost her magic scepter in the last river crossing. She didn't expect that the other party would dare to make a move outside the auction house. A blade of the wind of the moon god of the moon god. Before Belian could pull out his magic scepter, the female magic student had already put away her scepter. Even though it was only for a moment, Yinsheng could still clearly see the magic scepter in the female student's hand. It was the bone of a 300-year-old magical beast. It looked like the bone of some bird magical beast. It was very light, and the most shocking thing was that there were 4 blue magic soul stones engraved on it. This meant that the female student, who was not more than 10 years old, was actually a sage magus. That female magic student's talent was astonishing. Chunlian screamed. She only felt a blade of the wind coming at her. The next moment, the veil on her face was split into 2. Chunlian's face, which was still covered with countless hideous wounds, was immediately exposed to everyone. The people at the side started to talk and gesticulate at Chunlian. How could Chunlian withstand such humiliation? Her face instantly flushed red, which made her look even more hideous. Even Yi Belian couldn't help but look at her with disgust. Damn slut, how dare you? I'll fight it out with you. Chunlian was furious. She suddenly took out a magic weapon from her storage belt. It was a high-grade magic tool that could instantly cast a high-grade magic spell. This was also something that Elder Chun had given Chunlian for self-defense when she left home. She was only allowed to use it in times of danger. At this moment, Chunlian only wanted to kill the female mage in front of her. She ignored Yi Belian's obstruction and immediately started chanting. The female magus student had a look of contempt on her face. The male magus student beside her, who was standing with the magus instructor, quickly began to chant. A magic array appeared under Chunlian's feet. Seal the spell, freeze. As that male student chanted, the magic weapon in Chunlian's hand that was shining brightly suddenly dimmed. This was a high-level sealing spell? In magic, there was a type of spell that could instantly freeze magic. That was a high-level sealing spell. In just 2 rounds, Chunlian who had the power of a Grand Magus, had completely lost. Both of you, please stop. The commotion outside the auction house alerted Zhou Qingchuan. He quickly walked through the crowd and nodded at Yi Belian and the 3 mages. This is a student from the continent's magic elite camp. As for these 2, they must be important guests from the great Zhou Empire. I have neglected them just now. Please forgive me. Zhou Qingchuan's words immediately silenced the originally furious Chunlian. Yi Belian, who was originally arrogant, was also shocked. There was also an uproar around them. Those 3 mage students were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp. No wonder they were so talented in magic. Chunlian also didn't expect that these 3 people were actually from the mainland's magic elite camp that she had been longing to join. The mainland's magic elite camp and the mainland's warrior elite camp were the 2 strongest training camps in the Boundless Continent. Legend had it that they only recruited geniuses in magic and warrior. Their recruitment requirement was that the age of the mage and warrior must not exceed 16 years old and pass the corresponding assessment of the elite camp. Every 3 years, the elite camp would recruit students from the outside. Each time, the number of students recruited would not exceed 20. As for the location of the elite camp, it had always been secret. Some people said that they were hiding in the desert wasteland, while others said that the elite camp was located underground. But one thing was certain, those who came from the elite camp were all geniuses. No one was willing to offend geniuses, but Chunlian had just recklessly offended the magic elite camp. Steward Zhou is being too nosy. We know the rules of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce. We went to the auction today because we were interested in the Moon Goddess Praise potion. Unfortunately, it was bought by someone else. Next time, if there is another Moon Goddess Praise potion being auctioned, please inform us immediately. The girl who was provoked by Chunlian, Lan, seemed to be the leader of the 3 students. She humbly replied. Chapter 248. The attitude of the female magic student named Blue was neither servile nor overbearing. It could be seen that she had good self-cultivation. Zhou Qingchuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the magic cloaks you are wearing should be made from phoenix feathers, right? Although Zhou Qingchuan had heard about the identity of the crown prince of Zhou State, he wasn't too respectful. Instead, he was very respectful to the excessively young and powerful magicians. Phoenix was a sacred beast of the sacred level. It was said that the phoenix had the power of immortality. Its feathers themselves were a kind of sacred magic beast. Its tears could heal all wounds. Its feathers could be immune to most magic. Of course, such a saying was actually exaggerating the mystical nature of the phoenix. However, it was an indisputable fact that the phoenix's feathers could resist ordinary magic attacks. After being reminded by Zhou Qingchuan, the surrounding spectators who hadn't left yet all looked at the magic cloaks of the 3 magicians. Sure enough, the magic cloaks made of an unknown material were flashing with the color of fiery red phoenix feathers. Only the students of the continent's magic elite camp were qualified to have a phoenix feather cloak. The magicians of the continent's magic elite camp wore magic robes mixed with phoenix feathers. However, for warriors, their armor was different. It was said that their armor was made of dragon scales. However, those were only legends. Ordinary soldiers had very little contact with the people of the continent's magic elite camp. Steward Zhou is indeed as knowledgeable as the rumors say. We are students of the continent's magic elite camp. These 2 are my son's junior brother and junior sister. We came to Luoxia City by chance because of the need of the trial. Because our junior brother and junior sister have never participated in any auction as their senior sister, I brought them here to broaden their horizons. The female student said, naturally and naturally. Zhou Qingchuan's charm could be said to be attractive to both men and women, old and young. The 3 originally just wanted to broaden their horizons. Who would have thought that at the auction they would see the magic potion that they were curious about, the moon god's praise? Among the 3, the slightly older female student was called Blue. She was a magic apothecary. After joining the magic elite camp, Blue had been devoted to researching how to change the constitution of a magic wastrel. However, she hadn't succeeded. Unfortunately, she didn't have many gold coins on her, so she let Xinle snatch the magic potion at the last moment. She had been a genius since she was young and had never encountered any setbacks. However, she had failed at the auction today, so she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Who would have thought that the moment he stood up, he would be insulted by Chunlian for no reason? The anger in his heart could be imagined. That was why he had taught Chun Lianer a lesson. What Imperial Magic Academy? In front of this group of students from the Magic Elite Camp, it was simply too weak. Chun Lianer also knew she was in the wrong and couldn't say anything for a long time. Needless to say, the people from the Magic Elite Camp had come for the 7-leaf sage ginseng. It seemed that the fight for the ginseng would be even more exciting this time. Actually, this lady, you don't have to be so distressed. Wait a moment, I'll contact her personally and see if she's willing to meet with you. Zhou Qingchuan also saw Yun Sheng. The two's eyes met, and Yun Sheng nodded silently. Hearing this, Blue gladly agreed. As for the Crown Prince of Zhou State and his publicly humiliated Crown Princess, they naturally couldn't stand there any longer. The two of them hurriedly left. When Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming, and Abandon arrived at the Wuji Auction House's reception hall, the three people from the Magic Elite Camp were already waiting there, drinking tea. At first glance, even the always cold Blue couldn't help but be dazed by Yi Baiming's appearance. What cold man? Apart from when he was with Yun Sheng, Yi Baiming was expressionless most of the time. However, it was his special expression that made people involuntarily attracted to him. But very quickly, Blue discovered that the magic apothecary that Steward Zhou was talking about wasn't the dazzling man, but the female magician standing beside him. The other party's appearance was very refined. She had a plain face, and the black eyes on her face carried some intelligence. You made the medicine? Blue still didn't quite believe it. If the medicine you're talking about is the moon god's praise, then it should be. Yun Sheng's attitude towards Blue surprised Zhou Qingchuan. It was as if she didn't fear the Magic Elite Camp at all. Blue liked Yun Sheng's attitude very much. She had a straightforward personality, and what she hated the most was other people's hypocrisy. Can you tell me the secret of making the medicine? Blue directly asked. If this was an ordinary magic apothecary, he would definitely be infuriated. She would definitely be very angry at Lan's rudeness. But Yun Sheng simply replied, Actually, it's just a bottle of moonlight water. Moonlight water? This gave Zhou Qingchuan a big fright. As long as one was a magician, they would know what moonlight water was. Moonlight water was a kind of medicine that was mixed with moonlight grass in the temples and some medical halls of the continent. It couldn't even be considered a magic medicine. The effect of moonlight water was only to slowly change one's magic physique, not to mention letting a magic waste be reborn. His everlasting Chamber of Commerce had always been honest with both the old and the young. If Yun Sheng sold him a bottle of moonlight water, and he sold it for a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins, then if the customer tested it and found it was just a bottle of moonlight water, the consequences could be imagined. Impossible, that's not moonlight water. I'm a magic apothecary. I can be sure that the magma-like magic water must be a high-grade magic medicine. Blue thought that Yun Sheng was hiding it from her and secretly blamed Yun Sheng for not being honest. Hearing this, Zhou Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's moonlight water, but it's made from magic medicine. The magic elements used to make this moonlight water are water and fire. Yun Sheng pointed at Abandon. If you still don't believe me, you can ask the magician next to me. He was there at the time when I successfully made it. Abandon didn't say anything and just nodded. Water and fire elements. Weren't those two elements mutually exclusive? Someone actually used two elements that could explode at any time to make a new type of magic medicine. This female magician isn't crazy, is she? The possible consequences of conflicting magic elements acting together made the three elite magic camp students unconsciously shiver. The way they looked at Yun Sheng instantly changed. If it's really like what you said, then I'm afraid that the people who can make this medicine are very limited. Blue regretfully said. She originally thought that she could comprehend this new magic medicine. But after hearing Yun Sheng's words, she knew that it was impossible. This kind of alchemy method was too dangerous. She was afraid that regular magicians, including her magic mentor, wouldn't allow this kind of alchemy. In any case, I'm very happy to meet you, a bold magician. My name is Blue, a student of the mainland's elite magic camp. Blue extended a friendly hand to Yunsheng. Hello, my name is Yunsheng. My current identity is Zhou State's Wushuan Everlasting School exchange student. Yunsheng also had a good impression of this outspoken elite magician. The two people stretched out their hands at the same time, and the two pairs of hands tightly clasped together. Chapter 249, Wushuan Limitless School. When the few elite mage students of the mainland heard Yunsheng's self-introduction, their first reaction was to find it funny. A mage actually said that she was from Wushuan Limitless School. However, Lan smiled. She looked at Yunsheng's hand. When the two of them clasped hands together, Lan suddenly exerted force. When the two of them clasped hands together, Yunsheng felt a powerful magic coming from Lan's palm. Was she trying to sound him out? It turned out that Lan was a very competitive person. Although she heard Yunsheng talk about the method of refining the praise of the moon god, she couldn't try it. In her heart, she couldn't help but have an impulse to compete with Yunsheng. Yunsheng saw that Lan wanted to compete with her. If she withdrew her hand now, she could still retreat unscathed. However, Yunsheng wasn't the kind of person who would admit defeat. These people from the mainland's elite mage camp were still very proud in their bones. Anyway, when the time came, she would definitely compete with these people in the Sunset Wetland. She was now an archmage. She wanted to see how big the gap was between an archmage and a sacred mage. Seeing that Yunsheng didn't withdraw her hand and instead used her magic soul, Lan's eyes revealed a look of excitement. As for the other few mage students, they had a contemptuous look on their faces. They were really overestimating themselves. Sister Lan's strength, even in the mainland's elite mage camp, was ranked in the top 20. She specialized in water magic and could now skillfully use all kinds of yellow magic. A bone-chilling magic power followed Yunsheng's hand and drilled into it. Yunsheng naturally wouldn't use all of her 5 elemental magic soul's magic power. Considering Lan's magic attribute, Yunsheng chose the fire elemental magic soul as her opponent. As soon as that ice-cold magic power entered Yunsheng's body, a layer of blue ice crystals immediately formed on Yunsheng's body. Looking at the situation, Abandon couldn't help but step forward. After all, in terms of true strength, Yunsheng was only an archmage. Compared to Lan, who was a sacred magus, she was much inferior. There was a huge difference between the magic realms. Do you think I'll admit defeat just because of this? Yunsheng sneered in her heart. Azura seemed to know that Yunsheng was just an archmage and was about to withdraw her magic. But at this moment, the frozen Yunsheng suddenly took out her magic scepter. She spun it rapidly, and the 2 magic soul stones on her scepter lit up at the same time. The ice on Yunsheng's body immediately melted as her mana was much weaker than Lan's. Azura narrowed her eyes as she looked at the magic scepter in Yunsheng's hand. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't tell what kind of magical beast bone Yunsheng's magic scepter was made from. However, she recognized the 2 magic soul stones on Yunsheng's magic scepter. The first one was a 100-year-old mutated magical beast soul stone. The second one, what was even more shocking, was that it was actually a demon's soul stone. Such a combination of magic soul stones was rare even in the continent's magic elite camp. Even Azura, who was known as one of the genius students, only had a 100-year-old magic soul stone on her magic scepter. It seems that you have a multi-elemental magic soul. You're using them all at once. Azura stopped looking down on Yunsheng. How could a sorcerer who could create the tribute of the moon god be an ordinary person? She didn't expect to meet such an expert in Luoxia City this time. Not only was Azura not disappointed, but she was also happy. She met her match. Moreover, it was an opponent who was younger and had a lower magic realm than her. Then you have to be careful. Yunsheng smiled faintly. She slowly activated her earth elemental magic soul. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. Since her fire elemental magic soul wasn't enough, she might as well try using her earth elemental magic soul. Azura's talent was indeed not bad, but in terms of age and experience, she was still slightly inferior to Yunsheng, who had lived 2 lives. Yunsheng used the calm mind that she had trained as a doctor to slowly circulate the power of the Dharma soul in her body. Azura immediately felt that her water elemental magic power was unable to invade Yunsheng's body as quickly as before, as if it had hit a wall. Her opponent's dual elemental magic soul was actually so powerful. Very quickly, Azura discovered that Yunsheng was different. She was still able to calmly make decisions in the face of a situation that wasn't favorable to her. Moreover, her opponent was just an ordinary great magician who was 2 levels lower than her own magic realm. According to common sense, in a battle of soul power, it was already not easy for her opponent to hold on for 15 minutes. But not only did her magic power not weaken, when she activated her dual elemental magic soul, her magic power was as if it didn't weaken at all. If the magic power in Azura's body was like an endless river, then the magic power in Yunsheng's body was like a gurgling stream. Although she didn't have enough strength, she was full of stamina, as if it would never weaken. Earth elemental magic power came wave after wave, mixed with fire elemental magic power from time to time. At this moment, Azura felt as if she was about to combust. She couldn't help but grab her magic scepter, only to hear the 2 magic soul stones on her scepter light up. Sister Lan actually wanted to use the power of her magic scepter to compete with an ordinary magic student. The 2 elite students from the continent couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It seemed like Sister Lan was serious. When Azura revealed her magic scepter, Yunsheng also felt the magic elements in Azura's body suddenly change. Although it was still water elemental magic, Yunsheng felt that the magic elements had changed in an instant. A sense of coldness hit her in the face. This was because after comprehending water elemental magic, she also comprehended ice elemental magic. As Azura's magic power invaded again, Yunsheng's face turned pale from the cold. A layer of white frost condensed on her lips, hair, and eyebrows. Her teeth also couldn't withstand the cold and were chattering. Abandoned couldn't help but want to go forward. Who knew that he was stopped by Yi Baiming? Don't go forward rashly. Little Wildcat hasn't shown her true ability yet. Yi Baiming was full of confidence in Yunsheng. He looked at Yunsheng. He could see that Yunsheng was still hiding her 5 elemental magic soul. The 5 elemental magic soul was their biggest secret. They didn't want to expose it in front of outsiders. At this moment, Yunsheng was also thinking hard whether she should use the power of her magic soul. If she didn't use the power of her magic soul, how could she defeat Azura? Ice elemental magic, right? Although Yunsheng didn't comprehend advanced magic like Azura and couldn't comprehend secondary magic, but she had Dream Cloud Ice Slumber. Yunsheng seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden. She closed her eyes and chanted the Cloud Dream Ice Sleep spell in her heart. When Yunsheng opened her eyes again, they were already clear. But almost at the same time, Azura's face showed an almost panicked expression. She looked at Yunsheng in disbelief, because she felt that just a moment ago, the ice elemental magic in her body was actually thank you, Qing Kuang, Lon Lon, and Pudding for the tips. It's Monday, Kong Meng, you annoying little fairies, you're the best. Asterisk. Chapter 250. Blue practiced water-type magic, but after she became a master magician, she comprehended secondary ice-type magic. This type of magic was also a powerful weapon she usually used to defeat her enemies. If Yunsheng didn't admit defeat, she even planned to let Yunsheng have a taste of being frozen into ice. After all, her opponent had already revealed her magic scepter, and she had no more trump cards. As a student of the elite magic camp on the mainland, Blue was extremely proud. Even though she had only competed with Yunsheng out of curiosity, after fighting with Yunsheng for nearly half an hour, her opponent still hadn't lost. This clearly touched Blue's pride. That was why she used ice-type magic to defeat her opponent directly. However, Yunsheng was powerless to resist, and the magic in her body suddenly disappeared. Yunsheng, who was in a state of hibernation, didn't reject Blue's ice-type magic. Instead, her body continuously accepted and absorbed Blue's magic. It looked as if Blue was continuously using magic to help Yunxing meditate. Lan was very sharp. She quickly realized Yunxing's intentions. Like a queen who had been offended, Lan's originally calm gaze suddenly became as if she had seen through a person. The third and fourth magic soul stones on her magic scepter lit up in an instant. It was obvious that she wanted to kill Yunxing. What a terrifying opponent. At that moment, a sentence from her mentor echoed in Blue's mind. A true genius magician didn't mean that her magic was the strongest. Instead, it meant that she could cleverly neutralize all kinds of magic, even if the magic was more powerful than her. She could even turn the magic into her own. Before meeting Yunxing, Lan had heard that there was only one person on the continent who could turn defeat into victory and defeat a mage who was more powerful than himself in a situation that was extremely disadvantageous to him. That person was the famous magician of the mainland. He was known as a genius among geniuses, Xiao Wenxiu. Even Blue was impressed by his ability to comprehend magic after meeting him. However, the female magician in front of her showed a similar talent. This immediately caused an indescribable jealousy in Blue's heart. Under the influence of her jealousy, she actually used her most profound magic for no apparent reason. Yunxing, who was immersed in the meditative state of cloud dream ice slumber, was completely unaware that she was enjoying the pure ice magic power that was being transmitted from Azura's body. Little Wildcat, back off. Among the people present, Yi Baiming was constantly paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. When he saw the sudden change in Blue's expression, Yi Baiming's figure turned into a shadow. He attacked Yunxing and Blue's hands. Azura felt a strange, cold force that was countless times colder than ice attack her. She couldn't even tell whether that strange force was magic or Do Qi. Under the effect of the strange force, Yunxing and Blue were forced to withdraw their hands at the same time. Both of them took 3 steps back. Before Yunxing, who had just broken free from her meditative state, could react, she was already in Yi Baiming's arms. Sister Lan? 2 magicians from the mainland's elite camp hurriedly came forward. In their opinion, Yi Baiming was very presumptuous. He actually made a move when others were competing with their soul power. I'm fine. Who are you? Blue's heart was like a raging river. She actually couldn't sense what method the other party used to interrupt her magic incantation. I'm also a student of Wuxuan Everlasting School. At the same time, I'm also her retainer. Yi Baiming smiled brightly. This smile, however, made the magicians from the mainland's elite camp, including Blue, stunned. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming, who could make the stars in the sky darken in an instant. Her heart was filled with disdain. TSK, this fox is showing off again. Yi Baiming was an extremely polarized person. If he didn't want others to discover him, he could completely hide his sharpness. But if he wanted others to discover him, he could instantly shine brightly. This was also the thing that made Yunxing the most angry. Standing next to this guy, he instantly became an inconspicuous little cabbage. It was Wuxuan Everlasting School again. Blue couldn't help but feel that her abnormality was inconceivable. In the mainland's elite camp, there was no lack of monstrous geniuses of the mainland. Among them, there was no lack of talented and outstanding people. But none of them could compare to this young man, whose Do Qi cultivation was unknown. Wuxuan Everlasting School was a famous martial arts school in the mainland. Blue and the others naturally knew of its reputation. But that kind of martial arts school definitely couldn't compare to the mainland's elite camp. But compared to Yi Baiming, it seemed that the people in the elite camp weren't much stronger. In Blue's memory, if there was anyone who could compete with Yi Baiming, it would be Xiao Wenxiu from the temple. She had only come out for a trip, but she had already discovered 2 such outstanding people. It seemed that after returning to the mainland's elite camp, she would have to tell her teachers about the changes in the outside world. After being interrupted by Yi Baiming, Blue calmed down. She had a killing intent just now. After thinking about it, she was also shocked by her own actions. For a magician, killing intent couldn't be too heavy. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would become a dark magician. Blue couldn't help but think to herself, I have offended you just now. I hope Miss Yun doesn't mind. After Blue regained her composure, she once again became the cold magic genius. When she bid farewell to Yun Sheng and the others, she couldn't help but take another look at Yi Baiming. Before she left, she said, I think it's very likely that we will meet again in the near future. I hope that when we meet again, we won't be enemies. She had already guessed that Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming had appeared here for the seven-leaf ginseng. The situation in the Sunset Wetlands was unclear. If they really fought over it, Blue definitely wouldn't let her guard down like today. As soon as Blue left, Yi Baiming's expression became serious. He was just about to reprimand Yun Sheng. Did this lass eat a leopard's guts? She actually entered a meditative state while competing with someone in terms of the power of her magical soul. If it was another magician, or if he wasn't present today, wouldn't that mean that Yun Sheng would very likely die? Thinking that Yun Sheng might die, Yi Baiming's heart couldn't help but palpitate. This kind of feeling of fear hadn't appeared for a long time after his mother's death. Such a man actually said that he was the retainer of that female magician. Zhou Qingchuan was also very surprised when he found out about Yi Baiming's identity. That was a retainer. Looking at the man's words, actions, and clothes, he definitely didn't come from an ordinary family. But he was willing to be a little girl's retainer. Zhou Qingchuan didn't expect that Yi Baiming was actually Yun Sheng's retainer. But he clearly noticed that Yi Baiming's gaze towards Yun Sheng was very unusual. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yi Baiming had special feelings for Yun Sheng. He didn't know why, but after Zhou Qingchuan discovered this, he felt a little uncomfortable. Don't talk. After Yun Sheng got out of the state of meditation, she didn't seem to have recovered. Before Yi Baiming could open his mouth to scold her, she suddenly said, I seem to have realized something. I want to go into seclusion immediately. Chapter 251. I seem to have touched the threshold of ice magic. Yun Sheng even forgot to ask Yi Baiming why he suddenly made a move. She was completely unaware of how dangerous her situation was at that time. Yi Baiming couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Yun Sheng actually touched the trick of using ice magic during her meditation. She didn't say anything and immediately left the auction house. She didn't even have time to say goodbye to Zhou Qingchuan and hurry back to her residence. She needed to meditate immediately. If she succeeded after this meditation, she should be able to comprehend ice magic. Secondary magic was different from the general nature magic. It was either a magician's innate magic mutation, or it had to rely on the acquired understanding. Yun Sheng, in the state of hibernation, was stimulated by the ice magic of Lan Ming. Zhou Qingchuan looked at Yun Sheng leaving without saying goodbye, and he was also a little surprised. He originally wanted to discuss with Yun Sheng. If possible, the auction house could exclusively handle the potion of the praise of the moon god from the little CI Entong in the future. Yi Baiming was naturally very happy to see Yun Sheng ignore Zhou Qingchuan. His intuition as a man told him that this man, whose family background and appearance were very good, had a favorable impression of Yun Sheng. He decided that before this favorable impression of him developed, he would kill it in advance. The most direct way to kill it was to declare his ownership of it. After Yun Sheng returned to her residence, she almost couldn't wait to enter the state of meditation. The passage of day and night quietly passed in her meditation. When Yun Sheng woke up again, it was already 2 days and 2 nights later. In these 2 days and 2 nights, the situation in the Luoxia city had also changed. The 7-leaf purple ginseng was getting closer and closer to maturity. The fragrance it exuded made more magical beasts restless. The news that Zhou Quan and others inquired was that the purple ginseng in the Luoxia wetland would mature after a day and night at the latest. At this time, a large number of hunters had gathered in the Luoxia city. Apart from the local forces of Luoxia city and the hunters from all over the world, The most eye-catching forces were the following. Among them were 3 students from the magic elite camp. Among them, the female student named Blue was the strongest. She was a Grand Magus Saint, while the other 2 were above Master Magus. At this time, Yunsheng had just finished her meditation. When she woke up, she let out a deep breath. She took out her magic scepter and chanted a spell. Immediately, a few snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Although it's only the most basic ice magic, it's still a breakthrough. Yunsheng got up and left the room. When she came out of the room, she found that Zhou Quan was already waiting outside. "Young master, you finally come out. We should also prepare to set off for the sunset wetlands." Zhou Quan had also heard that Yunsheng was comprehending magic. During this period of time, after inquiring about the situation in the city, Zhou Quan found out how precious the sage ginseng was. Many of the hunters in the city had already entered the sunset wetlands. After all, there was only one 7-leaf sage ginseng. There were many hunters and magical beasts fighting over it. "Okay, let's set off immediately." Yunsheng smiled. If Zhou Quan knew that there was a peak rank 9 Eagle Claw Bat King that was close to the domain level within the sunset wetlands, Zhou Quan would probably not enter the wetlands, even if he was beaten to death. Part of the reason why Yunsheng had been able to go into seclusion to comprehend ice magic with a clear conscience was because she knew that as long as that magical beast at the peak of the 9th level was present, others would not be able to get close to the sage ginseng. Yunsheng and Zhou Quan went to the main hall of the inn together. Chen Lianer, the crown prince, Yi Baiming, and Qi were all waiting there. Some people really don't know what's good for them. They don't even look at their own status, making so many people wait for them. Chen Lianer was really unlucky recently. Not only was her appearance disfigured, but the crown prince, Yi Bailian, had also developed a grudge against her because of the conflict she had with the people from the mainland's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer did not find fault with herself. Instead, she blamed everything on Yunsheng. Right now, she only wanted to enter the sunset wetlands as soon as possible. After finding the sage ginseng there, her face would be restored to normal. Everyone is clear about the situation at the sunset wetlands. Not only are there all kinds of dangerous magical beasts living in the sunset wetlands, we also do not know what is in the innermost area. For everyone's safety, we have already killed the sage ginseng. We have already decided to hunt down the magical beasts in the periphery first. Everyone, do not advance rashly. Zhou Quan informed everyone of his plan. Chen Lianer was dissatisfied. "If it were up to me, we should quickly kill the magical beasts and enter the core area. If we scout the outskirts, the sage ginseng might be taken away by someone. If she had to go back with this face, she would rather die." Zhou Quan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Along the way, he had found that although Chen Lianer was beautiful, she was arrogant and unruly. Compared to his deputy team leader, she was like the difference between heaven and earth. If it were not for the fact that this was their first mission, he really wanted to throw Chen Lianer out. "Listen up, my target is the sage ginseng. You are in charge of dealing with the magical beasts in the outer area. I will bring my royal sorcerers and summoners and immediately charge into the inner area." Crown Prince Ebalian had heard from the imperial doctor that a stalk of sage ginseng was more than enough to heal his Dharma soul. The rest would be refined into pills and presented to his father and mother. They would definitely be overjoyed. Recently, Yi Baiming had been in the limelight. After killing the blood cloud beast, his father's view of him had changed. Yi Bailian was pleased. With Wu Xiong around, he could identify the magical beasts and avoid the dangerous ones. He could enter the sunset wetlands in the shortest time possible to collect the sage ginseng. As for these lowly hunters, it was nothing if a few of them died. At most, he would just give them some money to settle down after returning to Zhou State. Crown Prince Yi Bailian's thoughts were all expressed on his face. Yunsheng saw this and sneered in her heart. Zhou Quan had no choice but to make a compromise. He promised Ebalian that the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps would hold back the magical beasts and protect Ebalian and the others as they entered the depths of the Sunset Wetlands. The group left Sunset City in a grandiose manner and headed towards the Sunset Wetlands. When they entered the outer area of the Sunset Wetlands, Abandon and the others stopped. He opened his cloak, and a green snake slithered out from under it. It hissed a few times towards the front. Little Green said that there is a miasma invisible to the naked eye ahead. Everyone needs to take the antidote before entering. Bringing Abandon was the right choice. The miasma around the Sunset Wetlands was different from other places. The miasma here was colorless and odorless. It was like mellow wine. When one first encountered it, one would not feel it. After entering, the deeper one went, the thicker the miasma became. After accumulating a certain amount of poison, it would unknowingly activate. But for someone like Abandon, who is naturally sensitive to poison, even if it was colorless and odorless, he could immediately identify it with Little Green. After everyone took the antidote, they continued forward. Chapter 252. As Yunsheng had been to the Luoxiao wetlands before, she was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. However, she did not walk at the front of the group. Instead, she slowly followed behind the group. She noticed that the magical beasts near the Luoxiao wetlands seemed to be much fewer than before. Look, those people and magical beasts. When Zhou Quan and the rest got closer, they realized that there was a disgusting smell everywhere. There were corpses of magical beasts and hunters everywhere. The miasma in the wetlands was emitted. Those hunters who did not take the antidote and some low-level magical beasts all died on the way. Some of the corpses were cut open by the magical beasts that passed by. It was a horrifying sight. After walking through the outer wetlands, they did not see a single living person or beast. In order to prevent anyone from entering the Luoxiao wetlands during this period, Yi Balian simply ordered the two mages beside him to set up a few magic arrays. As long as someone trespassed, the magic arrays would shoot out flames to attack. If there were no magical beasts like the puffed egg that could break any seal, normal people would not be able to enter at all. After setting up the magic arrays, everyone continued to walk forward. There were still no traces of people around. The entire Luoxiao wetlands was like a graveyard. There was a sense of death everywhere. Crown Prince, there are traces of a magical beast ahead. Allow me to chase it away. Wu Xiong had not had a chance to show off all the way here. After he caught the scent of a magical beast, he immediately walked out impatiently. He raised his magic scepter and chanted. This was Yun Sheng's second time seeing a summoner summon a magical beast. The first time was the female summoner called Bing Ling from the Wanlong gambling house. However, compared to Bing Ling's glacier tiger, she did not know what Wu Xiong's summoned beast was. After a series of obscure chants, a plant appeared in Wu Xiong's summoning array. It was a plant with a special shape. Yunsheng did not expect that Wu Xiong's summoned beast was not a magical beast. It was a plant-type summoned beast. At the side, Abandon and Yi Biming were also curious. There were very few summoners in the Great Zhou dynasty, and plant summoners were even rarer in the mainland. When Yunsheng saw the magic beast, she thought of a carnivorous plant she had seen in a modern botanical garden, Nepenthes. Wu Xiong's magic herb was similar to a pitcher plant. It had a huge bag, and inside it was a corrosive liquid that could melt any plant or animal. As long as an enemy, especially a mosquito, invaded it, it would immediately devour it. Wu Xiong's man-eating flower had a similar effect. After it appeared, it released a kind of fragrance. If a human were to smell this fragrance, they would only feel that it was filled with the stench of blood, making them want to vomit after smelling it for a while. But to magical beasts, this special fragrance was like the best repellent. Yun Sheng smelled it and found that it was similar to the smell of modern insecticides. Sure enough, after Wu Xiong released the man-eating flower, even if it did not move, its smell quickly spread. Some of the magical beasts that had been lingering around immediately fled after smelling this smell, not daring to come close to Yun Sheng and the others. As for the eagle claw bat king that Yun Sheng had encountered in the core area of the wetland, it was still there. Thinking about it, that near-domain level magical beast was much smarter and more cunning. It must have known that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to ripen, so it guarded the purple ginseng tightly, unwilling to retreat easily. What Yun Sheng and the others did not know was that when they entered the core area, the magic arrays that had been set up around the periphery of the wetland were easily destroyed. The elite camp students had expected that the purple ginseng was about to ripen, so they killed their way into the middle area. Coincidentally, they also encountered the wave of magical beasts that had been driven out by Wu Xiong's man-eating plant. The few of them killed along the way, and soon, small mountains of corpses were piled up on the road. Under the effect of Wu Xiong's summoning plant, the group quickly cleared out the magical beasts in the periphery. But for some reason, Yin Sheng felt that something was wrong. Last time, when she entered the sunset wetland, there were clearly many magical beasts in the periphery. She carefully recalled the situation at that time, but when she entered today, she felt that the magical beasts in the vicinity had all disappeared. Could it be that there were more powerful people who entered the sunset wetland first? Unknowingly, the group walked to the core area of the wetland. In order to allow the crown prince and the others to pass more smoothly, Zhou Quan and the others split up to hunt magical beasts along the way. When they reached the core area, only Zhou Quan, 2 or 3 hunters, Yin Sheng, abandoned, and Yi Baiming were left in the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. This was also the result of Yun Sheng's intentional arrangement. She knew that the vicinity of the 9-leaf purple ginseng would be filled with danger, so she left some hunters with low cultivation to guard the periphery. The dizzying miasma slowly dissipated, and a fresh, dew-like fragrance assailed their nostrils. "Look, what's that over there?" Chun-Lian Er's eyes lit up. She saw a trace of purple in the depths of the wetland. That purple light attracted everyone's attention. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. There were a total of 9 leaves. So it was actually the 9-leaf purple ginseng. Everyone was wild with joy. Everyone knew what a 9-leaf purple ginseng meant. It was a herb that was close to divine grade. At this moment, the ginseng flower on the purple ginseng's corolla had turned completely red from its previous orange-yellow color. From afar, the 9-leaf purple ginseng seemed to be shrouded in the morning glow. Discovering the temptation of the 9-leaf purple ginseng made everyone forget about the dangerous situation in front of them, especially Chun-Lian, and the Crown Prince. They couldn't wait any longer and activated their magic. They didn't care about the wetland in front of them as they prepared to pick the purple ginseng that was about to ripen. "Little wild cat, what's going on?" Yi Baiming noticed that Yun Sheng's face was abnormally pale. Yun Sheng, who had always been fearless, revealed such an expression. Yi Baiming couldn't help but become vigilant, just as Yi Billion and the others jumped onto the wetland. Suddenly, they heard a strange bubbling sound. Bubbles began to appear one after another in the originally calm quagmire. Something came out of the bubbles. Mud bats came out of the mud one by one. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with bats. Along with the bats, there was also a bat king. The bat king had the head of a mouse, but its wings were like an owl's. It was covered in feathers. The most terrifying thing was its 2 legs. They didn't look like bat legs at all. They were clearly a pair of sharp eagle claws. Seeing the bat king's legs, Wu Xiong let out a terrified cry. It was the rank 9 eagle claw bat king. He never would have thought that he would find such a terrifying magical beast in this kind of place. "Run! This is the rank 9 Eagle Claw King. It's almost a domain-level magical beast. If we stay here, we will all die." Wu Xiong hurriedly tried to escape. "Hee, you stupid plant summoner. At least you have some knowledge and can recognize my treasure." A dry laugh was heard. Chapter 253. Inside the swamp, bubbling sound could be heard again. The mud gradually solidified together, forming a human figure. An old man with a face even more haggard than the bark of an old tree appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the summoning ring on his hand, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a holy beast summoner, who could control high-level magical beasts and even domain-level magical beasts. They didn't expect that there would be a summoner hidden in the Luoxiao wetland. At this moment, even the stupidest Yi Balian already knew that they were ambushed. You are? Your Excellency, please spare me. I am a branch of the Wu family of Penglai State. Please let me go for the sake of the Wu family. Wu Xiong was trembling with fear. You killed so many magical beasts along the way. Those were all food for my family's sweetheart. Since you killed them, then you will be its new food. The first one to be eaten is you, stupid descendant of the Wu family, who knew that the Eagle Claw King had no intention of letting him go. The Eagle Claw King smelled the summoner in the crowd and only heard squeak. It was like a golden lightning. In just a moment, its claws grabbed Wu Xiong's head. Those small eagle claw bats swarmed and rushed towards the man-eating plant. Wu Xiong's whole body was grabbed by the eagle claw bats. With a snap, his head was immediately separated from his body. His pitiful appearance made everyone present not dare to move. The summoner's strength was really terrifying, especially the power of his summoned beast, which was already at the peak of the 9th rank. Which one of you is the Crown Prince of Zhou State? This old man was entrusted by someone to refine the purple ginseng golden pill in exchange for the life of the Crown Prince of Zhou State. The old summoner's eyes looked back and forth among the remaining people. Finally, his eyes fell on Yi Baiming. In any case, the other party was a crown prince. His temperament and appearance were bound to be first class. Among the crowd, Yi Baiming's temperament and appearance were the most outstanding. The old summoner thought he was smart and stared at Yi Baiming. He grinned and laughed dryly. You are the crown prince of Zhou State. This question made Yi Balian so angry that he almost fainted, but he couldn't deny it. The old summoner was obviously hired by someone to kill him. If he admitted it, the old summoner would kill him without hesitation. Yi Baiming glanced at the silent Yi Balian. The corners of his lips curled up in disdain. Elder, we have no enmity between us. Why did you set such a trap for us? Yi Baiming could already tell that the entire so-called sage ginseng was nothing more than a carefully planned trap. What's the point of a dead man knowing so much? Die. The summoner waved his hand, and the eagle claw bat immediately turned its target to Yi Baiming. Wait. Just as the summoner was about to attack, Yunsheng suddenly shouted, He is not the crown prince of Zhou State. When Yi Baiming heard this, he looked at Yunsheng. He didn't expect that Yunsheng would speak up to protect him. When the old summoner heard that Yi Baiming wasn't the crown prince of Zhou State, he immediately stopped. Although he couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, he understood one principle: to kill when necessary. Since the summoner wanted him to kill the crown prince of Zhou State, then he would only kill the crown prince of Zhou State. Yi Balian almost fainted. In fact, he couldn't wait for the old summoner to kill Yi Baiming indiscriminately. After all, Yi Baiming's reputation in Zhou State was far greater than his. Killing him was equivalent to eliminating all future troubles, and he could take the opportunity to escape this disaster. Who knew that this damned female sorcerer would expose him? Elder, haven't you heard that the crown prince of Zhou State is an idiot? Furthermore, he's ugly and doesn't have a good reputation in the mainland. Look at him. No matter what, he's still considered a talent. How can he be the crown prince of Zhou State? Furthermore, which country's crown prince would lower himself to personally come to such a place to pick herbs? Yinxing also noticed that although this old summoner wasn't young, he didn't seem to know much about worldly affairs. Sure enough, after hearing Yinsheng's words, the other party also felt that something was wrong. The person who entrusted him to kill the crown prince of Zhou State had a very honorable status. He also wasn't willing to enter a place like the Luoxiao wetlands. Little girl, then tell me, where's the real crown prince of Zhou State? The old summoner looked at Yunsheng and saw that she was only an archmagus. Then, He looked at her innocent face and didn't think that she would lie. However, this old summoner was gravely mistaken. As the saying went, a dog that bites is not fierce. Under Yun Sheng's harmless, lowly appearance, she hid the evil heart of a poisonous witch. He's hiding in a very secluded place. Elder, if you trust me, I can take you to find him, Yun Sheng said vividly. When Yi Baiming heard that Yun Sheng wanted to personally take the old summoner to find some imaginary crown prince of Zhou State, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Trust me, Yun Sheng winked at him and abandoned. At the same time, Yun Sheng couldn't help but secretly touch the summoning hand hidden in her chest. Whether it was the other party's magic cultivation or summoning skills, he was far above her. If she wanted to successfully deceive him, she could only give it her all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. The old summoner muttered to himself for a moment. Without hesitation, he followed Yun Sheng forward. Wait, if we leave and that sage ginseng matures, what will we do? You treacherous little girl, this old man almost fell for your trick. The old summoner suddenly became angry. This time, he came for the sage ginseng and almost fell for Yun Sheng's diversionary tactic. Elder, you don't have to worry too much. Look at the sage ginseng's flowers. Although the flowers are already red, the top layer of the flowers isn't red yet. I'm a pharmacist. I can guarantee that the sage ginseng won't mature in 2 hours. Yun Sheng said with certainty, 2 hours is enough for you to capture the cowardly crown prince of Zhou State. Then you can pick the herbs and use that coward's corpse as fertilizer. Yi Bailin was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. This period of time could be considered the most sullen period of his life. He didn't have any good days. He was humiliated by the people of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. Because he wanted to save his life, he was repeatedly humiliated by Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, you little bitch. As long as he returns to Zhou State, he definitely won't let her off. Yi Baiming saw Yi Bailin's sinister gaze, and a murderous intent flashed through his eyes. Yi Baiming also sighed inwardly at Yun Sheng's psychological strength. In this world, perhaps only Yun Sheng could make her enemy vomit blood in anger in such a critical situation. Little wildcat, the longer you know her, the more surprises you have. The old summoner was suspicious for a long time, but he still believed Yun Sheng's words. He also expected that a little girl in her teens wouldn't be able to do anything big. Yun Sheng led the old summoner in the northwest direction. Thanks to Fei Fan, Origin Sin, and Bad Fur for their tips. My results have been pretty bad recently, and I'm going to be frozen. I haven't asked for a subscription since I went up. I only hope that some people will be magnanimous and delay it for 2 days. Chapter 254. Seeing that their deputy commander had been taken away, the hunters, including Zhou Quan, all expressed that they wanted to track down Yun Sheng. Are you all rebelling? Who will protect me if all of you leave? Yi Bailin was furious when he saw this. Yi Bailin was already scared to death. However, seeing that the 9-leaf purple ginseng was about to ripen, he was unwilling to leave. He was also worried that the old summoner had other helpers. He was also afraid that the eccentric old summoner would return and take his life. His Dharma soul had been destroyed, so he was no different from a useless person. Is there a crown prince here? Why didn't anyone admit that they were the crown prince of Zhou State? Brothers, let's go. The deputy commander's safety is more important, Zhou Quan and the rest said disdainfully and turned to leave. Yi Baiming snorted coldly and was about to leave too. Yi Baiming, if you dare to leave, I'll never know where your mother is buried. Yi Bailin had just finished speaking when he heard Yi Baiming's words. Yi Baiming's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly turned around. His expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The cold light emitted from his gray eyes made people feel as if they were frozen. Yi Baiming approached Yi Baiming step by step. If there was anything in the entire imperial family that Yi Baiming was concerned about, it would be his mother's coffin. Back then, after his mother died, the whereabouts of the coffin had been unknown. All these years, Yi Biming had been trying his best to find his mother's coffin. However, there were no clues at all. The Emperor of Zhou State was also unwilling to mention this matter. Yi Biming obviously knew about Yi Biming's weakness. Yi Biming suddenly grabbed Yi Balian's collar. He was like a crazed cheetah. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Balian was choked to the point that he could not breathe. Just as he thought that Yi Biming was about to strangle him to death, the latter suddenly pulled his hand away. Yi Biming panted heavily. At this moment, he only felt that Yi Biming was a god of death. Remember, this is the last time you use my mother's coffin to threaten me. If you don't tell me the exact location of the coffin this time, the next time I will definitely do the same thing as the eagle claw bat did to your subordinate. I will separate your head from your body, Yi Biming said word by word. He turned around and glanced at Abandon. That little snake of yours should be able to find Yun Sheng's whereabouts. Yi Biming's heart was filled with pain as he entrusted the wildcat's life to another man. However, he had no other choice. His mother's coffin was related to his secret, so he had to find it. Moreover, he saw the little wildcat wink at him and abandon when she left. Every time Yun Sheng was plotting something, she always had that expression on her face. This time, it should be no exception. Abandon walked towards the northwest without a word. In Luoxia City, inside the city lord's residence, the Dark Prince and Luoxia City Lord were waiting for a reply from the Luoxia wetlands. The Dark Prince was still the same as before, wearing a cool expression. Your Highness, Dark Prince, isn't it worth it to exchange a 9-leaf purple ginseng for Zhou State's crown prince's life? The Luoxia City Lord's expression still carried some reluctance. That was a 6-leaf purple ginseng. In the past 50 years, it had only appeared once in Luoxia City. However, the Dark Prince gave the purple ginseng to that summoner as a reward. It's just a purple ginseng. Since the Luoxia wetlands is suitable for growing this herb, I believe that in a few decades, another purple ginseng will appear in the wetlands. Moreover, I heard that it's not just Zhou State Crown Prince who came this time. Even Zhou State's Lord Biming came. Zhou State's emperor only had 2 sons. If he suddenly lost 2 princes in later Qin, what would the future of Zhou State be like? The Dark Prince didn't feel any heartache for the purple ginseng. Previously, he arranged to kill the other party's hunters in Daoi Mountain Guard City. It was only a precedent. Later Qin's national strength had been growing day by day in recent years. Back then, Zhou State's Marshal Saint Yunba was so powerful that later Qin had no choice but to retreat. In the Dark Prince's opinion, annexing Zhou State was only a matter of time. This time, if he could successfully kill Zhou State's crown prince and lord, Zhou State would definitely fall into chaos. Then, spending a purple ginseng would be worth it. However, if the Dark Prince knew that the purple ginseng in the Luoxia wetlands was a god-tier herb that was about to evolve, his attitude might not be so relaxed. Half a day had already passed. With the speed of Zhou State's group, they must have already entered the trap. The Dark Prince was already impatient to know the result. At this very moment, northwest of the Luoxia wetlands. Little girl, where exactly is that Zhou State's crown prince? He's already been gone for 15 minutes. After walking with Yun Sheng, the old summoner still didn't see any Zhou State's crown prince. Then, he looked at the direction Yun Sheng was walking and couldn't help but become suspicious. We're almost there, senior. Haste makes waste. Yun Sheng walked unhurriedly. Don't think of playing any tricks. My Eagle Claw Bat King has very sharp eyes. If it sees you doing anything, you'll end up like that summoner just now. I don't want to twist your little head off as well. The old summoner was on guard. I know. Hey, senior, look at what's in front of us. Yun Sheng walked to the front, and a swamp appeared in front of them. She glanced at him and suddenly shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. What a cunning little girl. You actually dare to play tricks in front of me. The old summoner flew into a rage out of humiliation. Just as he was about to order his summoned beast to catch Yun Sheng, the sky suddenly darkened. The eagle claw bat immediately became alert. Immediately after, a strong pressure surged out. The surroundings were inexplicably dark. When the pressure came, the eagle-claw bat on the old summoner's body let out a cry of fear. The dignified ninth-rank eagle-claw bat actually fell upside down from the old summoner's shoulder under that pressure. Who is it? Which expert senior is it? The old summoner, who was originally full of confidence, broke out in cold sweat when he felt that pressure. According to his summoned beast's reaction, he was sure that there was a summoner who was stronger than him hiding in the surroundings. Stronger than a holy beast summoner. Was that a bishop summoner or not? No, it seemed to be even stronger. It was Emperor Zao. In a place like this, they actually encountered a master at the level of Emperor Zao. The old summoner had already thrown Yun Sheng to the back of his mind. He knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed incessantly toward a certain direction in the darkness. Which summoning king is it? If this lowly one has offended you, please forgive me. He was completely unaware that the so-called pressure was just the pressure released by Yun Sheng using the summoning hand. Reckless guy, how dare you make things difficult for my disciple? Afraid that her disguise would be seen through, Yun Sheng had no choice but to use Xiao Hei's swallowing the sky combat skill to disguise herself as that hidden expert. She deliberately used a hoarse and deep voice. Chapter 255. So that little girl? Oh no, that lord is your disciple. I was too ignorant to recognize you. Please forgive me, the Emperor Zao. After realizing that the other party might be a master at the same level as Emperor Zao, the Holy Beast Summoner didn't dare to move anymore. The Holy Beast Summoner was one of the top existences on the mainland. In the mainland, the number of Holy Beast Summoners was less than 1,000. But who was this master at the same level as Emperor Zao in front of him? The old summoner's dry forehead was already covered in a large amount of cold sweat. He looked at his eagle-claw bat that was so scared that it didn't have the demeanor of a king anymore. He knelt down on the ground and thought about the few old monsters at the same level as Emperor Zao on the mainland. He didn't know who the one in front of him was. What's your name? That little girl is my disciple. If you dare to bully her, you are disrespecting me. Yun Sheng hid in the darkness and quietly changed her voice. Once the mysterious power of the summoned demon hand came out, the holy mage was scared to death. Yun Sheng didn't dare to stay for long. She could feel that the magic in her body was rapidly being devoured by the summoned demon hand. I am Zong Yi, a holy beast master from the Penglai state. The Holy Beast Master had already thought of several possible candidates in his mind. Except for the Emperor Zao, in red of the Zao state, the other masters at the same level as Emperor Zao on the mainland had disappeared for many years. How could they appear here so easily? Zong, he was suspicious. Could it be that this Emperor Zao was a fake? He was suspicious and looked at the source of the voice in the darkness. He didn't see any summoned beast protecting the master at the same level as Emperor Zao. Zong, he was even more suspicious. In the dark, if he quietly probed, he would be able to prove Emperor Zao's true identity. He quietly ordered the Eagle Claw Bat to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Yun Sheng's eyes shone brightly. She saw the old summoner raise his head. His words and actions were somewhat suspicious. The eagle claw bat also flapped its wings, preparing to fly over. She wanted to test her? Yun Sheng smiled coldly and immediately gave an order to the 1,000-legged ant king in the exquisite beast tower. Suddenly, Zhong Yi's summoned beast pounced on Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng immediately used Earth Meld and moved more than 10 meters away. The eagle claw bat missed its target, so it immediately retracted its wings and prepared to attack again. Yun Sheng waved her hands, and a summoning array appeared beside her. Only a series of strange, buzzing sounds could be heard. A group of beast ants flew out from the summoning array. Zong Yi was shocked. It was a group of ferocious beast ants. One of the ant generals looked very ferocious. It bit onto the eagle claw bat's legs tightly and ordered the ant soldiers to attack. The eagle claw bat had thick skin and was not afraid of ordinary mosquito bites. However, when faced with a domain realm master, it couldn't withstand the attacks of a domain realm master. The ants crazily chewed on the eagle claw bat's flesh. The summoned beast and the summoner were telepathic. The eagle claw bat was entangled by the beast ants. Zhong-Yi also felt a wave of itchiness and pain on his body. This feeling was truly unbearable, especially when Zhong-Yi was just a summoner. He was old and had a strange temper. He relied on his level 9 eagle claw bat and didn't have any subordinates. However, today, he met Yun Sheng, who had the ability to summon demons. He was unlucky. He deserved to die in the hands of Yun Sheng. The eagle claw bat king was surrounded by countless beast ants. It was in great pain. It had no choice but to use its bat wings to beat the beast ants on its body. The bat wings beat its body until it was covered in blood. The beast ants smelled the scent of blood and desperately chewed on the eagle claw bat's flesh. As a result, Zhong-Yi was in more pain. The summoned beast and the summoner were tortured to the point where they wanted to die. The Honorable the Emperor Zhao, please be merciful. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. As long as you forgive me, my summoned beast, and I will be loyal to you for life. Zhong-Yi had lived for 60 to 70 years. He had never been in such a difficult situation. He would rather die than live now. The beast ants were really scary. Under the command of the centipede ant general, they drank fresh blood and chewed on good meat. He was just an old skeleton. How could he withstand such torture? Zhong-Yi was on the verge of death. Yun Sheng's magical power was almost depleted by the demon hand. She knew it was time to reel in the net. She didn't have the intention to kill this saint summoner. This person was just right for her to use. Yun Sheng pretended to be angry. Reckless scoundrel. You want to compare the light of a firefly to the stars. I don't want to be entangled with you. You will follow my little disciple from now on. Treat her words as my words. If you disobey, Ant King will not let you off easily. In order to prevent you from changing your mind, swear on your soul that you will be loyal to me forever. Yes, sir. I will definitely follow your orders. Zhong-Yi was very lucky. He didn't dare to doubt Yun Sheng's identity anymore. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Swearing on the soul was the most important oath for summoners and mages. If the oath was broken, the soul would break and they would die. After Zhong-Yi made the oath, the darkness in the sky gradually disappeared. The surroundings were restored to light. Zhong-Yi felt that the beast ants on his body had all disappeared. There was no sign of the thousand-legged ant king. He only saw the female mage who was looking at him with a funny face. Looking around, the mysterious Emperor Zhao had already disappeared. He was indeed a strong man at the level of the Emperor Zhao. He came and went without a trace. Little master, why didn't you say earlier that you have a master at the level of the Emperor Zhao? Zhong-Yi was frightened, but he was complaining in his heart. It was really a sin. How could he provoke such a little devil? Zhong-Yi was also a saint summoner with a little fame in Penglai. Now he had to call a little girl, less than 10 years old, little master. How could he survive in the mainland in the future? Well, it was better to be laughed at than to be killed by the Emperor Zhao. Thinking of the scene of being bitten by the beast ants just now, Zhong-Yi felt a burst of palpitations just thinking about it. Zhong-Yi, right? You remember what my master said just now. Looking at Zhong-Yi kneeling on the side like a pug, Yun Sheng felt funny in her heart. The two-man show just now really wasted a lot of her thoughts. Fortunately, she was not seen through. Now she had such a powerful subordinate. It was a big gain for her. Just give me your orders. In the future, if you say east, Zhong-Yi will never go west. Zhong-Yi was depressed. He regretted it so much that his intestines were turning green. It seemed that he would definitely be a slave in the future. Chapter 256. Treat the wounds on you and your magical beast. Yun Sheng threw over 2 bottles of meditation water and hemostatic medicine. Zhong-Yi drank the meditation water, and smeared some hemostatic medicine on his summoned beast. As soon as he used the potion, Zhong Wei felt that his mana was quickly recovering. The hemostatic potion was also very useful. Just by applying it, he and the eagle claw bat's blood stopped flowing. "My lady, your medicine is really effective." Zhong Yi was a sorcerer and had consumed many meditation water before, but he had never encountered such a miraculously effective medicine. "I refined it myself. I am a devil apothecary and also a doctor. If you follow me in the future, I won't mistreat you. Tell me, who asked you to kill the crown prince of Zhou State?" Yinsheng vaguely guessed the identity of the mastermind, but she still needed further confirmation. "It's the Dark Crown Prince of Later Qin. He got someone to contact me a while ago and said that the 7-leaf sage ginseng appeared in the Luoxiao wetlands. The Crown Prince of Zhou State will bring people over to cook. The Dark Crown Prince promised me that as long as I kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State, he can ask the palace's pharmacist to help me refine the sage ginseng golden pill." Since Zhong Yi swore loyalty to Yun Sheng, he naturally didn't dare to hide anything. Although Zhong Yi's temper was a bit strange, he was someone who kept his word. The reason why Zhong Yi needed the sage ginseng golden pill was that he suffered some internal injuries when he advanced to the holy summoner rank. In addition, Zhong Yi was getting older and his physical strength was deteriorating year by year. He heard that the sage ginseng golden pill could extend a person's life by at least 50 years, so he had been searching everywhere for the sage ginseng. This time, after he found the whereabouts of the sage ginseng, it was a pity that he didn't know how to refine pills. Since the Dark Crown Prince promised to refine pills for him, he naturally agreed. In any case, this old man had been alone for many years and didn't have any family or friends. What Crown Prince of Zhou State? What Dark Crown Prince? He simply didn't care about the competition between these countries. So the lowly life of the Crown Prince of Zhou State is only worth one sage ginseng golden pill. Don't worry, since you're following me, I won't treat you unfairly. I can also refine a mere sage herb myriad gold pill. Ever since Yun Sheng refined the high-grade tribute of the moon god, her alchemy skills had improved by another level. She also had the assistance of magic, so the grade of the pills she refined was much higher than ordinary pills. Zhong Ziyage was an honest person. He didn't care whether it was a 9-leaf sage herb or a 7-leaf sage herb. In his eyes, it was just a medicinal herb. As long as he could pluck that sage ginseng, he would definitely be able to refine the sage ginseng myriad golden pill. Seeing that Yun Sheng was so confident, Zhong Yi was overjoyed. "But before that, you need to do something for me," Yun Sheng whispered into the Zhong Yi's ear. After the latter heard this, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't this scheme a little too vicious? The little girl in front of him looked young, but her mind was really vicious. "Okay, I'll do it now. I guarantee that little master will be satisfied." Without another word, Zhong Yi summoned his eagle claw bat and flew in the direction they came from. Yun Sheng used a large amount of magic to summon the demon hand. She rested on the spot for a moment and calculated that the 9-leaf sage herb should have ripened by now. She used a transformation spell and walked towards the place where she found the sage herb. "Why isn't it ripened yet?" Yi Billion and the others were anxiously waiting for the sage herb to ripen. Yi Biming, on the other hand, was a little distracted. After Yun Sheng lured the saint summoner away, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the Saint Beast Summoner was too great. "You're still worried about that little girl, Yun Sheng?" "I'm afraid she's already been eaten alive by the Saint Beast Summoner." Chun Lian saw that Yi Biming was staring in the direction that Yun Sheng left, and her heart was overflowing with jealousy. She didn't understand why Yi Biming would look at Yun Sheng so differently. If he had treated her as well as he treated that little girl in the past, she wouldn't have turned to Crown Prince Yi Billion. "If she dies, you all have to pay with your lives for her." Yi Biming's gray eyes flashed with a trace of haze. Yi Biming was a little worried that Yi Biming hadn't returned after leaving to find Yun Sheng. He already regretted letting Yun Sheng leave alone with the Saint Beast Summoner. The other party had a strange temper. If he knew that Yun Sheng was lying to him, who knew what he would do? Yi Biming, The 9-leaf purple ginseng is about to ripen. Hurry and pick it for this crown prince. The 9-leaf purple ginseng's corolla was turning from orange to red. Without the Saint Beast summoner's deterrence, the Saint Beast living in the sunset wetlands all became restless. In a wetland swamp, several 2-meter-long earth ridge crocodiles opened their greedy mouths. Several vultures perched on the withered branches to the side, letting out hair-raising cries. Yibiming glanced at the wetlands and suddenly jumped up. His body emitted a biting cold dough chi, causing the nearby Saint Beast to retreat. Just as Yibiming was about to snatch the 9-leaf purple ginseng. From the side of the wetlands, 3 figures suddenly appeared. Several high-level magic shot towards Yibiming. It's the elite camp of the continent. Yibiming's gray eyes moved, and his figure flashed in midair. Yibalian subordinates also took the opportunity to move. In the midst of the chaos, a burst of laughter came from the sky. Good lad, you're the crown prince of Zhou State, right? Let's see where you can escape to this time. The Saint Summoner's Zone personality, who had left and returned, descended from the sky. He grabbed the eagle claw bat's sharp claw with one hand and picked up the lone Yibalian. Yibalian had been sick for a long time and was already weak and powerless. Facing the Zone personality, he didn't have any strength to fight back. After being picked up by the Zone personality, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The 2 mages beside him and the shadow guards who were hiding at the side were all dumbfounded. Before they could react, they heard the Zone roar and soar into the air. If you want to find your crown prince, go to the Sunset City Lord's residence and find a crown prince of Later Qin. After saying that, he took away the crown prince of Zhou State, who was already pale with fright. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. But everyone clearly heard what the Zone personality said. The crown prince of Later Qin. Everyone immediately understood. No wonder a Saint Beast summoner would appear in such a place. It turned out that the kidnapping and assassination were all done by the crown prince of Later Qin. What a sinister crown prince. After losing their crown prince, the group of guards and magicians couldn't care less about the 9-leaf purple ginseng that was about to ripen. They all immediately chased after the figure in the sky who had already turned into a black and rushed toward Sunset City. Chun Lianer glanced at Yibiming and recalled his cowardly appearance just now. She gritted her teeth and stayed. Chapter 257. Inside the Luoxia City's City Lord's Mansion. Later Qin's Crown Prince, Dark Prince, and Luoxia City's City Lord were drinking and chatting merrily, waiting for Zhong Yi's good news. Dark Prince, you've caused me so much trouble. Zhong Yi's angry voice echoed in the sky above Luoxia City. His voice rumbled and instantly spread throughout Luoxia City. Many martial artists and mages in the city heard his voice. Even Zhou Qingchuan of the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce came out. 100 meters in the sky, Zhong Yi was holding Zhou State's crown prince, Yi Balian, who looked like a chick. The Dark Prince, who rushed to the city wall, had a change in expression. What was going on with Zhong? Didn't they agree to let him kill Zhou State's crown prince? Why did he bring him here? This time, the whole city knew about it. Senior Zhong Yi, what is the meaning of this? The Dark Prince's face was gloomy. What was this old man doing? He asked him to kill Zhou State's crown prince. Why did he bring people here? His assassination of the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty had always been a secret. Now that Zhong Yi had exposed it, he could neither kill nor spare the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. This completely disrupted his plans. What do I mean? I should be the one asking you that. Let me ask you. You told me that Zhou State's royal family is a bunch of idiots and that there are no experts. You said that killing Zhou State's crown prince is as easy as plucking a carrot? Screw that carrot and onion. I almost fell for your trick. Zhong Yi came to find trouble with the Dark Prince under Yun Sheng's instructions. But the more he spoke, the angrier he got. He was used to being a carefree man all his life. It was all because of this damn Dark Prince that he became someone else's subordinate. Although it wasn't a bad thing, At least he had a master above him. He wouldn't have any freedom in the future. Senior Zhong Yi, you must have misunderstood something. The Dark Prince wished he could sew Zhong Yi's mouth shut, but he knew Zhong Yi's temper and ability. If he really pissed him off, he wouldn't be afraid even if the Heavenly Emperor came. Misunderstood? Misunderstood 18 generations of your ancestors. Heh, you call that not having any experts? Do you know that the magician beside him is the disciple of a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao? This old man is so unlucky. Just when I'm about to die, I actually offended a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao. I'm cutting my own throat. Do I not want to live anymore? You call this a misunderstanding. Zhong Yi spat in the air. The Dark Prince and the others on the city wall hurriedly dodged, but their faces were still stained with saliva. The apprentice of a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao? Since when did Zhou State have such a person? How could there be so many disciples of Emperor Zhao in this world? He knew of one. While the Dark Prince was thinking, a small face suddenly popped up in his mind. It was her. The hidden crown prince was so angry that the roots of his teeth turned sour. It was that damn lass. Daoi Mountain City, that little lass called Yin Yun. Ever since the hidden crown prince suffered a loss at Yun Sheng's hands at Daoi Mountain's Hunter Citadel in Zhou State, he had been dreaming of Yun Sheng's face for a long time. That tormenting little vixen. The hidden crown prince swore that if he met Yun Sheng again, he would definitely let that lass know how powerful he was. It was rumored that during the Beast Tide at Daoi Mountain, a summoner at the level of Emperor Zhao had appeared, and that summoner's disciple was announced to be Yin Yun. After falling into the hands of the same person twice in a row, one could imagine how the hidden crown prince was feeling right now. Why are you feeling guilty? You can't say anything, right? You still don't want to admit that you plotted against this old man. Zhong Yi snorted twice. He suddenly withdrew his hand and threw Yi Billion down from the high ground without any warning. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the incomparably noble crown prince of Zhou State was thrown down by Zhong Yi like a piece of trash. With a few cracking sounds, Yi Billion, who had a useless physique as a sorcerer, felt a sharp pain all over his body. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. What was worse was that Yi Billion was also scared out of his wits just now. After being thrown down like this, he actually lost control of his bladder and directly peed. Seeing the dignified crown prince of Zhou State in such a state, the citizens of Luoxia City all pointed and gesticulated as they discussed animatedly. Fine, you plotted against this old man. This old man is a magnanimous person who doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. You wanted me to kill the crown prince of Zhou State, so I brought him to you. Since I kept my promise, you should also keep yours and hand over the 6-leaf purple ginseng that this old man wants. Zhong Yi glared and put on the face of an old scoundrel. What? He had seen scoundrels before, but he had never seen such a scoundrel. He had already told Zhong Yi that there was a 6-leaf purple ginseng in the Luoxiao wetlands, and even the specific location. Who knew if he had already collected the purple ginseng? When the hidden crown prince Dugu Xiao heard this, anger rushed to his chest. At this moment, he had really become the hidden crown prince in name and in reality. His face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Crown Prince, don't say any more. The Crown Prince of Zhou State doesn't look right. Zhong Yi handed the Crown Prince of Zhou State to us in front of everyone in the city. There might be secret agents from Zhou State in the city. If we can't save him, others will really misunderstand that we are plotting to kill the Crown Prince of Zhou State. At that time, when Zhou State comes to denounce us, we will be in the wrong. The city lord of Luoxia City also didn't expect that his originally ingenious plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife will be disrupted by Zhong Yi, causing everything to change. In the Luoxia City lord's residence, there was still a 6-leaf purple ginseng that was obtained in the early years. In order to shut Zhong Yi's mouth and prevent him from pestering endlessly and making things even more unmanageable, the city lord could only take out the remaining 6-leaf purple ginseng and persuade Zhong Yi to leave. The hidden crown prince then ordered people to carry the crown prince of Zhou State back to the city lord's residence. He ordered people to carefully check his condition. After this check, he discovered that many of Yi Balian's bones were broken, and his Dharma soul was also more or less shattered. He had become a cripple. The hidden crown prince could only order people to use medicine to keep Yi Balian's life. He also ordered people to search for Yi Balian's subordinates. After everything was arranged, the hidden crown prince thought of the girl that he hated and couldn't forget. All right, since you came to the later Qin, don't think about leaving. Remember, if you find a female sorcerer in the crown prince of Zhou State's team, no matter what method you use, you must bring her back. They received the order and were about to leave when they suddenly heard the hidden crown prince say, "Remember, don't hurt her. This crown prince will take care of her personally." Damn, Yun Sheng. Since you came to the territory of the later Qin, this crown prince naturally has to treat you well. Looking at the Luoxiao wetland again, Yi Baiming, Chun Lianer, and the sorcerers from the elite camp were facing each other. Asterisk, asterisk, thank you, Lon Lon. The burnt fur, and Beiyu's reward, asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 258. It's you. Lon immediately recognized Yi Baiming as she brought two magicians with her. So you guys came for the sage ginseng as well. Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes. The three of them were very strong. He only had Chen Lianer by his side. In terms of strength, he was no match for the three of them. We originally didn't plan to steal the sage ginseng, but just now the three of us discovered a purple auspicious aura in the sky above the wetlands. That's why we wanted to take a look. Azura and the others didn't know that there was a sage ginseng in the Luoxiao wetlands. However, the purple auspicious aura in the sky indicated that there must be a treasure or a god-level herb in the area. Although the continent's magic elite camp was the top existence in the continent, if a god-level herb appeared, they would definitely fight for it. According to the rules of the elite camp, if they brought back a god-level herb, it was very likely that they would be given a chance to enter the esoteric magic field. Azura definitely wouldn't give up such an opportunity. You're no match for me. If that female magician was here that day, maybe you guys would have a chance. What a pity. Azura glanced at Chun Lian. Yi Baiming's strength was hard to estimate, but he had a pig-like companion. On the other hand, the three of them were all members of the continent's magic elite camp. The three of them cooperated well during their daily training. Even if they met an opponent twice as strong as them, they would still be able to maintain an undefeated position, unless Yi Baiming's strength reached the level of a sky magician or a martial marquis. However, he was too young. At his age, it was impossible for him to reach that level of cultivation. What did you say? You think I'm no match for Yin Sheng? What's so great about her? We're both great magicians. Chun Lian immediately exploded. What was there that she couldn't compare to Yin Sheng? In terms of appearance and cultivation, she had studied at the Royal Magic Academy for many years. How could she be inferior to a newly promoted Yin Sheng? You don't deserve to fight with me. Azura's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and the magic scepter in her hand emitted a blinding light. Chun Lianer couldn't resist at all and was sent flying by the light. You guys keep him busy. I'll go pick the sage ginseng. Sage ginseng could not only be used to refine medicine, but also to refine magic medicine. Indigo quickly chanted, and with a flash of her body technique, she appeared above the swamp as if she was walking on flat ground. The two mages beside her immediately started chanting. Seal. The mage who was proficient in sealing magic quickly chanted at Yi Baiming. His advanced sealing spell could not only temporarily seal the enemy's magic incantation, but could also freeze the martial artist's movements. However, Yi Baiming was no ordinary warrior. His strength was even above Cheng Bai's and Bu Jiuxiao's. It was unknown what technique Yi Baiming used, but he left behind a series of afterimages as he dodged the magic attack. His two fists blasted out, and the two magicians felt as if they had been punched in the chest as they were sent flying. Wind incantation, wind bind. Yi Baiming chanted, and a light green wind element wrapped around Indigo. You're actually a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Indigo had already seen that Yi Baiming was no ordinary martial artist. However, Indigo was already prepared. She tapped the magic scepter in her hand on the swamp, and a water-type magic element quickly seeped into the originally solid ground, causing the entire ground to become muddy. Yi Baiming's body sank down. He did not hesitate at all. A cold aura spread out from under his feet. The originally muddy swamp immediately turned into a frozen ground. Good, you're actually a multi-elemental mage. Indigo became more and more courageous as she fought. She leaped up, and the magic soul stone on the magic scepter in her hand shone with a terrifying light. The two of them fought like this for a few rounds, and for a while, there was no clear winner. This person's magic cultivation was actually so powerful. Indigo was considered one of the top experts in the continent's elite magic camp, but she didn't have much of an advantage over Yi Baiming. This made her very surprised. Could it be that this dual cultivator of magic and martial arts had also reached the level of a holy mage? Indigo couldn't help but laugh at her own thoughts. Impossible. If he really had such talent, then why hadn't he been selected to enter the elite magic camp? That was where the true geniuses should gather. On the other side, the nine-leaf sage ginseng was already emitting an intoxicating fragrance. The two mages from the continent's elite magic camp, who were originally entangled with Yi Baiming, were already unable to deal with the surrounding magical beasts that were almost going crazy from the aroma. Scram! Yi Baiming was the closest to the sage ginseng, and at this moment, several level 6 and 7 magical beasts pounced over. Indigo took the opportunity to rush forward and was about to snatch the sage ginseng. Pop, pop! Ugly woman, the sage ginseng is our master. Just as Indigo's hand was about to touch the sage ginseng, a strong repulsive force came from behind her. Indigo thought that it was a sneak attack, and with a wave of the magic scepter in her hand, she launched a magic attack at the attacker. An egg. When Indigo saw the attacker, she was shocked. What did she see? An egg with wings. Yi Baiming also saw the puffed egg. He was overjoyed. The puffed egg's appearance was too unique. He remembered very clearly that it was Yun Sheng's unique summoned beast. What was even more surprising was that the egg's movements were surprisingly agile. It quickly dodged a few times in the air and avoided the magic attack that Indigo was so proud of. How was this possible? That was a magic attack that she had never missed before. Indigo hesitated for a moment, and it was this fatal moment of hesitation that allowed the puffed egg to give Indigo 1,000 kilograms fall without hesitation. Indigo only felt a strange force coming at her, as if there was 1,000 kilograms pressing down on her. Her feet sank, and she was already pressed into the mud by the puffed egg. Puffed egg, well done. I'll give you credit for this. A burst of cheerful cheers sounded. Yun Sheng used Earth Meld to avoid a few magical beasts that were pouncing on her. Under Yi Baiming's gaze, she took a few big strides and scuttled to the nine-leaf sage ginseng that was about to ripen. In the battle just now, the nine-leaf sage ginseng that was about to ripen had completely ripened. The fiery red corolla on the top of the ginseng's head emitted a glaring red light. The red light turned into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky like a sharp sword. When the red pillar of light suddenly appeared, it could be seen from miles away. And at that time, Yun Sheng's hand had just touched the jade-like leaves on the nine-leaf sage ginseng. Yi Baiming's expression suddenly changed. Almost at the same time, Yun Sheng also felt that something was different. The world suddenly darkened, as if the sky was about to collapse. Chapter 259. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, causing a lot of sand and stones to roll on the ground. Looking at the sky again, the originally clear blue sky had long become so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Just above the nine-leaf sage ginseng, Yun Sheng saw a rapidly rotating dark cloud vortex. The whirlpool sucked in all the clouds around it, as if there was a large hand stirring the calm water surface. The air became more and more oppressive, and the clouds seemed to be continuously pressing down on the ground. The rumbling of thunder sounded, and the few people present seemed to suddenly understand. Nine-leaf sage ginseng was the most crucial step in transforming from a sacred herb to a divine herb. It was rumored that whenever a treasure appeared, it would inevitably trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth, and the spirit-transforming grass would also inevitably trigger an extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth. They didn't expect that the nine-leaf sage ginseng's advancement would trigger a lightning tribulation. Little wild cat, let's go. Yi Baiming's complexion suddenly turned deathly pale. In heaven and earth, all kinds of natural phenomena were the most terrifying. Even experts who had reached their peak state would find it difficult to contend against the power of nature. Yi Baiming was secretly happy that Yunsheng was safe and sound a moment ago. But at this moment, he had the illusion that he had fallen from heaven to hell. When that rolling thunder fell, Yunsheng's body of flesh and blood simply couldn't withstand it. Why had Yunsheng personally experienced such a scene? She also didn't expect that picking herbs would actually cause such a disaster. In a split second, several plans flashed through Yunsheng's mind. For example, every time she was on the operating table, when faced with all kinds of unexpected situations such as bleeding, sudden cardiac arrest, and so on, she would always be able to make an orderly and immediate judgment. Escape, use earth escape, and dodge in an instant. That was undoubtedly the best plan, but in that way, this shocking heavenly lightning would definitely turn the sage ginseng into ashes. Without the sage ginseng, then second uncle's hand, thinking of Yun Songlong's right hand, Yunsheng immediately dispelled the idea of using earth escape. She couldn't leave. She would definitely pick the sage ginseng. Perhaps she could give a try and use the Shinno medical bracelet in her hand. Even if she was injured by the heavenly lightning, perhaps she could still use the divine power in the Shinno medical bracelet to give a try. Yunsheng no longer hesitated. Her eyes flashed with determination and decisiveness. She did not dodge. Instead, she grabbed the purple ginseng and pulled it up fiercely. The instant the purple ginseng was uprooted, a heavenly lightning with an earth-shattering aura descended from the sky. It was as if a giant serpent had appeared in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the top of Yunsheng's head, as if it was punishing her for daring to offend the heavens and profane the divine medicine. The moment the lightning struck, Yunsheng felt that her body was pressed to the ground by a tall figure. This scene was so familiar. Yi Baiming's familiar scent hit him in the face. History seemed to be rewinding. Just like that night in Banana Leaf Village, Yi Baiming, who was injured, also pressed her under his body like this. But this time, they weren't facing great magician Yang, but an irresistible bolt of heavenly lightning. Why? Yunsheng could only hear herself ask in a voice that sounded like a mosquito bite. Did he not know that he would die if he did this? She only saw a faint smile at the corner of Yi Baiming's mouth. At that moment, his gray eyes seemed to flicker with something. She only saw Yi Baiming's thin lips move. I am your retainer. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. In the face of life and death, Yunsheng recalled a past event. That event happened before she transmigrated to the Boundless Land. In fact, she had already completely adapted to her identity as a reincarnated person in the Boundless Land. It had been a long time since she recalled the events of the past. When she was still a child, there was once a patient who came into her grandfather's small clinic. That was a mother whose lower body was almost paralyzed. Because the treatment in the city hospital was ineffective and there was no chance for her hands to recover, she asked around for the Yun family's clinic and came to see a doctor. When Grandfather Yun diagnosed her, at first, he regretfully told her that her paralysis was very difficult to cure. When asked why the female patient was so seriously injured, the female patient only told him that she was injured while saving her son. The female patient had a 5-year-old son. One day, she left the child alone at home and went out to do something. Before leaving, she reminded the child not to leave the house. Just as she was returning home and passing by the apartment building, she saw the mother's child poking his head out of the sixth-story window. The child excitedly called for his mother, his small body leaning out of the window. I saw my child fall down. At that moment, I didn't care about anything else. My first reaction was to reach out and catch my child. When the female patient mentioned the past, her face was filled with lingering fear, but her face was filled with maternal pride. The female patient's son was saved by her in the end. Although the female patient's lower body was almost paralyzed due to the weight, and it was very likely that she would never be able to stand up like a normal person, her son only had 2 broken bones. After Yin Sheng studied medicine, from a doctor's point of view, she disapproved of the act of catching someone with bare hands. From the perspective of modern mechanics, a falling object, even if it was just a small stone, would have a force of dozens of kilograms, let alone a child who weighed dozens of kilograms. She remembered that she had asked the female patient if she regretted doing so. The female patient said that she didn't regret it. In fact, she didn't have time to think about the consequences at that time. Because of this incident, her lower body was very likely to be paralyzed for the rest of her life. When Yun Sheng heard the female patient's words, she was touched. Although she had never been a mother, she still remembered those words clearly. At that time, Yun Sheng was just a child, but the smile on the female patient's face and the smile on Yi Baiming's face were full of love and affection. When her grandfather heard those words, he was touched. In the end, he used his 3rd hidden needle to penetrate the female patient's body. At that time, her grandfather's health was already very poor, but he still chose to use his precious internal energy to save the female patient. When her grandfather died, the female patient was already able to walk. She brought her child and came to pay her condolences in person. But why did Yi Baiming feel this way about her? Yin Sheng's heart was filled with a strange feeling that she had never felt before. She crazily pushed Yi Baiming away. He didn't want her to die, but she also didn't want to implicate others. Lan He and the other magicians from the mainland's elite camp were also stunned by this scene. They didn't even understand why the 2 people would disregard each other's lives to save each other. Chapter 260. Just as the heavenly thunder was about to strike, the 5 elemental magic souls in Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's bodies seemed to be enraged. They emitted a blinding light. That's magic soul resonance. Lan He and the other mages from the elite mage camp suddenly stopped their actions. How could this be? The mentors had mentioned that when mages who practiced both magic and magic had a near 100% compatibility and had almost identical magic souls, it would cause magic soul resonance. In the resonating magic souls, a colorful light rushed out from Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's bodies. That ray of light formed a colorful magic shield around the 2 of them. The lightning struck the magic shield and shattered it, but the 2 of them were safe and sound. After the lightning struck, the turbulent cloud vortex in the sky quickly disappeared, and the sky returned to its original blue color. The magical beasts around were stunned by this strange scene. Even the puffed egg stopped flapping its wings and looked at Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. A miracle? It was really a miracle. They actually used a magic shield to block the lightning that had the power of a forbidden spell. Lan He and the other mages from the elite mage camp were stunned. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming were also in the joy of surviving a disaster. Sister Lan, should we still snatch the sage herb? The mages asked. No, those 2, let's go. Lan He waved her hand. She had to report to the mentors what she had witnessed today. Looking at Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming under the magic shield, Chan Lianer, who had witnessed everything, was so jealous that her eyes were almost spitting fire. She got up with hatred and ran in the direction of Luoxia City, without looking back. Yin Sheng, don't be so smug. You will never be with Yi Baiming. Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming did not react at all. At this moment, they only had each other in their eyes. Yin Sheng looked at the magic shield with the joy of surviving a disaster in her eyes. You are crazy. You'll die. Yun Sheng could feel Yi Baiming's heartbeat through her clothes and into her heart. This caused her heartbeat to speed up a little. Apart from her heartbeat, she also felt that her ears were burning for a while. Could he be having a fever? Even when she was dating Lu Minglang in the past, she had never experienced such a situation. Yi Baiming narrowed his fox-like eyes. If you are attacked, I will block it for you. If you are wronged, I will bear it for you. If someone bullies you, I will help you fight back. My retainer is not just for show. It turned out that having a retainer was not bad. Yi Baiming's heart rippled and his fox-like eyes narrowed. God knows how much he loved to see Yun Sheng bulging like an angry little wildcat. Little wildcat, do you still remember this? Yi Baiming took something out of his chest and placed it in Yun Sheng's palm. Yun Sheng took a closer look and found that it was a tattered wooden tablet. Yi Baiming didn't have any eccentricities, did he? He was the dignified Lord Baiming. Why did he wear a wooden tablet instead of precious jade? This wooden tablet had been mocked by Cheng Bai and the others earlier, but Yi Baiming had never explained what the wooden tablet was for. He had always cherished it and carried it with him. Yun Sheng looked at the wooden tablet. After a while, she felt that the wooden tablet was very familiar. She took a closer look. Wasn't this a wooden tablet that she used to sleep on when she was in Banana Leaf Village? In the middle of the wooden tablet, there were a few crooked words carved into it. Yun Sheng recognized the words. When she left Banana Leaf Village, she hurriedly left a line of words beside Yi Baiming, who had just completed his cornea transplant. She didn't expect that Yi Baiming would carry this wooden tablet with him. The wooden tablet wasn't big. There were only 2 words on it that could be recognized. Goodbye. Yun Sheng remembered clearly that she didn't have a good impression of Yi Baiming at the time. After the surgery, she just wanted to get rid of Yi Baiming as soon as possible. The words she left behind were clearly, goodbye, and that no had already been carefully ground away by Yi Baiming. A sour feeling slowly spread in her nose. For a moment, Yun Sheng held the wooden tablet. She remembered how Yi Baiming hugged her without hesitation when a purple bolt of lightning fell from the sky. He used his broad back to block that bolt of lightning for her. At that moment, she could smell the burning smell of Yi Baiming's skin and flesh, but his expression was very calm. Yi Baiming wasn't a person who was good at expressing himself, but he was someone who was good at using his actions to express his feelings. Ripples spread in her heart. Yun Sheng put down the wooden tablet and glanced at Yi Baiming. It seemed that after meeting her, nothing good had happened to the Night Fox. But why did her heart palpitate? Lu Minglang had never given her this feeling back then. Even at the moment when she broke up with Lu Minglang, Yun Sheng's heart ached more because she felt that her efforts over the past few years weren't worth it. On the other hand, Yi Baiming was the opposite. Was his sacrifice worth it? Perhaps he didn't care about this problem at all. He just wanted to protect her. She clearly didn't give him a good look every time she saw him, but he was still willing to be her retainer. She unbuttoned his clothes and saw that his back was badly mutilated. Yun Sheng's hand trembled slightly, and her heart ached. Her face was unknowingly wet. Little wildcat, are you crying? There was a hint of weakness in Yi Baiming's voice. Even though more than half of the power of the heavenly thunder had been blocked by the combined magic of the two, a small portion of the power of the heavenly thunder had been used on Yi Baiming, the human shield. Yun Sheng wiped the corners of her eyes and realized that her face was already wet. She didn't know if it was tears or sweat. Yi Baiming was just a body of flesh and blood. It was already very lucky that he could survive. You don't want to live anymore. That was lightning. Yun Sheng was almost venting her anger on Yi Baiming's body. You're the one who doesn't want to live. For Yin Songlong's hand, you're even willing to give up your own life. Yi Baiming was also very angry. Only the heavens knew that the moment he saw Yun Sheng about to be struck by lightning, he had completely lost his ability to think. Yun Sheng suddenly put on a fierce face and said fiercely, "You're my retainer, so you're one of my people. In the future, you can only bully others, hit others, and make others feel wronged. In the future, you're not allowed to get injured again." You admit that I'm your retainer? Yi Baiming was still a little confused. On the mainland, he was probably the most sullen retainer. He chased after others, but they were unwilling to accept him. But now, Yunsheng suddenly admitted that he was her retainer. Seeing the usually sly Yi Baiming's silly look, a mischievous look flashed past Yunsheng's eyes. She suddenly tiptoed and pressed her lips against Yi Baiming's face. Chapter 261. Yunsheng couldn't help but have a mischievous feeling. She took another step closer, and suddenly, with a smack, she kissed Yi Baiming on the cheek. Yi Baiming was instantly stunned. Yi Baiming's beautiful side profile revealed an unnatural blush. The so-called beautiful man's shyness was very pleasing to the eye. From now on, you are my Yunsheng's man. If there comes a day when you betray me, I will definitely not let you off, Yunsheng half-threatened. In her previous life, because of Lu Minglang's betrayal, Yunsheng had once thought that she would never be able to fall in love with anyone else. However, after experiencing life and death with Yi Baiming, perhaps because she had died again, she felt that her mentality had changed a little. Yi Baiming's face was red, but after Yunsheng succeeded in teasing him, her face was full of pride. After Yunsheng picked the purple ginseng, she checked Yi Baiming's wound. Where's Qi? Yunsheng couldn't find Qi anywhere. It hurts, this prince can't walk. When Yi Baiming heard Qi's name, he felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He simply hung most of his body on Yunsheng's body. He couldn't wait for that brat to never appear again. Don't think that he didn't know that Brat had feelings for the little wild cat. Anyone who got close to the little wild cat, even if there was the slightest sign of it, he would kill them. It wasn't easy for her to accept him, so he needed to work harder. So heavy. Yunsheng spat, but she didn't push him away. Yi Baiming was tall and sturdy. If it wasn't for her small body having undergone special training, she would have been crushed to death by him. Once the heart's defenses were relaxed, it was easy to cause a disaster. Yi Baiming's confession made her see the true feelings of this young man who looked cold on the outside, but hid his true feelings even more clearly. Even she herself didn't know if she had fallen in love with this young man. Was it because she liked him, or was it because she was used to it? After all, he was the person she had interacted with the most ever since she came to the boundless world. Perhaps it was when the two of them had met in Banana Leaf Village, or perhaps it was when he had taken that blow from Yunba in the restaurant. Forget it. I already owe him enough. Even her Dharma soul was obtained from this brat. In that case, she would reluctantly repay him with her body. Yi Baiming tilted his head to look at Yunsheng. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. The girl in front of him was as bright and beautiful as the warmest ray of sunshine in winter. In the darkest moment of his life, she suddenly appeared in his life. He smiled and leaned his strong body against Yunsheng's small body. An invisible warmth spread between the two of them. It turned out that there was a kind of person who, as long as she was by his side, even if she didn't say a word or look at him, she would still be able to warm his heart. Just as Yi Baiming was immersed in this warmth, a voice that didn't fit the situation sounded. Puff Puff, handsome pot. My dear master, Puff Puff can help you. Puffed Egg's heart flew over. Only then did Yunsheng remember that she had summoned Egg Popping when she was too busy to deal with the enemy. Indeed, she had used Puffed Egg to successfully suppress that female magician from the continent's elite magician camp. However, seeing Puffed Egg's intimate actions, Yunsheng felt strange. Puffed Egg didn't really like humans. Other than herself, every time it saw someone, it would give them a 1,000-pound pendant. Puffed Egg remembered Yi Baiming. He was the blind handsome pot who had 5 Dharma souls. After not seeing him for 2 years, the handsome pot had become even more handsome. This egg? When Yi Baiming saw Puffed Egg coming over, he immediately became alert. He also remembered this strange egg. It was Yunsheng's summoned beast. When it first appeared, this fellow directly crippled Great Magician Yang. Just now, it was also this egg that directly crushed Blue. Let me formally introduce you. This is my summoned beast, Puffed Egg. It rarely shows its face in front of others. Since you are one of us, you two should get along well in the future. Yinsheng glanced at Puffed Egg. Once it saw a handsome guy, it couldn't even flap its wings. It was really a cute egg. Yinsheng's 5 Dharma souls originated from Yi Baiming. When Puffed Egg saw Yi Baiming, it naturally had a good impression of him. If Abandoned can't find me, it will definitely go to Luoxia City first. It's about time for us to go back and take a look. Yinsheng couldn't wait to see if Zhong Yi had completed the task she gave him. After Yinsheng and Yi Baiming returned to Luoxia City, they heard a big news. Zhou State's crown prince Yi Bilian was thrown down from the sky by a summoner. He was now unconscious and had been placed in the city lord's mansion. It was said that later Qin's Dark Crown Prince was also present. When Yi Baiming heard this, he was very surprised. How did this matter involve the later Qin's Dark Crown Prince? Yinsheng knew what was going on in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. After returning to the city, Yinsheng indeed found Abandoned. After Yi Baiming rushed to the city lord's mansion, he saw Yi Bilian lying on the sickbed. He was already out of breath. The doctor from the city lord's residence had also come to take a look. Yi Bilian's injuries had worsened. Coupled with the fact that he had been humiliated in public and had been smashed, most of the bones in his body had been broken, let alone his Dharma soul. I'm very sorry, Lord Baiming. Such a thing happened in later Qin's territory. I've already ordered people to go and hunt down the summoner who committed the crime. As far as I know, this matter is likely to be done by Penglai State. That summoner is a summoner from Penglai. The Dark Crown Prince was indeed a famous person. After being set up by Zhong Yi, he immediately pushed the blame to Penglai State. Everyone knew that 7 out of 10 summoners on the mainland came from Penglai. Although Zhong Yi said that the Dark Crown Prince wanted to assassinate the Crown Prince of Zhou State, the Dark Crown Prince could also say that he framed him. Anyway, this matter happened in later Qin's territory. No matter how powerful Zhou State was, it was beyond their reach. Knowing that the Dark Crown Prince was quibbling, Yi Baiming didn't want to entangle with him. Right now, he still sent the Crown Prince of Zhou State back to his country. There's no time to lose. The Crown Prince is seriously injured. In order to prevent any more accidents, I will immediately send him back to Yujing. Zhou State will investigate the ins and outs of this matter thoroughly. Yi Baiming didn't point out the Dark Crown Prince's plot. He prepared the carriage and luggage that day and rushed to Zhou State without stopping. Everyone came and went in a hurry. After they left Luoxia City, Yi Baiming suddenly remembered that there was still one person missing from the team. Where did Chen Lianer go? Everyone finally remembered that there was someone called Chen Lianer. After leaving Luoxia wetland in a fit of anger, Chen Lian never appeared. It was just that the team was halfway there, so they couldn't turn back to look for Chen Lianer's whereabouts. Yi Baiming could only send 2 guards back to Luoxia City to look for Chen Lianer. Thank you, Purple Bellflower, Snow Dance, Northern Feather, Burnt Fur, and Big Blue Drop for tips. Are you excited? The wildcat and fox's relationship has sublimated. They laughed with their hands on their hips. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.